All right, we are now live again on Facebook and YouTube. Welcome, everyone. This is Anthony here with Puget Sound Stormwatch. Thank you all so much for joining me this afternoon. We're currently not expecting severe weather west of the Cascades. However, we do have severe weather going on east of the Cascades in both Oregon and Washington. And we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning issued for Grant and Wheeler counties in Oregon. And this is yep, there we go. Just popped up right there. This is a considerable threat. The thunderstorm damage threat is considerable. Hail up to 1.25 inches in diameter and wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour possible. Corinne is asking, where are you? I am in North End, Tacoma. Jelly Robinson, hello there. Yeah, thank you guys again for joining me. It's been a while. Just been taking care of some stuff behind the scenes over on TikTok. So once again, I appreciate you guys so much for joining me. Jordan this sport on YouTube, good afternoon to you, sir. Let's see if Facebook's comments are going to actually work for me this time around, because they were giving me issues the last few streams. Let's see, can I pop this comment window out? Yes, I can. We'll be highlighting the timeline for Wenatchee. Yeah, I'll pull up some documentation from the National Weather Service here in just a moment. I got to get my screen set up, and I got to share the live stream link over to X and Blue Sky. So I pretty much just came live here on TikTok to tell you guys to go over to Facebook and YouTube, because I'm not going to be continuously streaming on here. My dad and grandma are currently out and about, and once they get home, I'm going to be cutting off the live, and we're just going to be on Facebook and YouTube. So you guys know anyone that follows the page, go ahead and tell your friends, or if you have anyone in Eastern Washington, Eastern Oregon, Northern Idaho, or Western Montana that wants to tune in to this live stream coverage, please send them my way on Facebook and YouTube. Jordan says, take care of business, sir. I'll be here waiting. Yeah, thank you so much for your patience. And hello there, Aaron. Welcome back, everyone. Strong thunderstorm will impact portions of west central Shoshone County through 4:45 p.m. from the NWS office in Spokane. So again, if you see your county in this yellow highlighted area, you are under a severe thunderstorm watch until midnight. The Oregon and southwestern Idaho watch is in effect until 8 p.m. Eastern Washington, Northern Idaho, and Northwestern Montana watch is in effect until midnight. And no watch is in effect for the west side at the moment. Now let's see if I have my windows configured properly, which I don't believe I do. So hang on, stand by, folks. Nope. This, again, should have been checked, but I did not. So we're going to change that on the fly, just like that. And we are back in business. So let's go to, I believe it's going to be on weather.gov. I want to pull up this graphic real quick for you guys. Yes, it is. Let me show you guys this graphic real quick. This is from the National Weather Service office in Spokane. TikTok, unfortunately, you guys can't see this. So again, go ahead and look on Facebook and YouTube. But they're predicting that the storms will be in the Walla Walla area by about anywhere between 2 to 6 p.m. And then anywhere between the two dashed lines here, between 3 and 10 p.m. And then the northern part of the state between 7 p.m. and 12 a.m. Unfortunately, there's a lot of uncertainty on the timing of this, which is why they have such a sparse range of times in this graphic. Robert Burton says, hello from East Hill, Kent. Got to attend the meeting, so we'll leave soon. Sounds good, Robert. Thank you so much for coming by. Oh, wow. Facebook is really dogging with the viewership right now. Hopefully we pick that up here momentarily. To all 11 of you guys on YouTube, welcome in. This is a little bit unorthodox for me, not covering the west side of the state. But truth is, things have been very slow here on the west side. So I decided I'm going to jump in and help out on the east side since they don't have much, pardon me, for live stream coverage. So just look at the last couple of hours here on satellite. Look at right around here, you see these storms begin to explode over the Cascade Crest. And watch what happens here along the Blue Mountain region as we go a little bit further in time. Very explosive storm development here in eastern Oregon and west central Idaho. And storms beginning to form as well in the Idaho Panhandle. So, in case you guys notice, it's starting to get cloudy over the Puget Sound area. There's high clouds extending from these tall cloud tops along the Cascade Crest. So there's no rain coming in at the moment. It's just these strong and borderline severe storms forming along the southern and central Cascades. So let's go check out radar real quick on the Cascades. And as you guys can see, we have a very strong thunderstorm east of Mount Rainier at the moment. These are all nearly stationary along the crest as well. So I'm hoping these are producing quite a bit of rain because we do not need any more fire starts. I'm more concerned about eastern Washington and the potential for some isolated dry thunderstorms. This is where you have a lot of dry air below the bases of the clouds, and it allows that moisture to evaporate before it hits the ground. Which, as a result, you get these very... Ooh, actually got a lightning notification. Gotta check this out real quick. I wonder if that's... Yeah, so we had a lightning strike just outside of Mount Rainier. So, well to the west of this storm complex here. It's not going to show it on radar scope very well, but let me see if Windy picked it up. No, but let's see. I came prepared, so got all of the lightning strike maps possible open, and yep, it was just picked up here on the WeatherBug lightning strike detector. So lightning is striking several miles west of the parent thunderstorm. This is why we tell you when you hear thunder, get indoors, because lightning can strike easily up to 15 miles away from the parent thunderstorm. And so these storms right now over the Cascades are producing abundant amounts of lightning. Oh. All right, looks like the time has come. So thank you, TikTok, for bearing with me. Unfortunately, I don't have any noise cancellation on here, so I'm going to end the TikTok live. So thank you guys so much for tuning in for a short time. Again, find me on Facebook and YouTube at Puget Sound Stormwatch. You guys can watch my live coverage right now. This is for Eastern Washington, but if anything moves into Western Washington, I will also cover that in depth. With that being said, thank you guys again so much for tuning in. This is Anthony with Puget Sound Stormwatch, and I will see you guys next time. Okay, one less distraction out of the way. Unfortunately, that TikTok stream bombed, but it is what it is. So, yeah, so let's get back. And I think Facebook's actually going to cooperate with me this time because I did not have to refresh the comment section. So that would be a huge burden off my shoulders. And yes, the first time since I moved into the new place, not having issues with my Facebook comment stream. Anyways, Tiffany is asking, are we going to get it in Arlington? Highly unlikely. These storms right now over the Cascades are nearly stationary. They're not moving anywhere. If they're moving at all, it's slowly to the northeast, which is away, off towards central Washington. Any chance of storms in Snohomish County? Siggy is asking. Best chance of storms is going to be along the foothills, closest to the mountains. So I'm talking about like Gold Bar eastward would probably be your best bet. like Gold Bar, North Bend area, off to the east. That is going to be your best chance of getting anything storm related. All right, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Crook and Wheeler counties in Oregon. I believe that's this one right here. There's Storm Chaser DL Scales was on this earlier. I don't know if he's still on it, but I was watching a stream earlier when these cells were much more discreet near the town of Burns, right down here. And there was even a rotating wall cloud. Looked like it was almost about to produce a tornado, but then everything converged into one line segment and the tornado threat is beginning to dissipate. But it wasn't even that high to begin with, so no real bust in the forecast there. It's just a huge what if. Siggy says, I'm in the foothills, Woods Creek, Monroe area. There, you might be too far west. And I'll show you guys some model runs as well while we're passing the time and possibly waiting for some more people to hop in. Let's go look at Facebook. Okay, we have 20 people. Thank you all for tuning in. Again, this is primarily for Eastern Washington. I decided today's a good day to jump in and help broadcast. So if you guys know anyone in Eastern Washington or Eastern Oregon, feel free to share the stream. But I will warn you, don't expect this to be a regular thing for Eastern Washington. I'm again just doing this today because this is looking like one of our more prolific thunderstorm events of the season across the Pacific Northwest. So I don't see much for live coverage, so I decided I wanted to do my due diligence and help get the warnings, watches, and advisories out to all of you guys. It's been a while since I've looked at the model, so hang on, I gotta refresh things real quick. Geez, look at these temperature predictions for today. This is on the HRRR model. Most recent 22Z run. The 4 o'clock is showing 80 for Tacoma, 82 for interior Pierce County, and then watch how quickly the temperatures drop when this marine push kicks in. Already out to 9 p.m. and we're down to almost 60 degrees, like just shy of 60 degrees for some of these areas around the Sound. This is going to be the primary reason why we don't get thunderstorms around Western Washington today with this complex. It's because these storms are surface-based and you need warm air consistently at the surface to support these. If you have a marine push coming in and cutting off your warm air supply, storms are just not going to happen. However, kind of a little asterisk to this that we're going to be looking at too is elevated instability. But it does not look like the HRRR is showing it anymore, but it was showing it earlier. Let me show you guys what I mean. Was showing these cells possibly forming over the Kitsap Peninsula and Key Peninsula area at around 1 or 2 a.m. this morning. But it looks like Z showing it on the 19Z as well. 20Z starting the weekend, 21Z shell of itself, and 22Z it's gone. So, love that. We had great model consistency up until the very last minute. That is amazing. Go look at the 18Z NAM real quick. See, the NAM's still kind of showing it, but nowhere near as strong as the HRRR. So, don't be surprised if some areas around the Central Sound get waken up by thunder early in the morning tomorrow. Just keep that in the back of your heads just in case. Don't say I didn't warn you. Yeah, overall, the NAM shows some of these discrete cells forming ahead of the main line at around 7 p.m. and then the main segments come through at around 9 p.m. into Yakima, and then about 10 o'clock from Ellensburg through Spokane, possibly as late as the 11 o'clock. And also, thank you, Crazy Birdman, for being a member for 5 months on YouTube. Says, thanks for being my live podcast at work. Sure thing. Thank you so much for your monthly support. I do appreciate it very much. Siggy says, some forecasts are saying that the Woods Creek area has a chance at getting storms. Well, in this case, there's always a chance. It's just a matter of if, in this case. Because you kind of see on the NAM here, you had these individual little showers here, but these are probably going to be much more benign compared to what we have going on the east side right now. It's probably nothing to really run home about, if we're being honest. All right, for some reason, okay, there we go. My comments weren't lining up with my other comments on a different screen, so I thought maybe something was starting to glitch, but doesn't look like that's the case. Sam Smith is asking, how did your move go? Everything went smoothly. I did have to owe a little bit back to the apartment complex, but that's okay. So I got that out of my mind, and we're looking forward from this point on. Let me check my Discord here. It's blowing up at the moment. I'm impressed by the number of storm chasers that either flew in or drove up to this area of the Pacific Northwest. Seeing a few Midwest storm chasers too. You don't see that too often. Hang on, guys. Taking a water break. I did finally start some new medicine again a couple of weeks ago. And unfortunately, it messes with my body's ability to regulate its temperature. So I have to be more more attentive towards my water consumption. So basically, I got to drink more water, or else my body will overheat itself. So let's go back through Facebook comments. We have a few more. Michelle, Rosanna, I'm in Tacoma. So cool to learn about. Thank you. Sure thing. You're very welcome. Thank you for tuning in. Timing for Wenatchee. Let me show this graphic again one more time. Wenatchee, unfortunately, I wish I had better news for you, but you have a pretty sparse timing when it comes to these thunderstorms. We're now in the 4 o'clock hour, so it could be any time between now and 10 p.m. There's a lot of uncertainty because different models are showing different times for thunderstorms to impact your area. So really, if you're across like 2/3 of eastern Washington, the southern 2/3, then your timing is going to be any time between now and 10 p.m. most likely. We have an update from NWS Spokane. All right. They just put out another advisory for parts of Idaho. Let's go check that out real quick. We got a few strong storms. Let's go check out the Spokane radar. We got a few of these individual cells moving off to the northwest by St. Mary's. These are going to be heading towards Spokane, Medical Lake, Airway Heights, and Cheney as the night goes on. So you guys are in the path of these storms. Just a little heads up. These are moving pretty slow at the moment. Let me check what they said for storm speed on here. Hail up to 1/2 inch in diameter and wind gusts to 40 miles per hour. So moving northwest at only 20 miles per hour. So that is really slow. Unfortunately, we have a lot of radar holes out here as well. So especially down here in eastern Oregon, there's massive radar holes. So you just can't see the storms very well, especially from the Pendleton radar. I'm guessing this has a lot to do with elevation. You can see these really well on the Boise radar, and you see these are just monstrous hail producers out here right now. That's why they have the considerable damage threat tag on these. Hail up to 1.25 inches in diameter for these storms, and wind gusts to 70 miles per hour. Have an update from NWS Pendleton. Strong thunderstorm will impact south central Umatilla and west central Union counties through 5 o'clock. Let's see if that one has popped up yet. I think this is Umatilla County, right? Probably going to show up right in front of my face, unless this was the one that was just issued. No, that one I think might have been replaced by Okay, there we go. There it is. I think this is it right here. Yeah, so strong thunderstorm will impact Umatilla and Union counties through 5 o'clock. Wind gusts of 50 miles per hour and half-inch diameter hail expected. Again, for Oregon, severe thunderstorm watch remains in effect until 8 p.m. for northeastern Oregon. So severe thunderstorm warnings at the moment here in western Idaho. This is for southwestern Lewis County in Idaho. We have a very small warning right here. Northwestern Baker County in Oregon. This one's about to expire. We have observed 60 mile per hour wind gusts with this previously, at least. See, we have a couple comments in Spanish. Sorry about that. Unfortunately, I'm not able to answer those unless they're in English. My sincerest apologies. All right, so 60 mile per wind gusts and mile per hour wind gusts in nickel size hail for Wheeler and Crook counties. And then Wheeler and Grant counties, 70 mile per hour wind gusts and $half size hail, which is very large for this area of the country. Are we get tornadoes yet? No, the tornado threat is rapidly diminishing as these storms begin to grow more upscale. What I mean by that is they're not as discrete. They're beginning to merge together and form line segments. And that is much less favorable for tornadic thunderstorms. So our best chance of a tornado was a few hours ago. There were some storms down near Burns that went severe warned and showed some pretty decent low-level rotation. But there were no official reports of tornadoes with that. So the tornado threat, again, is rapidly diminishing, and the new severe thunderstorm watch for Washington, Idaho, and Montana does not have any tornado risks involved with it. And once again, I'm very sorry, but I am unfortunately not able to reply to any comments in Spanish. Tomorrow, couple, Coopville, mostly cloudy, sunny with stray shower thunderstorms. That's what it says for Coopville. Richland, thanks for covering. Sure thing. Do these look like they'll reach Richland? Usually they pass over us. There's a good chance, yes. There is a pretty decent chance that that does happen. I have so many windows open. I'm trying to figure this out at the moment. Let's go look at the recent 22Z HRRR, see what it shows. So this isn't always going to be 100% accurate, but there is still a pretty decent shot that you have at least a strong thunderstorm, maybe not a severe thunderstorm, but a strong thunderstorm that impacts the Tri-Cities. This model estimates that'll be around 7 or 8 p.m. tonight. Once again, these models don't always do great at showing exactly when, where, and how strong these storms will be. They just give you kind of a representation of the broader area to expect. So don't always follow what the models are showing. Jordan is sport. That must have been DL Scales you were following. The streamer in Eastern Oregon that showed the rotation in the clouds, but it never materialized. Yeah, that was DL Scales, the West Coast Storm Chaser. He's one of those chasers out there during the March 26th event last year that called the bust before a lot of other people. Really traumatic memories from that day. With the RRFS experimental shows. This one has a bit of a better case for you, but this model does have a bias of what's called overconvection. And it usually shows these cells way too strong compared to what they normally are. So this likely won't happen for your area. At least not like this. But this would be at about 6 p.m. It's showing thunderstorms in the Kennewick, Richland, Pasco vicinity at that time. But I don't expect it to be that strong. That would be a monstrous hail producer. So again, you really just have to look out for these models' biases. This model here is also showing at around 2 a.m. some stronger showers here along the South Puget Sound I-5 corridor and some of the foothills and up towards Snoqualmie Pass. It was showing much stronger earlier, so I'm not going to count out the chance of a stray thunderstorm out here, but the 18Z run, the one that was generated at 11 a.m. this morning, still shows this possible thunderstorm out towards the Kitsap Peninsula Hood Canal area at around 1 a.m. So we do have quite a bit of model disagreement on what's going to happen west of the Cascades early in the morning tomorrow. Hearing thunder in Leavenworth now. Thank you for the report. Yep, it's these cells right up here along the Cascades, and we got quite a bit of convection beginning to fire up out ahead of this main band. Now, this doesn't come as a surprise. This was being hinted at by the models for the last couple of days, showing some of these isolated cells firing up along the higher elevations due to what's called orographic lift, or just terrain-enhanced thunderstorms. So thunderstorms that basically latch to a mountain range or very tall hills and just feed off of the air being forced up by said terrain features. And then if they decide to roll off the mountains, they usually die out pretty quick, unless there's really ample instability and additional lift in the upper atmosphere. Wouldn't be surprised if this cell right here goes severe warn very soon, approaching St. Mary's from the southeast, moving towards the northwest. This one is just below severe limits at the moment. Hail up to, I believe that's nickel size, 0.88 inches in diameter and 55 mile per hour winds. Needs to have hail up to, or at least an inch in diameter and or wind gusts of at least 60 miles per hour to qualify as a severe storm. 58 actually, 58 miles per hour. So either 1 inch hail and or 58 mile per hour wind gusts to qualify as a severe storm. And I expect that to come very soon. I was actually quite surprised to see this severe watch when it came out, because the mesoscale discussion only covered areas east of Grant County out to a couple counties in western Montana, but it ended up stretching all the way out towards Helena and all the way west to the Cascade Crest. So it kind of threw me for a loop. So I thought, oh boy, we have a lot more area to cover for this round. But you know what? That is perfectly okay. What direction are storms moving? Right now, they're moving towards the northwest. Very unusual storm direction. That's just because of this upper level low responsible for these being to our south, and the cells are rotating counterclockwise around it. If I zoom out here, you can see it a little bit better. The center of low pressure is right around here. I don't know if you guys can see my pointer very well. It's right down around here, and the clouds and showers are spinning counterclockwise around it. So just look at how much development we got just in the last couple of hours. Like really, really tall cumulonimbus clouds showing up clearly on satellite. And you can see when I say upscale growth, this is exactly what I'm talking about here. It's when these individual cells begin to merge together. You see, we had these more discrete looking storm cells earlier, and they have begun to grow upscale into a line. You can still see these individual little bubbling segments here where the stronger storms are. Those are the overshooting tops. Yeah, this one right here, man, there's a lot of upward momentum on that one. All right, let's see here. Beautiful here at Cathlamet, Washington at the Columbia River. I do see clouds north of here. Yeah, nice sunny day here in western Washington, but now these clouds from the storms east of the Cascade Crest are beginning to move over us. So just because it's getting cloudy outside does not mean that rain's on the way. It's because of how strong the storms are east of the Cascade Crest. They're so strong that the clouds are moving all the way over towards our area, west of the Cascades. Pretty impressive stuff. Let's see here. Let's go to the overall northwest sector again. Exactly what I'm talking about here. You notice we had a nice sunny day, and then these storms over the Cascades started to grow, and these clouds are moving with the flow towards the northwest. They're catching the upper level flow, which is northwesterly, which again, no, it's southeasterly. Yeah, out of the southeast. So the southeasterly flow aloft is basically grabbing those cloud tops and dragging it up towards the Puget Sound. Again, you can see it clearly right here. Actually zoom in a little bit more. So Mount Rainier right there, St. Helens, Adams. There's your cloud cover. It's mainly from these cells near Mount Rainier at the moment. Surprised they haven't severe warned that one yet. Oh. And my dog's going nuts right now. They see another dog across the street. Yeah, you can see this complex really clearly on the Camino Island radar. Thank you for your coverage, brother. I'm here in Rochester, a little southwest of Olympia. Thank you so much for tuning in. There anything coming towards the lowlands of the Hood Canal area? Right now, no. These storms, again, along the Cascade Crest are nearly stationary. They're really not moving at all. Let's check lightning. Again, closest lightning strike was that one we had about 15 to 20 minutes ago over Mount Rainier. And that struck that struck a pretty far distance away from the storm. Love those dogs, am I right? It actually struck close to 30 miles away from that storm. Incredible. All right, another water break. Again, I got to start taking these much more often because, again, review, I'm on new medication that affects my body's ability to regulate its temperature. So that means more water breaks. You know what I realized? I got so into this, I totally forgot to copy and paste the links on my other accounts, my X and my Blue Sky. So before we get too far into this again, I'm going to do that real quick. EM Stevens, thank you so much for your generous donation of 200 stars on Facebook. I really, really appreciate that. Okay, let's copy and paste. Live coverage of severe thunderstorms in eastern Washington and eastern Oregon. Going to use the hashtags WAWX and ORWX. Wish I could do more to blot out the background noise, but this house turns 80 years old next year, so yeah, not gonna be able to work with much more than what I have, unfortunately. And father unit is home, so let's see how this goes. Okay, posted to Blue Sky, and now we got to post over to X. Notable quake, magnitude 0.0 sonic boom. Weird. From the USGS earthquake X account. All right, so we got that posted. So there's one thing out of the way. Yeah, you guys are going to have to deal with the dogs in the background for a little bit. So again, very sorry about that. It is what it is, unfortunately. Yeah, we have reports of thunder in Leavenworth. That is because we have this strong thunderstorm between the county line of Kittitas and Chelan counties right now. And once more, got to further reiterate, these storms are nearly stationary. They are not moving very much. Mr. Speedcat, I'm sure you were aware of the Hood River County severe thunderstorm watch that got issued hours ago. Yes. I keep forgetting, is Hood River County technically Western Oregon? I think it might technically be Western Oregon. Yeah, once again, if you see your county highlighted in the lighter color yellow right now, you're in a severe thunderstorm watch. The one down here in eastern Oregon and southwest Idaho expires at 8 p.m. And the one for eastern Washington, northern Idaho, and western Montana expires at midnight. Could be considered western Oregon. How's it looking for Olympia? Rebecca Corpus is asking. No severe weather for Olympia. Let me show you guys something real fast here. I want to show you guys the weather outlook. Yeah, that's something you don't see too often, the severe thunderstorm watch in the Pacific Northwest. So, going to SPC outlooks, you see we do have an area of general non-severe thunderstorms possible all the way out towards the Olympics and the Willapa Hills through tonight, but the likelihood is very low at the moment because once that marine push really begins to kick in over the next couple of hours, your storm chances are going to be little to none after that. So the best chance once more is anywhere east of the Cascade Crest in both Oregon and Washington State, especially in the yellow slight risk zone, which includes cities like Boise, Pendleton, and Spokane, for example. It also includes Ellensburg, the Tri-Cities, and Yakima as well. And once again, a little refresher for you guys on the timing of these storms. Anywhere between the two dash line segments here, expect your storms anytime between now and 10 p.m. And then anywhere north of this line here, again in the dark green and yellow boxes, anywhere between 7 p.m. and midnight. This is just because there's still a lot of uncertainty on exactly when these storms are going to move in. Are we going to get thunderstorm in Enumclaw? Unlikely. Not out of the question, but very unlikely. The storm's starting to get stronger here again in Yakima County. Luckily, I don't think there's anyone that lives up here. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning in Oregon for Crook and Deschutes counties. That'll show up here in just a moment. I believe this is going to be an extension of this line down here. Possibly this one. And Spokane also has a new severe thunderstorm warning for Benewah and Shoshone counties in Idaho. Might be this one, but no, actually, I think it might be this one. So wait for these alerts to pop up here in just a moment. Not super familiar with my counties in Oregon and Idaho. And we also have severe thunderstorm warnings in Montana as well. This one is up near the town of Whitefish. Severe thunderstorm coming into town here very shortly. So Whitefish, Montana, anywhere in that vicinity. Severe thunderstorm coming soon. Alerts are taking their sweet time to show up here on the map. Not sure if radar scope is lagging or what. Any chance storms reach Seattle? Very low shot. Very low shot, but I will say it's non-zero. It's a slight chance. think the best chance for any storms is going to be overnight along the Kitsap Peninsula, because models have been hinting at that for a couple of days now. So don't be surprised if the Seattle area gets woken up by some thunder at around like 1 a.m. in the morning. Okay, there we go. Severe thunderstorm warning, including Bend, Oregon. It's just south of Redmond in Prineville. And this is also just east of Three Rivers. You can see it much better on the Medford radar. And yeah. So hail up to 1 inch in diameter and wind gusts to 60 miles per hour. This is in effect until 5:30 p.m. Storm is moving almost due west. And then up here near Spokane, they did severe warn that storm right here. And so they went from the hail size of 0.88 inches in diameter and 55 mile per hour gusts up to 1 inch diameter hail as well as 60 mile per hour gusts. This is slowly moving northwest and will probably just miss St. Mary's to the south. 16 miles southeast of St. Mary's, moving west at a whopping 10 miles per hour. So it could be a flash flood risk with this as well. If you get this storm to set up and just park over an area for like an hour, then don't be surprised if you get flash flooding just outside, if not directly around St. Mary's, Idaho. Any storms in Pasco? There's a good chance you'll likely get thunderstorms in the next few hours. We're going to be watching these closely because these cells will likely converge into a pretty potent line segment later on this afternoon. Beginning to grow upscale, which means these cells are beginning to merge together into a much more organized line feature, such as like a bow echo or a QLCS. You've probably heard QLCS a lot from the Midwest. Quasi-lateral convective system, which is just basically one large bowing segment that usually produces damaging winds and sometimes embedded tornadoes. But these cells are beginning to move out of an area of favorable wind shear. And by that, I mean rotating winds with height that are supportive of tornadoes, beginning to outrun the shear axis. And they're moving into an area with more favorable kinematics for hail and wind than tornadoes. Ooh, we also have severe thunderstorm warnings issued by Environment Canada, as well as some watches up here. You know, any of our neighbors to the north in the areas highlighted in yellow, they're under a severe thunderstorm watch. This one is in effect here in BC until, I believe that's 2 a.m. There's also a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for the next 2 hours, 42 minutes. 20 kilometers or about 13 miles southeast of Canal Flat, moving 20 kilometers per hour, about 13 miles per hour northward. So Canal Flats, Fairmont Hot Springs, Windermere, Willmar, Radium Hot Springs, Edgewater area in BC. Heads up on that. Also have a severe thunderstorm watch here in Saskatchewan as well. Not expecting that. Couple of severe warnings here. Broadacres, Colville, Dodsland, Plenty, Marsden, Yonker, Winter, Senlac here in Saskatchewan. Thank you. Was just curious if I should be worried about it. I'm in Tri-Cities. So the next few hours, just keep your eyes peeled. If you're in the Tri-Cities, look to the south or southeast, and you'll likely be able to see a shelf cloud coming at you when the storms merge into a line and begin to move northwestward towards your area. The Whiskey Gap area here in, I believe this is Alberta. Also a severe thunderstorm warning for the next 3 hours or so. Starting to get some of these cells popping up here in southern BC as well. Not quite close enough to the lower mainland to be concerned for that area. And again, these are mostly stationary, so they're not really going anywhere at the moment. The build-ups looking towards the Cascades are pretty dang impressive. Yes, I agree, Brian. 100% agree. Had a pretty good view out the window earlier, and you could really see those towers start to build up, and now they're pretty much covered by the cirrus clouds that are expanding off towards the northwest. River is choppy. What do you mean by that? Is it something to do with the stream, or... Oh, wait. Hang on. Stupid answer there on my part. You're talking about the Columbia. Okay. Yeah, because you're right down in here, so that's what you mean. I thought maybe River was auto-corrected for something from the stream, so I thought, oh boy, the stream is choppy. All right, so we have reports of thunderstorm wind gusts of 51 miles per hour at 4:15 from John Day Airport. That is right down here. It's still actually showing it right here. I don't know if the station lost power or connectivity or what, but yeah, gust of 50 out of the south. And then 31 miles south-southeast of Mitchell in Crook County, Oregon, had a wind gust of 47 miles per hour at 3:54. Wow, we have 74 people on YouTube. Welcome in, everyone. In case you guys haven't joined before, this is Anthony here with Puget Sound Stormwatch doing live coverage outside of my home zone this time around. I'm spicing things up a little bit. The weather's been slow here on the west side. Decided I wanted to help out on the east side of the state and really the entire Pacific Northwest and kind of expand the horizons. I don't see much for live stream coverage right now. I don't think the big streamers like Ryan Hall, y'all, and Max Velocity are doing streams at the moment, so I decided I would jump in and kind of pick up the slack for them and try to get the word out to as many people as possible around the Pacific Northwest. So if you know anyone that would be interested in watching the stream or would like any up-to-date weather information, go ahead and send them my way here on Facebook and YouTube. Again, at Puget Sound Stormwatch. Let's see. Wow, the difference between audiences is pretty crazy right now. 78 of you guys on YouTube, only 10 of you guys on Facebook. I see we have a couple shares on Facebook, so thank you guys so much for getting the word out to your Facebook friends and family. And it's time for another water break. Siggy says, dark clouds, Monroe, Woods Creek area, and the wind is picking up. Just maybe I'll get a storm here. Just maybe. Not going to say for sure, but there's always a chance. But the best convection right now is along the Cascades, anywhere near Western Washington. The Cascades are kind of a cheat code to get thunderstorms around here. Let's go take a little look at current warnings and advisories at the moment. We got quite a bit going on here in central Oregon right now. Interested to see if this storm will survive crossing the Cascade Crest, if it even gets to the Cascade Crest. But right now, judging by what I'm looking at on radar, looks like that storm has a lot of momentum and is not going to die out anytime soon. This is moving towards Three Rivers, Oregon right now. So Bend, Deschutes River, Woods, Three Rivers area. I think this is around where Sun River is too, but I might be way off on that. Yeah, maybe. But anyways, really, if you're anywhere from Lapine up to Bend, Oregon, be on the lookout for this thing. Because it's coming towards you. And it's coming towards you slow, too. Man, this Pendleton radar is not good. Woods Creek area is right in the Cascade foothills at about 600 feet. There will be a chance for you to at least hear thunder. But to get a full-on thunderstorm, your chance is much lower. So we got a few strong but non-severe storms at the moment. I do feel like this one should be severe warned. So this one will likely go severe warned here in a little bit. And will probably include and just shy of Pilot Rock here. So this would be my ETA for a warning polygon. This would just be my idea of a warning polygon if one were to be issued anytime soon. So Pilot Rock area of Oregon, watch out. It looks like these storms are going to attempt to congeal into a line segment here very shortly. At least models have been doing a good job of showing what's been going on so far. And so these should eventually congeal into one long line segment by the time they cross into Washington State. That is the expectation. And then, of course, severe thunderstorm going to be moving up towards St. Mary's, if not just south of St. Mary's. It looks like the cell is beginning to weaken pretty quickly, which is good news. Because this is also moving towards the Spokane metro area as we speak. Excuse me. $55. Okay, so we have a new severe thunderstorm warning down here in Central Oregon. This one is also with a considerable tag with hail up to 2 inches in diameter. That's rare for this area of the country again. So this includes Monument, Spray, and Mitchell here in Oregon. And I just got notified that we are up to 2,200 subscribers on YouTube. So thank you guys so much. Huge, huge achievement. A 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and 2-inch diameter hail expected. This is 9 miles southeast of Service Creek, 14 miles northeast of Mitchell, and moving northwest at only 25 miles per hour. Once again, this is a considerable threat severe thunderstorm warning, which is a higher level than a regular traditional severe thunderstorm warning. Hey Ben, welcome in. Everyone on YouTube, say hello to Ben, WAWX Chasers. When does our helicopter arrive to take us east? Well, that's all you, my friend, but I know I'm comfortable right where I'm at. If I had, let's just say if I had a higher budget and better means of transportation, I would definitely want to be out in Eastern Washington right now. But unfortunately, it is what it is. Miles per hour, and this is producing both 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and ping pong ball size hail, which is 1.5 inches in diameter. So this is a strong storm moving almost directly towards Pilot Rock, Oregon right now. So heads up, Pilot Rock area, Stanfield, Echo, and Hermiston. This is moving towards Hermiston in Umatilla. Again, very slowly, so it may take anywhere between the next hour to maybe even 2 hours to reach your area. Then it crosses into Washington State. Also have a new advisory out here in Idaho. Got some new development just south of St. Mary's. It's moving, I believe this is moving northwest. Let's check the alert. So it has hail up to half-inch in diameter and wind gusts to 50 miles per hour. This is moving northwest at only 15 miles per hour. Another slow mover. This is for Latah, Shoshone, and Benewah counties. Once again, I'm not native to Idaho, so if I butchered any of those names, please don't give me a hard time for it. Again, this is 19 miles south of St. Mary's, moving northwest at only 15 miles per hour. This is also moving towards the Spokane metro area. So we'll have to watch further downstream areas like Fairfield and Rockford here in Washington. Heads up, it's coming your way. All right, severe thunderstorm warning was canceled here just south of St. Mary's. The storm has weakened and moved out of the warned area. Great news for St. Mary's. All right, we have someone on Facebook asking, we are in Umatilla, how long until it hits? So, I'm going to do some math here. Storm motion, according to the NWS, is about 20 miles per hour to the northwest. The leading edge of the storm is right about here, and Umatilla area is probably about 50 miles away from it or so. So if it continues at this speed, it may not reach you until 7:30 this afternoon. But I would be ready by 6:30 at the earliest. Maybe even 6 o'clock. Because this is just one storm, but we're still forecasting this to eventually grow into one large line segment as it moves into Washington. So we could fill in this area with thunderstorms over the next 2 or so hours. Feel like if anything else goes severe, it's going to be this little trifecta of storm cells right here. Getting dark here. Glad I walked to the camper now, not later. I agree. Good thing you did it now, because boy, it's not going to be fun later on. Actually, see, it looks like this one's already starting to bow out here, at least on the Boise radar. It's got kind of this little semicircle structure right here. It could just be radar distortion because of how far it is away from the radar, but if it bows out like this, it usually means it's producing damaging winds, and stronger than 60 miles per hour possibly. Once again, this warning, okay, the previous one just expired, but this current warning calls for, once again, 60 mile per hour wind gusts and up to 2-inch diameter hail. Which, I'm not sure exactly what that can be compared to. I think it can be compared to like a golf ball, probably. It's right around golf ball size hail, maybe a little larger than a golf ball. These do look like they're beginning to grow upscale and congeal into one large bowing segment. But the extra emphasis right now is definitely going to be on these more discrete cells out ahead of the main band, because these do have a small but non-zero chance of spinning up a tornado, possibly, or even a landspout tornado. Let's check velocity real quick. Yeah, I don't see these spinning right now, at least on the Spokane radar. That, I think there's a little contamination right there. Yeah, it might, this one down here approaching Umatilla and Hermiston, more specifically the Pilot Rock area first. It looks like this one could be rotating a little bit. Once again, this is kind of a big radar hole here, and there's not much to base it off of from the Pendleton radar, but I think there may be a little tiny bit of rotation here on this severe storm approaching Pilot Rock, Oregon. It's heading into Sela now, Linda says. Is that heading north, that stuff in central Oregon? It's heading northwest. You can see how strong the winds are from the radar in Pendleton. This is where the radar hole is not fun, because you really can't see anything in high definition in this area. This storm may actually be rotating, but at the very least, let me check again. This is the Medford radar. see what the height on this beam is. It's almost 10,000 feet. So we can't see anything on the radar right now below 10,000 feet, but we have very strong winds at 10,000 feet above the ground level. Like upwards of 80 miles per hour possible. And we'll see how much of that mixes down towards the surface, but this is moving directly into Bend right now. So Bend, Oregon area, if you're really anywhere between Redmond and Lapine, watch out for the storm moving west towards you. Slowly at around, what's this, 15 or 20 miles per hour? This one's actually moving at 45. So this is a quick mover. The other ones up here are moving slow, but this one's making a beeline out west towards Bend. So you'll probably start to feel the effects of this in just a couple of minutes. Now you can see these great on the Portland radar also, but I think these are once again going to attempt to congeal into one bow out segment like that. We have almost 100 people watching on YouTube right now. Facebook stream is not doing so hot, which is understandable because a lot of people follow me just for Western Washington based weather on Facebook. So they're probably just thinking, what does this have to do with us? And you know, you do have a point. But I'm making an exception to that rule today. Overall, still a very strong, potent storm going on here in northwestern Yakima County at the moment. It really hasn't died down over the last couple of hours. Still churning, and it hasn't moved at all. I'm hoping this is dumping rain because this is a prolific lightning producer. I'm hoping we don't have any new fire starts. So right now in the 2 severe thunderstorm watches, we are down to 4 severe thunderstorm warnings at the moment. 1 in Montana, 3 in Oregon. It looks like the original warning just outside of Whitefish was canceled. This one's moving northwest. That's kind of a funky polygon. I would have thought it was moving northeast. This includes Corem and is just outside of Hungry Horse and Columbia Falls here in Montana, just east of Whitefish. A severe storm out that way at the moment. There you go. You can see it better there. Still, I feel like this one should have the severe warning because that looks like a pretty large hail producer. That's producing at least 1-inch hail, almost guaranteed. This is affecting the town of Evergreen and will move towards the Glacier Park International Airport here over the next 15 or so minutes. But this should miss Whitefish just to the south and will just clip Kalispell to the north. All right, folks, I'm going to take a break real quick, stand up, stretch, get a little fresh air. But before I go, just wanted to show you guys that if you wanted to help support Puget Sound Stormwatch and make streams like this possible in the future, the best way to do it is through Ko-fi. Ko-fi.com/Puget Sound Stormwatch. I'm going to go ahead and copy and paste this on the YouTube and Facebook comments. So if you guys would like to help support Puget Sound Stormwatch for future streams, that would be the best way to do so. Thank you again to all of our supporters for your generosity. Much appreciated. There's still plenty of lightning right now. Just east of Chinook Pass, some lightning extending down towards White Pass, and just west of Blewett Pass as well. But no more lightning at this moment west of the Cascade Crest. Let's here. We have quite a few wind gusts out there. I don't know if those are convective though, but let's go look at max wind gusts. I don't know how reliable this one is, but this one measured a max gust of 80 miles per hour since midnight along US 20. And 61 to 68 miles per hour here in Boise with those with that severe gust front that moved through earlier. We gusted to 58 miles per hour at Coldwater Ridge near Mount St. Helens. Impressive. All right, guys, I'm going to take a break here in just a moment. So I'm going to leave it on this screen for now. All right, just got a word we have a new mesoscale discussion out, so we got to check that out real fast. New severe thunderstorm warning for Latah and Shoshone counties in Idaho. So they warned this one right down here. Until 6 p.m., severe thunderstorm was located about 30 miles southeast of St. Mary's, nearly stationary. You don't see that too often. 60 mile per hour wind gusts and half dollar size hail, which is about 1.25 inches in diameter. It looks like National Weather Service in Boise has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for this one down here. And I'm not even going to begin to pronounce those town names. We have another advisory that went into effect for Nez Perce and Lewis counties in Idaho for a strong thunderstorm. All right. I haven't checked Facebook's notifications in a while, so I'm going to take a moment to check those out. Oh yeah, hang on, we got to read this mesoscale discussion real quick. Central and Eastern Oregon and the Southwest Idaho. So it's the southernmost watch. Severe weather threat for severe thunderstorm watch 248 continues. So through 7 p.m., which is 0200 Universal Coordinated Time, or Zulu, the greatest threat for severe wind gusts up to 60 to 70 miles per hour and large hail up to golf ball size will exist from central into northeast Oregon. More isolated severe weather remains possible elsewhere in the watch area. Scattered thunderstorms are ongoing in the vicinity of the Blue Mountains south of Pendleton, amidst a slightly more unstable environment. And also, we just got a new tip from Kim. Thank you so much for your coffee donation. Thank you, Kim Teakin. Sorry if I butchered your last name, but I appreciate the donation of 3 coffees. Thank you so much again for that. Numerous splitting supercells have been observed over the past couple of hours, and that trend may continue before storms congeal into clusters. Severe weather threat is a little more uncertain across south central and the southeast Oregon into far southwest Idaho, where instability has diminished. They're still talking about the most probable peak tornado intensity of about EF0 to EF1 at most, if anything spins up, which so far has not been the case. Most probable peak wind gust 65 to 80 miles per hour, and most probable peak hail size 1 to 1.75 inches. Raining in northwest Yakima County, Rimrock area. Wetting rain, luckily. Awesome. Glad to hear that. Once again, I'll show this graphic one more time for ETAs on storm arrival east of the Cascades in Washington State. All right, so let's go ahead and refresh. Gained a few followers and lost a couple. That's okay. That's just the way it goes. The dings are still going off. They continued the severe thunderstorm warning for Umatilla and Union counties. So this one right down here. That one, you can't see it real well on any radar now, but it might just be weakening that much. But this one, again, is moving up towards Pilot Rock very slowly. Still a considerable damage threat with wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour possible and 1-inch hail. So Pilot Rock area does still need to be on alert. This is moving almost directly towards you. I actually have a bunch of people unfollowing right now. They must be wondering, why is this guy streaming Eastern Washington and not the Puget Sound? You know what? That's okay. We gained a lot of comrades and we lost a few. It is what it is. Looks like this storm down here is almost directly on top of Bend right now. It's about to cross. I think this is US 97 right here. It's crossing over US 26 in Bend right now. And we'll move up towards Sisters along US 26 as well. And down towards Lapine here on 97. Clouds from the Snoqualmie National Forest storm overspreading Seattle now. Really got that storms are coming feel. It's got the storms are coming feel until the marine push comes in and it completely diminishes the storm feel. Like right now, temperatures overall are pretty darn warm around the Puget Sound area. Like it's 80 degrees at Boeing Field right now, 79 at SeaTac, 77 along the Narrows, 80 here at McCord, 77 Olympia. And it looks like actually the marine push may already be firing up along the coast because Hoquiam's down to 56 and Shelton is at 72 and dropping with a gust of 29 out of the southwest. And yeah, all the wind barbs along the Strait of Juan de Fuca are kicking up. So yeah, our marine push is beginning. So you want to enjoy the warm temperatures around the Puget Sound, go out and enjoy it now because the marine push is on the way. And this is going to be the death to any real good thunderstorm chances around here this afternoon. All right, we just crossed 50 likes on YouTube. Thank you guys for the support and for tagging along. Currently been going for about an hour, 15 minutes, and no end time coming soon. Okay, looks like we're just shy of 100 viewers. Hello, everyone. Welcome in. For anyone new, my name is Anthony. This is Puget Sound Stormwatch here on Facebook as well as YouTube. And we just crossed the 100 viewer mark. Welcome in, everyone. We also just got a new flash flood warning up here in Montana as well. This is just south of Cut Bank. radar indicated flash flood warning until, I think this is, okay, 9:15. Between 1 to 3 inches of rain have fallen, and heavy rain still falling, up to another inch possible. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Again, this is just south of Cut Bank, Montana. Strong thunderstorms there producing very heavy rainfall. We still have no alerts at the moment in Washington State. We did have a few advisories earlier for the Cascades. For those strong thunderstorms, those have long since been allowed to expire. Thunder and lightning storms can start wildfires, and that creates hazards for anyone who lives in Washington. Correct. Luckily, though, from what I've seen, most if not all of these storms are producing abundant rainfall, which is good. So any fires that get started are being put out pretty quick. I'll be watching Watch Duty very closely in case anything comes up. Let me actually pull that up real quick and give you guys the site. So this is Watch Duty. And we do have a new fire that was reported here on Whidbey Island. Arbor Road fire, 0.1 acres, reported 42 minutes ago. And we have this vegetation fire that showed up 4 hours ago, 5 hours ago. And the fire has been put out, so this event has expired. We have a new fire called fire down here in Cowlitz County, reported just a few minutes ago. It was actually reported at 3:23, but added to the command dispatch here, the automated system, 4 minutes ago. So, little small fire burning along Rose Valley Road down here in Cowlitz County. Elsewhere, the only notable fire we have burning at the moment is the Country Meadows, here in Washington at least. The Country Meadows, 1,700 acres, but it's 60% contained. And we also have a massive fire that blew up over the last couple of days, the Zen Fire. 1,634 acres, but 60% containment, which is good news. I'm hoping the thunderstorms move over these areas with heavy rain and helps to extinguish these fires before they become a real problem. So all of these little dark markers here, these are expired events that have been deactivated. So fires either no longer occurring or not expected to occur for much longer. And anything with the red markers here with the bells, these are small events that don't warrant urgent updates at the moment. So like, for example, Eagles Rest Fire. This one was reported about 5 hours ago. A half-acre vegetation fire just north of Thorpe. Approximately 3/4 of an acre, and it says forward progress has been stopped, which is good. Units are in mop-up, so this fire is history. So this will be deactivated, and that will turn to a little gray icon like this. So, yeah, I'm going to be watching this fire map closely, especially for eastern Washington and eastern Oregon. We do have a few notable fires burning right now in Idaho. I have a vegetation fire up here, unknown size and containment. Nickel Cloverdale fire is 60 acres, no known containment. And the Wilson fire, 68 acres and no known containment. So, quite a bit burning right now in the Boise metro. But no significant fires at the moment. Any wildfires, at least. Any widespread tens of thousands of acre wildfires burning in the Pacific Northwest at this time. Now, we have a few over 1,000, but they're over 50% containment in Oregon and Washington, which is great news. So again, this is watchduty.org. Watchduty.org if you guys want to go look for yourselves. So looking at satellite again. Yeah, as they reported earlier, the cloud tops, the cirrus clouds from these thunderstorms over the Cascades have overtaken Seattle. They're moving up towards Bellingham right now. And it does look like we have some convection firing up over the Olympics too. This is going to be the area to watch early in the morning for potential isolated thunderstorms along the Hood Canal. Models have been stiffing it out, but they have since begun to backtrend. And we'll see if that was a good move by the model or if it should have stuck to its guns and kept saying there's a thunderstorm chance for the east slopes of the Olympics. Because it does appear we do have agitated cumulus, or at least some sort of forced descent going on here over the Olympics. So it may be an attempt at some shower formation or potentially a thunderstorm later on. But look at just how quickly this is growing upscale. The fact that there's a lack of space between these thunderstorms is showing that they're growing into likely one long congealed line segment that will move into eastern Washington over the next couple of hours. Like just the last, this is 4:51, so just the last half hour has shown incredible storm development here along the Cascades as well as the Idaho Panhandle. What just happened? Stream just dropped. All right, sorry guys. I might have lost you for a second. I don't know what happened there, but the stream completely dropped out. Like network connection just completely went out for like 15 seconds. So I think we're back though. Should be back. If you have any problems with the stream, please let me know as soon as possible. Demon Dude says hi, so I'm guessing that means we're still live. Okay, perfect. Exactly what I wanted to see. Let's go refresh Facebook and make sure it's not acting up, which is not. Facebook is just dead at the moment. Got another 10 subscribers, so we're now at 2,210 subscribers on YouTube. Thank you so much, guys, for your subscriptions. If you guys like what you're seeing on the stream so far, feel free to send stars on Facebook, a super chat on YouTube, or a coffee. The link to the coffee is pinned in the comments as well as shown down here in the lower right. All donations are greatly appreciated, and it makes these streams entirely possible. Just the loop. This was 1:26 this afternoon, and this is 5:21. The ridiculous amount of upscale growth we've had. Something that's cool too, you can actually see this storm down here slowly push off towards the northeast a bit. And it even looks like maybe an outflow boundary right there too. Yeah, I'm watching the Olympics closely as well. See if anything suddenly pops up. Might have to use a Canadian radar. And yeah, it's... Unless that's contamination from the mountains. No, that's a shower. That's convection. Something's trying to get going over the Olympics right now. You can see it on satellite, and you can see it on the Aldergrove, BC radar too. Gaming Dude says there's no glitch. W, awesome. Thank you for the feedback. Just outside the BC lower mainland, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning here. It's for Headley and Princeton here in Vancouver, BC, as well as Eastgate. The next 2 hours, 31 minutes. Quarter-size hail, heavy rain, strong wind gusts. This is only moving. This is moving at 10 miles per hour to the north. That's it. Flash flood risk is definitely elevated, especially along the burn scars. I'm watching out in particular for the Sugarloaf and Labor Mountain fire burn scars from last year. Which these were right up here. These are the burn scars I'm watching for right here. I think this was the lower Sugarloaf, and somewhere up here was the Labor Mountain fire. So those could easily flood and create debris flows downstream. So watching those ones closely later on. Got a report, all of a sudden we have 30-mile-per-hour winds in Ellensburg. Looks like Ben's in pursuit. Washington Weather Chasers. So Ben has officially joined the chase. I wonder, does anyone know if Michael's live yet? Pacific Northwest Weather Watch? Don't believe so. I'm not seeing it. I think, yeah, DL Scales is still live. See what DL's chase is looking like real fast. And then we'll resume our live coverage right after that. Yeah, he's in Bend, and there's a lot of traffic right now. All right. Yeah, we have a live storm chaser, DL Scales, down here in Bend right now. You guys want to go tune into that stream. I think it's DL Scales West Coast Storm Chaser. Or just type in DL Scales. We're still kind of eyeballing this thunderstorm moving into Kittitas County now. Very slowly moving towards the northeast, but it's approaching I-90. Man, this thing is taking a sweet time. But if this decides to move over I-90 and park over I-90, it's not going to be a fun time traveling around Cle Elum. It's still probably going to take anywhere between 1 to 2 hours just to move that far north because of how slow it is. But it's moving directly towards Cle Elum right now. So yeah, Cle Elum area, I-90 from Cle Elum down through Thorpe. Heads up, you do have lightning in the vicinity, and it's close enough to the storm to have lightning strike along I-90 potentially. We're still probably about an hour and a half to 2 hours out from these storms forming a line and moving into Washington. But the first storms likely to move into Washington are going to be these ones down by St. Mary's. These are moving towards Plummer and Worley, Idaho, as well as Rockford, Fairfield, and Waverly here in Washington. And then this will eventually likely move up towards Spokane, if not a little bit southwest of Spokane, towards the Air Force Base. Then the severe thunderstorm warning either expired or was dropped for Bend, Oregon. Yeah, I think that has weakened below severe limits. So it's beginning to move out of the... I think it's moving out of the instability axis. As the cloud cover begins to take over, it's going to help cool off the surface, and that's going to eat away at your instability. However, it is moving towards the mountains, so it could re-intensify due to orographic lift. We'll watch that closely as well. This alert is still in effect until 6 p.m. Still shows hail up to 2 inches in diameter and wind gusts to 60 miles per hour. This includes Monument, Spray, and Mitchell here in Oregon. So moving northwest at 25 miles per hour. Once again, 2-inch diameter hail, which is around golf ball size, and 60 mile per hour wind gusts. This is moving up towards Lone Rock and Fossil right now. And take another water break here in a moment. You make sure my YouTube chat's still up to date. All right, yep, we're good. Facebook's still good. All right, perfect. Yeah, Facebook's not doing too well view-wise. YouTube is taking off. Again, appreciate everyone for joining in. Thank you all so much for your time. This is live severe weather coverage east of the Cascade Crest. My name is Anthony, here with Puget Sound Stormwatch, and I appreciate you guys again for tuning in. Current Facebook follower count is 44,152. Chaos Theory says, tell you what, I grew up in Tornado Alley and it feels like one of those days out here in Spokane. Hot, humid, weird haze. I know tornadoes are not in the cards here, but sure feels like it. So I want to see if we can pull up the meso analysis real quick. Okay. Maybe a little hard for you guys to see, but it looks like we do have a couple areas of low pressure here that are helping to drive these storms. I have a 1012 millibar surface low right here, and then a very broad 1000 millibar low over eastern Washington, which is helping to destabilize the lower levels of the atmosphere. 500 millibars, this is about 18,000 feet. These storms are right here, and we have what's called a short wave. We actually have a couple of them, but they're little kinks in the flow here. So where the black solid line is not straight, that is a short wave. So this right here, that's a short wave. This up here in Montana, also a short wave. And the center of low pressure is somewhere around Lake Tahoe right now. And this is just spinning this unstable air mass into the Pacific Northwest. Let's go look at our surface-based cape. See, these areas right here, I don't know how well you can see them because my mouse cursor is pretty small. There's a lot of instability right now over the Idaho Panhandle. So these storms right here, the one that just went severe, have access to the best instability out of all of the storms right now. So this one down here in Pierce, Idaho, moving towards Elk River, and eventually likely up towards Pinehurst, is in the most unstable air that you could possibly have access to here in the Pacific Northwest. Over 3,500 joules per kilogram of surface-based CAPE, which is impressive. Like, that's something you see in the Midwest during a summer day. And where that shower's firing up in the Olympics too, we have around 500 joules per kilogram of CAPE out there too, which is just potential energy available for thunderstorms to use. And the higher the number, the more unstable the air mass is. And you want it to be a higher number for thunderstorms or a lower number for no thunderstorms. But the air is extremely stable right now over the Puget Sound area. That, again, you can thank the marine push for that. It's warm and it's relatively humid, but the most unstable air is east of the Cascade Crest. And they're still anywhere between 1,000 to probably about 2,500 joules per kilogram of potential energy here in eastern Washington and northeastern Oregon. Just a tremendous amount of energy here in Idaho. But these blue shades you see here, this is called SIN, which is capping, and this is inhibition. So prevents storms from firing up. But since the CAPE values are so high, this kind of negates the values of the SIN. So, yeah, it's so unstable that the stable air is being overcome by the unstable air. Let's check lapse rates. Lapse rates are incredible. This is a change of temperature with height in the atmosphere. And these are really steep. 8 degrees Celsius per kilometer is a very steep lapse rate. So that is going to allow these to possibly produce large hail as these storms move into southeast Washington later on. And the low level lapse rates are even better. Like in the lowest 3 kilometers of the atmosphere, lapse rates here in central eastern Washington are up to 9.5 degrees Celsius per kilometer, which is like rare for this area. Very rare. Also got a new flood advisory in Idaho. So yeah, these lapse rates right here, these are very conductive for large hail further down the stretch. We go look at the forecast. As the storms move into eastern Washington, the lapse rates will decrease as these storms begin to eat up the unstable air mass, but the atmosphere right now is primed for when these line segments move in. So just going to keep our eyes on that very closely. Very, very closely. How's the tornado threat with these storms? Pretty minimal right now. I actually feel like the 2% tornado risk issued by the SPC wasn't even warranted. Jeez. Look at that. The lightning is literally off the charts over the last half hour. Completely saturated down there. Like, the site is actually lagging because of how much lightning there is right now. Idaho, Montana, northeastern Washington near Republic has storms firing up. And then this very persistent cell between Chinook Pass and Natchez that is very slowly moving up towards the Cle Elum area. Keeping our eyes peeled to see what goes on with that. Yeah. You can actually clearly see the marine push fire up down the Strait of Juan de Fuca, too. You see those clouds down here along Vancouver Island racing towards the east? That's our marine push firing up right now. And we have a new mesoscale discussion. I'm guessing this is for the Eastern Washington Watch, which it is. So we're going to pull that up real fast, read over that. This is for watch number 249. So this is the one for Eastern Washington, Northern Idaho, and Western Montana. The severe weather threat for the watch continues. The threat for large hail up to golf ball size and locally severe wind gusts continues across the watch area. The potential for a more widespread damaging wind event may evolve in the 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. timeframe across parts of eastern Washington and the northern Idaho panhandle, possibly in the far northwest Montana with gusts up to 70 to 75 miles per hour. Let's see here. The downstream air mass across central and eastern Washington has become quite hot with a deeply mixed boundary layer and downdraft Cape values of up to 1,500 joules per kilogram. So pretty much what that's saying is that the lower atmosphere is primed for strong damaging winds. So the air mass towards the surface, the boundary layer is mixed. So there's a process called vertical mixing, and it's just... So I believe dry air mixes down towards the surface and moist air mixes up aloft into the atmosphere. If I'm not mistaken. If I'm backwards, please feel free to correct me. The ambient thermodynamic environment will favor strong to intense convective downdrafts capable of wind gusts 70 to 75 miles per hour. So that's the latest mesoscale discussion in effect. That is for the eastern Washington, northern Idaho, and western Montana severe thunderstorm watch. But the threat continues, and it's only just beginning for Eastern Washington. It's just beginning. Currently, the strongest storm of the night at the moment is this one here in northern Idaho over Pierce, moving likely just east of Elk River, and will likely continue on the path up towards Pinehurst and Kellogg as the night goes on. This one expires in 44 minutes, so at 6:30 p.m. and is capable of producing 1-inch diameter hail, quarter size, and wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. So if you're not already in your shelter, Pierce, Idaho, please move in immediately. And then Elk River area, also keep your eyes peeled for this. You're close enough to be struck by lightning already. I'm just watching for the upscale growth, and we actually, is this a new cell that fired up, or is this a previous cell? Because this is moving directly into the Tri-Cities. That's a brand new cell that just fired up. So at around 5:22, so about a half hour ago, we had this new cell firing up just east of Umatilla along the Columbia River. And this is moving up towards the Tri-Cities. So heads up there in the Tri-Cities. Tri-Cities area, Umatilla, Hermiston. I-82 really between the Tri-Cities and Umatilla. This is moving directly towards you. If you have any friends or family in this immediate area, just go ahead and let them know that a strong storm is coming. It's already producing lightning. Hi from Ellensburg. Did see ground strike lightning. Are you talking about the storm out to your west near Cle Elum? Because that is producing cloud to ground lightning. It looks like it's finally starting to lose some steam. We also have a flood advisory for Deschutes County, Oregon. So some flood advisories from the heavy rain being produced by these thunderstorms. Yeah, you can't see them yet on here, but yeah, okay. Yeah, so we have a new flood advisory until 8:45 for Deschutes County, Oregon. Urban and small stream flooding caused by excessive rainfall. And this is just east of Bend. No, this is Bend. So from Redmond down through Bend. And I was right. Sun River is down here. So Bend, Oregon, you have a flood advisory in effect for the next 3 hours. Localized small stream flooding possible. Have any models shown any of the Washington foothills getting anything? Should be getting some new model runs here. I know for sure we have the HER, which runs hourly. Still have a ways to go before the NAM's ready. A few hours. And then the recent RRFS is also rendering. So let's look at the 23Z HER, most up-to-date model, and see what it shows for the foothills. It's actually doing a pretty good job picking up that convection over the Olympics right now. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Lewis County, Idaho. We'll go over to that in just a moment. Shows a strong shower here. It was showing thunderstorms earlier over Kitsap County, but it seems to have downtrended towards just heavy showers. Very isolated heavy showers over the Puget Sound between, I'd say, Kingston and Edmonds. This is at around midnight. And then maybe some isolated spotty showers possible as we go into the very early morning hours. And then, who knows? Maybe we'll fire something up again, but on the west slopes of the Cascades. It looks pretty weak right now on this model, but we could have some light rain and some scattered showers around the Puget Sound area tomorrow morning, but for the foothills right now, it just looks like plain old rains. Just plain old rain. Nothing much more than that, because you see strong thunderstorms here to the east and nothing to the west. The storms are literally running into a brick wall called the marine layer, thanks to the marine push. And they're really not going to do anything after that. Do see we just got a new advisory for Benton County. So for this thunderstorm moving towards the Tri-Cities right now. Do have a new severe thunderstorm warning out here in Idaho as well. It's for this complex right down here. Don't think I'll get a thunderstorm. Yeah, unfortunately, it's not looking too good for you in Monroe. So the severe thunderstorm warning for Latah and Shoshone counties. Again, I might have butchered that, so sorry about that, but might have been this one. It said one of them was allowed to expire. But right now, the severe thunderstorm warning for... I don't think I can pronounce any of these town names except for Pierce and Nez Perce. Maybe Orofino, but I'm not even going to try to pronounce these right now. Kuskia, Kamiya, Waipe. That was probably embarrassing, but I'll own up to it and say I'm not familiar with the Idaho tribal names. Oh, this looks really good on the Pendleton radar. Okay, so we have looks like our first storm of the day down here in southeast Washington, near the Tri-Cities. Strong thunderstorm currently moving towards the Tri-Cities. This is affecting Highland and Findlay here over the next 22 minutes. This will expire at 6:15 p.m. Estimated hail size is approximately 0.75 inches in diameter, and wind gusts to 50 miles per hour possible. 7 miles south of Highland or 13 miles southeast of Kennewick, moving northwest at 20 miles per hour. That means it should be impacting the Tri-Cities within the hour. Once again, wind gusts to 50, penny-sized hail, and it just got stronger in the last scan. Yeah, this thing's putting down some hail right now, 100%. Trying to see if we can load the velocities here on the right. A little hard to tell. It may even have a little low-level rotation, but it's really hard to tell. May have to look at a different radar to see. No, it's contaminated, so let's see if it's rotating on the Spokane radar. Nope, it's pretty hard to see, so if there's any rotation on that, it's very weak. It's really benign at the moment. It looks like that storm near Cle Elum's losing some steam. These are lightning strikes over the last half hour from Weatherbug. See, these are just south of Roslyn, Cle Elum, and just southwest of Thorpe. But the lightning frequency appears to have slowed down tremendously over the last few minutes, which is good news. Don't want any new fire starts. Oh yeah, you can actually see that cell burst through the cloud layer down here near Richland right now. Look at mid-level water vapor. Yep, you can see these storms and these high clouds clearly on that. Airport weather warning. I've never seen that. That's a first. So we now have an airport weather warning for the Tri-Cities Airport. A thunderstorm with cloud-to-ground lightning expected between 6... Get ready, folks. Between 6 and 7 p.m. That really hurt to say. A thunderstorm embedded with abundant lightning. They spelled lightning wrong. Penny-sized hail and 40 to 60 mile per hour erratic wind gusts from thunderstorm outflows. So airport weather warning for Tri-Cities Airport. Heads up. That is moving your way. Look at long wave infrared. Oh yeah. See these darker colors here, the reds and the oranges? Those are colder and therefore taller cloud tops. These little red dots here, these are the primary strong storms we're looking at the moment, and the severe storms. So this just tells you there's a lot of convection, and the fact that these are beginning to merge is telling you that the damaging wind threat is only going to increase as these storms move towards eastern Washington at this time. So we're going to sort of transition from more of a large hail threat to more of a damaging wind threat as these begin to form these bow echoes and these little QLCS systems. Got an update from the Storm Prediction Center. It's going to take a few minutes to load, but they're keeping the slight risk for this forecast period. So it'll probably take a little bit to show. I wonder if Pivotal will even show it right away, but they updated the slight risk. No, it's not going to show anything yet, but we'll just have this on standby. So this is the current valid slight risk and the marginal risk around it. Slights in yellow, marginal dark green, and the general non-severe risk in light green. You do see that this includes Western Washington up to the Olympics. I feel like if we get any storms or even showers tonight, it's going to be directly along the east slopes of the Olympics in the Hood Canal area. Maybe a little bit farther east, but that is still probably 7 to 8 hours away. And I'm pretty sure I'm not going to be up during that time. So, do want to see what changes they made to this, if they made any changes. Let's go to the 4 panel. You do see we still technically have that 2% tornado risk, at least in the recent update, for the Blue Mountains region here in southeast Washington. Then we have a 15% hail risk as well as a SIG 1 15% damaging wind risk, which means damaging winds of 70 plus miles per hour possible within the hatched area down here. This includes Ellensburg, Yakima, the Tri-Cities, and Spokane, by the way. So just a heads up, we're not done yet. Yeah, you can see how high those clouds are over the Puget Sound area right now. And there's not even any storms west of the Cascades, or showers at that, outside of maybe that one over the Olympics. I think this one's about to go severe right here. This is... what county is this? In Oregon. It's all Simulation Man, hello. Saying hello from Port Angeles. Hello from North End, Tacoma. Thank you for tuning in. I think this is Morrow County. Is that Morrow County? Not too familiar with my Eastern Oregon counties. This is moving towards, I believe this is... No, I'm pulling a blank on my counties right now, but I'm not going to worry about that at the moment. Either way, there's a strong to severe thunderstorm. This is moving... Actually, this is moving a little bit towards the southwest, so... What's this town pronounced as? Condon? 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 One of those 4. It's a strong to severe thunderstorm approaching your area. And we're watching this. This could be our first severe thunderstorm warning of the day in Washington State. This is moving directly towards Richland right now. Maybe a little bit west. It's a little hard to tell because it looks like maybe we have a little boundary interaction right there. So it could latch onto the boundary and ride it north into Richland. That's a possibility. Yeah, I do see, it looks like an outflow boundary moving in. And it actually looks like that outflow boundary is what initiated the storm. Because you see, as soon as that outflow boundary moved into the Columbia, that storm exploded off of it. And these might actually be two different converging outflow boundaries that created this storm right here. Old man had a hunting camp out there. Robert Van Warmer tuning in from Elma saying it's windy. That's your marine push. So, yep, see, Shelton's cooled down from 72 to 69 already. And Hoquiam's all the way down to 56. So that's your marine push moving through. And that's going to effectively put a cap on any widespread thunderstorm chances west of the Cascades tonight. The marine push were a couple hours later, I'd be a little more optimistic, but that is not the case. Okay, so the severe warning down here in Oregon has been downgraded to a special weather statement. I'm watching this for a possible future severe thunderstorm warning downstream of this. This is moving towards the west-southwest right now. Feel like if they don't do the severe warning, they'll do a special weather statement like this. Strong thunderstorm will impact Wallowa and Columbia counties in Oregon. Oh, actually, Columbia in Washington, pardon me. So it's Wallowa County in Oregon and Columbia County in Washington. So probably this one. It's got to be this one. Yep, it is. Called it. This says, a strong thunderstorm will impact northwestern Wallowa and southeastern Columbia counties through 6:30 p.m. Strong thunderstorm was being tracked near Ski Bluewood, or 23 miles southeast of Dayton, moving northwest at only 10 miles per hour. Capable of producing wind gusts to 50 miles per hour and half-inch diameter hail. So this is very slowly moving towards Dayton and Waitsburg right now in Washington. We have our second strong storm of the day entering southeast Washington, with a few more knocking on Spokane's doorstep here in the next hour. Yeah, this cell right here is having a pretty nice boundary interaction by the looks of it. Could have a little bit of low-level rotation. Again, super hard to tell, but maybe latching onto that boundary, and it could, there's a small, very small chance that there could be a short-term landspout / tornado threat. But I have very low confidence on that. Okay, need to take a water break. I'm overdue. Gonna need to probably stand up here in a moment. Got a few questions on Facebook too. going to try to reply to as many as possible. This is the thing that sucks about being a one-man show, is when people are asking questions while I'm also doing live stream coverage, it becomes overwhelming to try to keep track of everything. Maybe not boo. Hello, welcome back. Thank you for tuning in. Tacoma going to have storms this weekend? I doubt it. There's a small chance we could have a storm form over the Kitsap Peninsula in the middle of the night. It's been showing up on models for some time, but they have, okay, yeah, they made adjustments on this contour, so looks like Boise's threat is done. So southeastern Oregon and southwestern Idaho, your threat is effectively over for severe storms. The threat has been moved north, so this still includes extreme western Montana, northern Idaho, the Panhandle, all of eastern Washington, and northeastern Oregon, north central and northeastern Oregon, with a slightly wider marginal risk around that as well. And I'm guessing they probably dropped the tornado risk. Surprisingly, they did not. There's still a 2% tornado risk for extreme southeastern Washington and a good chunk of northeastern Oregon. So, something to keep tabs on for sure. That storm's getting nasty down near the Tri-Cities right now. And we have a new flash flood warning as well. Southwestern Shoshone County in Idaho until 8:15. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. So, heads up, if you're in this little sliver of Shoshone County, flash flood warning's in effect for the next 2 hours. I actually missed that. The ding went off and I completely overlooked it. But yeah, the NWS in Spokane issued that flash flood warning. Winds picking up big in Lewis Clark Valley, Washington, Idaho. Crazy looking storm clouds as well. I'd say that's very likely the wind at least is from the marine push coming in through the mouth of the Columbia, because it's gusting pretty good out of the northwest on the Oregon side. So starting to really cool off the Puget Sound interior here as the marine push works its way up the Puget Sound. So relief from the heat today is on the way. Now, this Boeing segment down here over Sisters is about to cross over the Cascade Crest. Now, this is moving out of the NWS Pendleton area, and this is going to be moving into, I believe this is the NWS Portland area. So let's see if the National Weather Service in Portland puts out any new products for this, as in any advisories, or in a lesser likelihood, any warnings. Which right now they don't have anything. On my end, they dropped the tornado risk. I'll have to go double up on that. They did. Yes, I just had to refresh it one more time. There we go. So the tornado risk is done. The tornado threat is effectively over. And I believe we got away with 0 tornadoes. Or landspouts. Landspouts, again, are basically non-supercell tornadoes. They're rotation that isn't connected to the cloud base, effectively. But they can still do minor damage. So yeah, they're maintaining the 15% hail risk for southeastern Washington, northeastern Oregon, and extreme western Idaho here in the Panhandle. They're maintaining the SIG-1 15% damaging wind risk. They did pull it back a little bit. I think it was up towards Chelan and Okanagan counties before, so they might have pulled this back a little more south. This does include Coeur d'Alene, Spokane, Ritzville, the Tri-Cities, Yakima, Ellensburg, and Pendleton. So still a good chance we get some damaging winds in excess of 70 plus miles per hour anywhere in this hatched region before the night's over. Satellite's just going insane right now, but yeah, there's some insane tops on that cell that just crossed into Columbia County. I think this cell may be losing some steam already. Did the boundary actually kill it? It formed along this boundary right here, and this boundary may have put an end to it. Now let's go look at echo tops. Yeah, this storm here is at approximately 32,000 feet. This storm's over 38,000 feet, so that's still a pretty strong storm, nonetheless. Some of the ones out here are insane, and this is from a faraway radar, too. You could imagine what the close radar shows. We're 52,000 feet. 53,000 on this previously severe warned one right here. So, really impressive, again, for Pacific Northwest standards. Truly, truly impressive. I have a good feeling this one's going to go severe warned again. I have a pretty good hunch. That one's nearly stationary, but it's looking like this one's going to interact with the line here soon. We're probably going to have these merge into a much larger segment, because you see this one's... Ooh, we just got a big special weather statement there. Big time special weather statement. Go check out what this is for. Yeah, anyways, it's looking like this complex is moving this way, and this one is very slowly moving this way. We'll see what happens to these storms when they have a storm merger. If they have a storm merger. So this expires at 7:15, saying gusty showers will impact parts of Idaho and southeast Washington. The 52,000 foot tall one is an insane 3,500 surface cape according to mesoscale analysis. You are correct. I brought up the mesoscale analysis earlier, and yeah, this area here in Idaho has some of the most insane instability that you're really ever going to see here in the Pacific Northwest. Like, comparable to the Midwest at this time of the year. It's really, really something else. Yeah, thought for sure Michael was going to start live streaming already, but probably going to wait till the storms move up to central eastern Washington. Anyways, this is talking about gusty showers. Tracking gusty showers along a line extending from near Turner to near Genesee. Movement was north at 30 miles per hour. So wind gusts in excess of 40 miles per hour possible with this little shower complex moving up towards Pullman and Washington State University. So this is going to impact likely the Pomeroy area all the way across to Troy and Moscow, Idaho. So Washington State University and University of Idaho have to be on standby for this as it moves up to the north. I've had huge clouds sitting over me for like 2 hours in Post Falls. Yeah, it could just be the cloud tops extending west from these storms because there's no storm directly over or really within like what 10 miles of you, like 20 to 25 miles. I think this storm here over the Cascades has lost its steam. Yeah, it's history. It's fun while it lasted. But it looks like the instability might be running out over the Cascades. Adventure or Bust is asking, have there been any tornadoes spotted yet? Not to my knowledge. No. I think honestly, the SPC could have done away with the 2% tornado risk much earlier in the day, or just not done it at all. They could have gotten away with that. I'm Leon, Skywarn Spotter Pierce 4 here in Auburn. I think I recognize your name. Are you on my page on Facebook? Wasn't expecting much here tonight, but still hoping for a bit of a light show to my east tonight. I think if we don't get anything else to fire up along the Cascades, then our lightning chances are probably going to be shot. Unless, of course, you fly a drone in the air over all the trees and the hills and whatnot. But outside of that, I think your lightning chances to the east from west of the Cascades looking east is probably pretty low tonight. Probably. The tornado threat lower even with the insane kinematics due to the north-northwesterly flow. I just think there wasn't enough bulk shear over the area with the greatest tornado threat. And there was still uncertainty on exactly what the storm mode was going to be in the short term. So the tornado threat would have been best if the cells stayed discrete. But now that they're growing upscale and turning into a line segment or several line segments over a given area, and that heavily decreases the tornado threat. Because tornadoes most commonly occur with individual discrete cells, particularly supercells, not always in embedded line segments, unless you get like a little QLCS spin up, which is common in the Midwest. You'll have these long squall lines, and then you'll get an area of embedded rotation, and a strong tornado spins up from that. That's really the only shot we have left of any tornado threat. But it's looking like, oh, really? Community Hangout said there was a tornado in Oregon. Ruth Lopez says, hello from Bremerton. Beautiful afternoon. Hello from North End, Tacoma. What do you think is going to happen in the Tri-Cities? Well, they dropped that advisory for the Tri-Cities, but I think the main show is still coming soon. And just got an update from the National Weather Service in Portland. They do have a special weather statement now in effect for that line of storms rolling off the Cascades. This is for the Cascades of Lynn and Lane counties. Strong thunderstorms along the line extending from near Camp Sherman to 8 miles east of Waldo Lake. Movement was west at 30 miles per hour. Wind gusts to 40 miles per hour possible. This does partially include Oak Ridge and Blue River. So, heads up if you're in Blue River, Oak Ridge, or know anyone around this area. Gusty showers and embedded thunderstorms on the way. But they're going to be running into a much more stable air mass here as soon as they cross over the Cascade Crest, and they'll likely start to die out pretty quick once they do. Seems like we often get some EF0s that one or two people see in the middle of nowhere with conditions like this, but never really anything more. That's just life in the Pacific Northwest. Community Hangout says it wasn't warned, but it was spotted. Was it spotted by DL Scales by chance, or was it a trained spotter? Do you know? I'm impressed by our viewership here on YouTube. We've stayed above 100 viewers for See how long here. Been above 100 viewers since about 5:25, so almost an hour. So thank you guys for sharing the stream. Thank you guys for hanging in there even during slow times, if there are any right now. This is the most action I've gotten here on the live stream in a long time, and it's not even for the Puget Sound. I don't know who it was spotted by. Okay, I'll keep my eyes out for any storm reports on that. Yeah, Leon, you're correct. It is like throwing a needle in a haystack trying to get the ingredients to set up right west of the Cascades. It worked several times, though. I think the best setup we've had, as long as I've been alive, was May 4th, 2017, where Lacey had that huge microburst storm. Overall, the best synoptic setup I've ever seen around here. It was in Forest Grove. Okay. Forest Grove area. I wonder if that's near Burns. Because there were some pretty well-rotating supercells down here in Burns earlier. Does look like we have a thunderstorm in the Tri-Cities vicinity. Yeah, we had a new one that just split off here over in Findlay. See what happens when it interacts with this boundary right here. Is it going to strengthen it, or is it going to shred it apart? Actually, this storm likely just rolled off the boundary. See, the boundary kind of depleted it for a little bit, and then it started to gain strength again once the boundary moved out. So I'm seeing what looks like maybe two separate outflow boundaries here that we could possibly get storms to initiate off of. Yeah, by far the best action right now is in the Idaho Panhandle. But it's going to be moving off towards Spokane here very shortly. And I'm very surprised this doesn't have a severe warning. This is approaching, again, I'm probably going to butcher this name, but this is Condon or Condon, something like that. Very strong cell, likely producing pretty large hail, possibly over an inch in diameter, moving towards your direction right now. And I don't know why this doesn't have a severe warning, but that is a monster storm right there. I'm hoping they put a severe warning out in the next 5 minutes. At the very least, for this zone right here. Because this city right here probably doesn't know what's coming their way. I missed the August 2024 thunderstorms in Western Washington because I was on vacation, yet I was here for the March 26th Nothing Burger. Oh man, don't even remind me on that. Yeah, what a blunder that was, am I right? Arguably the worst bust in Pacific Northwest history. Like, I don't know if it's even close. Idaho NWS is always slacking. If you're talking about down here, this is actually the NWS in Pendleton. So, Pendleton covers this area. Yeah, so I don't know what's going on with NWS Pendleton, but this for sure looks like a very severe storm. Like that, it's got a very strong hail core. Reflectivity exceeding, it's almost up to 70 dBz right there, which is very large hail. And still nothing from NWS Pendleton on that. That's crazy. But this special weather statement is about to expire, so maybe we'll get a new severe warning for the Condon area. Again, please don't take my head off for mispronouncing that if I did. Talking about the one up north by the Panhandle, I think that one is under Boise. Panhandle up here is under Spokane. I'm not sure where the cutoff between Boise and Spokane is, but I've been getting alerts for at least Shoshone County northward. Shoshone and Lewis counties northward. So this area is definitely covered by Spokane. Pendleton NWS is goated. Really think that's out of their range. Really like what the storm's doing out here approaching Pasco. This could at least get a special weather statement in the next few minutes. But it could even go severe warn too. I'm actually impressed at how discreet these storms are so far. Like, I was thinking they should have at least started forming a Boeing segment down here, but that hasn't happened yet. Did they do it? Nope, they did not. They did not for this, but I think they just put out the special weather statement for this. Yeah, it's for East Central Benton, West Central Walla Walla, and South Central Franklin counties. They also just put out a new special weather statement for northwestern Morrow County in Oregon. Is that this one down here, possibly? Yeah, they did. So they put a special weather statement out for this right here. Northwestern Morrow, Northwestern Wheeler, North Central Jefferson, Southern Gilliam, South Central Sherman, and Southeastern Wasco counties through 7/15. So this is forming a line down here, capable of producing wind gusts of 50 miles per hour and, what was that? Half-inch hail. But I still believe this is a severe thunderstorm. I think this is producing at least 1-inch diameter hail. That right there, that's one of the strongest storms on the day so far, and it doesn't have a warning, which is incredible to me. Sheila Rickers says, wish I was there, love storms like this from Kansas, miss good storms. Why special and not severe thunderstorms? That's what I'm wondering. We do have what looks like a strong to possibly severe storm. Yeah, that's looking like a severe storm about to move into Washington here. Going to move into northeastern Whitman County over the next probably half hour to an hour or so. So this is going to move into Farmington, Oakdale, and up towards Rosalia. So Thornton and Toccoa, I think. Toccoa also need to be on standby for this. I feel like this will likely go severe warned if it keeps up like that. The brand new special weather statement for the Tri-Cities. Well, 2 of the 3 Tri-Cities. So this does include Pasco and Kennewick. Strong thunderstorm moving a little bit north of west, so it is moving towards Richland as well as West Pasco. And heads up to Tri-Cities Airport has an airport weather warning in effect. The first I've seen of its kind. Yikes. Purple in that, yes. You're seeing, at one point this was almost 70 dBz. It's still over 65 dBz, so that's likely producing at least quarter-inch diameter hail, or quarter-size hail, which is about 1 inch in diameter. So I personally think this should be a severe warning for the Condon area. Let's see, we got a new severe thunderstorm warning from NWS Spokane for Benewah and Latah counties in Idaho. Is that this right here? Okay, this warning expired. That's going to fall off the map. These 2 have both expired, actually. So one of these just went severe warned. And I'm thinking it's this one right here. Moving towards Farmington, Washington right now. Well, we have 140 people in the YouTube chat, and we got only 9 people on Facebook. So, wow, Facebook's doing terrible. Latah County is Moscow, Idaho. Okay. Yeah, this county right here, that is Latah County right there. And yeah, it was. So yeah, this is Latah and Benawah counties. This includes, I believe that's Tenst and DeSmet. So it expires at 7:15 p.m. and radar indicates up to 1.5-inch diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Moving northwest at 15 miles per hour, so very slow storm speed still. Ping pong ball size hail. Again, you don't see that too often here in the Pacific Northwest. If you do, it's pretty rare. But these are all radar indicated threats. So this is about to enter Washington here, probably in the next 20 minutes or so, maybe less. I think this is likely going to probably try to congeal in the one line segment over the next hour or so, as it moves up towards Yakima and Desert Air, Vantage, surrounding cities like that. Alex says, I'm in South Kennewick and it's pretty calm. Hey, how's our drought situation? Do I even want to start with that? Right now, there's 0 drought west of the Cascades, but there is drought east of the Cascades. There's a lot of debate going on right now on whether a drought emergency should have been declared, but I'm not going to go super in depth into it because I know it's going to start drama. So let's just say there's still a statewide drought emergency in effect for Washington state. That's just the way it is. Snowpack is at record lows, and there's not going to be much, if anything, to replenish the watersheds this summer when everything melts off. Guys, I'm going to stand up and take a stretch break, so I'm going to run ads real quick on YouTube. Facebook, just hang tight. Storms in the Midwest had a storm that had CD-size hail. Ooh, yeah, I've been sitting for too long. We're definitely going to stand up and take a break. 100%. Do see blue skies again out my window, though. I'm in Desert Air south of Mattawa. Can you look at Missoula? Yeah, sure. So, once again, Missoula is in the severe thunderstorm watch, and wow, boy, what a complex that is. See some Boeing segments in this too, so that's likely producing very strong winds. I don't know why the special weather statement only has winds of 30. That's probably a pretty huge wind bag at the moment. Might have even been a little hook echo on that. Let's look at velocities. Yeah, it's hard to tell. Might have been rotating a little bit right here, but any rotation on that is very broad and disorganized, so I don't count on that being any sort of tornado or landspout threat. I think it's just likely going to be large hail and damaging winds. But this is moving towards the north-northwest, so it's moving away from Missoula. Grish Lab says, hi all, checking in from Spokane, waiting patiently for stuff to pass without incident. Patience is a virtue because it's on the way. Yeah, I think this entire thing should be a severe thunderstorm warning. Judging by radar guidance, I think this should be a severe thunderstorm warning. Not a special weather statement. You have some new initiation near Ritzville as well. No lightning being picked up on radar scope at least, but this is pretty much directly over I-90. This is between Moses Lake and Ritzville and affecting the town of Odessa as well. So watch out. Again, these are nearly stationary. They're not moving very much. So likely to produce at least heavy rain, maybe some hail and a little lightning here in the near future. Alexis is saying, can you check Athol, Idaho? Oh. Unfortunately, set off my echo on accident. I think, oh, it reconnected to Wi-Fi, I guess. Okay. Anyways, Athol, Idaho area. Believe that's right up here. Okay. Yeah, you do have a storm moving towards that area right now. Pretty strong one at that, too. Hey, Mark Skelton, hello. Is this moving towards BC? Not your part of BC. No, if it does impact BC, it's going to be east of the lower mainland. It's going to stay east of Vancouver Island and east of the lower mainland. There is a severe thunderstorm watch for the Kelowna and Vernon area, though, in BC. And we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for the Merritt area in BC, issued by Environment Canada. So, severe thunderstorm capable of producing strong wind gusts up to quarter-size hail and very heavy rain. Yeah, this severe storm is about to move into De Smet, Idaho. Water break, and then I'm going to take a standing break here in a moment. Okay, taking a break. BRB. Oh, I'm going to delight myself to a short little snack break. Calling for showers near Nanaimo tomorrow morning at chance. Yeah, showers will for sure be in the equation, but storms, a much less likelihood. Go look at these storms in the Tri-Cities. This one's directly over Kennewick. I think luckily we may be getting some heavy rainfall over that fire burning out here right now. Let's go check on that. The Country Meadows fire. This is via watchduty.org. It looks like this is a new fire. Residents or resources are on scene of 3 small fires along Washington 240 westbound in the city of Richland. I don't know if that has anything to do with lightning, but it's entirely possible. There's the Country Meadows fire. And yeah, there's substantial rainfall moving in. So that's going to be a huge relief for people in the Kennewick area. Calm on Banks Lake, thank you for the report. Our news said it might get a little stormy over here. If it does get stormy, the best chance will be over the east side of the Olympics overnight. Models have been showing potential storms over Kitsap County at around 1 a.m., but they've since backed off on that. But I'm not sure if I'm buying it. So there's still a stray chance of maybe a couple of thunder boomers between like 11 p.m. and 1 a.m. around the Bremerton area. This storm down here is actually moving outside of the advisory polygon. That's funny. Yeah, it does look like they're initiating along the boundary now. Yeah, you see a little blue line right here? That's an outflow boundary. That is helping to initiate these storms because it's adding lift. And lift is a key component to getting storms. You can have all the instability and the moisture in the world, but if you can't lift it, then you're not going to get anything. Okay, storm in Odessa is now producing lightning. Yep, so lightning in Odessa city limits. That is in I believe this is Lincoln County. Storms in Adams and Lincoln counties right now. We have some development here in the Yakima area as well. But by far the best environment by a mile is in the Idaho Panhandle. There's a big storm near Bend, Oregon. Yeah, that is moving over the Cascade Crest right now. It's actually the one that Storm Chaser DL Scales was on. I think he's retreating north towards this complex up here now. Yeah, National Weather Service Portland has put out an advisory for the Cascades of Lynn and Lane counties. Right. Coming back into the Tri-Cities from Hermiston. I think I-82 towards Yakima or 395 towards Ritzville will be best for lightning later on. Let's make a short-term forecast here real quick. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning issued out here as well. Based on what I'm seeing right now, I'm going to say that Yakima has the better chance. That is going to be my call right now, is Yakima. It depends if all of this goes upscale here over southeast over southeast Washington. This line begins to expand and really start to strengthen there along this boundary. Then I could see something going up towards Ritzville outside of what's going on just northwest of Ritzville. This new severe thunderstorm warning is for this storm over Elk River. So this is once again moving towards St. Mary's. Another very robust storm smacking Elk River, likely with pretty large hail. Yeah, up to 1.25 inch diameter hail. You can tell the marine push just moved into Tacoma. Really breezy all of a sudden. So the marine push is here. So get ready for the cool down here in the Puget Sound. It is very much imminent. It's a fast moving storm, not gonna lie. 0Z Her running right now seems to show activity around Seattle starting around 10 p.m. One model in 1 hour. Yeah, the Her actually has been surprisingly consistent with that possible complex over the Kitsap Peninsula. Let's check it out. Yeah, the 0Z is almost done, so. Yeah, it's trying to. It's farther east than it was showing before. This is around 08Z, 1 a.m., so. Oh, I didn't see that. Has a little cell over, basically right on Squim's doorstep. Then it crosses over the Puget Sound, weakens a lot, and then tries to re-intensify as the edge of the storm boundary crosses the Cascades. So, of course, the 23Z is completely different. The 18Z is... See, this is what I was talking about right here. This was 6 model runs ago on the HRRR model, and this was showing potential thunderstorms over the Kitsap Peninsula and even down towards the Key Peninsula. Like, this would be close enough to possibly have thunder wake the Tacoma area up at 2 a.m. But, again, 1 model, 1 run, and very inconsistent now. We had much more consistency earlier, and it was showing this for like 6 to 8 model runs. Thunderstorms around 1 a.m. Near the Hood Canal area. And now it's just completely turned on us. So it's really just watching it close at this point and seeing what the heck happens. But there is still a small non-zero chance that we have maybe a rumble of thunder in the Seattle area early in the morning tomorrow. But it's pretty minuscule at best. But overall, I think the 0Z Her might be overdoing it for a few of these. It's doing a really good job showing this complex out here near Ritzville, though. Clashing between marine air and the drier, unstable air. Perhaps, yes. If anything forms over the Seattle area, it's going to be elevated convection. Because it's going to be nighttime and all the surface heating is lost. So we're going to drop down into the 60s, maybe even the 50s. And the surface-based development is off the table. So it's all going to be elevated. Which means, let me see if I can show you guys an example if it shows any elevated convection on the sounding. Yeah, it does. So it shows low top, high base, elevated convection. So you see how this LFC yellow line is over 3 kilometers high? Normally, if it were surface-based, this would be down towards 1 kilometer, typically. The cloud base is pretty much at 3 kilometers, so the bases of the clouds at the time are going to be 3,000 meters in the air. It's a good thing that the boundary layer here, the lowest layer of the atmosphere, is saturated, because we could not afford even one single stray dry lightning strike with the way the fire conditions are right now statewide. Okay, we have a new special weather statement for that storm complex out near Odessa and Ritzville. Just issued. This is for the town of Odessa, and that's really about it, because there's nothing else out here. Luckily, this is going to stay mostly in rural Lincoln County, but it is moving up towards Heartline and Almira on its current trajectory. And this severe storm over DeSmet, Idaho, is going to be moving into northeastern Whitman County here in Washington in just a few minutes. And I don't know what's going on in the Pendleton office, but come on. Seriously, no severe thunderstorm warning? You gotta be kidding me with. And this storm here has already outran the advisory polygon. They should have put a new advisory out for like Richland and Benton City. So I hope they put one of those out soon. It expires in 7 minutes, and I do anticipate hopefully a new advisory for the Benton City area, because this is moving up I-82 right now, directly towards Benton City. You know what? Actually, the 0Z HER is not doing too bad showing the Yakima area. Let's go to 7 p.m. again on the 0Z HER. Doing a really good job showing these over here. So look at that one over Central Douglas. It's actually not doing half bad. I'm not going to lie. HRRR model is actually kind of doing pretty darn good. And we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Shoshone County in Idaho. Which I believe is this county right here. We probably just got the severe thunderstorm warning expanded here, or they're expanding this one out into St. Mary's. Mark is asking, where is the cold front now? I don't think there's a noticeable cold front with the system. If you're talking about the marine push, then the marine push is working its way up through Tacoma right now. You can see the wind direction has shifted and our temperatures are beginning to fall. But these storms aren't initiating off of a frontal boundary. Okay, I was way off on that. Wow, that was that was bad. This is Shoshone County. Okay. Oh, this is moving up towards Mullen Pass right now. So anywhere between Wallace and Mullen Pass, be on the lookout in the next hour for a potential severe thunderstorm. This is capable of producing 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and 1.5-inch diameter hail. We got a new mesoscale discussion for our eastern Oregon and southwestern Idaho severe thunderstorm watch. As a matter of fact, they actually started taking counties out of it. So Boise and Baker City surrounding areas are now no longer under a severe thunderstorm watch. But La Grande, John Day, areas west and north in the NWS Pendleton warning area, still remain in the severe watch for another hour. So is there hail? Will there be hail in Tri-Cities? If there's not already, then there would be hail likely just south of Kennewick with this little cell right here about to cross I-82. I'd say overall, this was your best chance of hail. This was at 627. Really strong radar reflectivity in these two spots. Those are decent hail cores. And then they conjoined again just outside of Kennewick here. And it seems like the storms are kind of handing off down here to the south. So any hail right now would most likely be just south of Kennewick along I-82. And then getting crazy development out here near White Swan as well. Unfortunately, there's no super close radar site, so we're working with a pretty low resolution on that one. I saw we just got up to about 150 YouTube viewers. Welcome in, everyone. This is Anthony here, Puget Sound Stormwatch. Thank you all for tuning into today's Eastern Washington and Eastern Oregon live stream coverage. Let's check this storm. Is it moving? It is, but it's moving very, very slowly. So heads up, White Swan area. Probably see a special weather statement on that in a few minutes. Strong storm, capable of producing strong wind and I'd say easily up to penny-sized hails moving towards you right now, as well as heavy rain and cloud-to-ground lightning. So again, that's White Swan. Strong thunderstorm on your doorstep. Got a new special weather statement for the severe thunderstorm moving up towards Spokane right now. Probably hearing the thunder rumble pretty good near Wazoo and UI right now. That is Washington State University and University of Idaho. New tip from Julie. Thank you so much for your coffee donation. Yeah, that is Julie Rogers. Thank you for your 2 coffee donations. Appreciate that. And she says, hi there, about to move to Northwest Montana. You're not wrong about how dry this area is, and dry lightning is a big concern for them. Watching my new home from my old home in Tacoma. Well, hopefully your move goes well, Julie, and thank you again for your support. I really appreciate it. Thank you all to everyone who has donated so far, and this is a time for me to take a break and talk about ways that you can help support the Puget Sound Stormwatch streams in the future, and that is through coffee. Best way to donate. And see, we have this new supporter from earlier. Thank you for your knowledge. Thank you, Kim, for your support, and this will update with Julie here momentarily. So I have the link to this pinned in the YouTube and Facebook comments, as well as the lower right corner of the stream where the coffee sign is. If you guys want to help support Puget Sound Stormwatch, that's the best way to do it. And thank you so much for your generosity. You can still easily see the strongest storms here on satellite, where these cloud tops are punching through the cirrus cloud layer out here. You'll kind of see that convection firing up over the Olympics too, so we'll have to watch that closely. We have this strong thunderstorm crossing the Columbia very likely soon. And that has an advisory out for southwestern Benton and southeastern Klickitat counties in Washington. But still no severe warning on that, so I'm not sure what they're seeing. They're saying hail size is only pea size. I'm not sure. I don't buy it. I think the hail size has got to be at least penny size with that, if not quarter size. Just my personal opinion. Also have a mesoscale precipitation discussion talking about flash flooding possible. We're going to switch gears here for just a moment. And look into that. All the storms between the Cascade Crest and Yakima have been moving very slowly. This is true. Got super windy here on Whidbey, and it got cold fast and cloudy. It was warm and nice today, and it came in. Marine push. 101. That's your marine push. Okay, so let's see here. An isolated to widely scattered flash flood threat will linger across northern Oregon into southern southeastern Washington and northern Idaho over the next 3 to 5 hours. Potential will exist for peak hourly rain of 1 to 1.5 inches and isolated totals up to 2 inches through midnight or 07 Zulu time. With sunset, the onset of nocturnal cooling at the surface is expected to stabilize the low levels and reduce ongoing widely scattered convective activity, aka thunderstorms, over western Montana and the portions of the Idaho Panhandle. However, strong ascent or rising motion ahead of a mid to upper level shortwave trough spoke advancing into southeastern Oregon will maintain areas of thunderstorms as they continue to advance towards the north and west within a broken axis. Embedded stronger cores within this convective axis will be capable of producing 1 to 1.5 inches of rain in an hour or two, resulting in isolated to widely scattered flash flooding. So, and heads up, that's pretty much all of eastern Washington and northeastern Oregon, as well as the Idaho Panhandle. So, thought I would put that out there real fast. Okay. Wow. Got a lot going on here in Franklin County now. Must have had some sort of boundary interaction there because this storm blew up. It went nuclear as it crossed into Franklin County. So, if you're along, I believe this is US 395 between Pasco and Mesa. Watch out, strong thunderstorm coming your way. I'd even consider this a severe thunderstorm already. That thunderstorm in central Douglas County is also starting to go pretty ballistic too. This is just southeast of Waterville. And that is nearly stationary. So, severe thunderstorm warning has been dropped here in Benawa and Latah counties here in Idaho. Replaced with a flash flood warning for, I believe this is Benawa County. Yes, it is. So, special weather statement likely coming soon, if not a severe thunderstorm warning for Benton and or Franklin counties in eastern Washington. They just put an advisory on this storm here in Douglas County. I believe will include Waterville. Yep. Well, not including Waterville, but it was Douglas County. So, this is set to expire at 8 p.m. tonight. Hail size 3/4 of an inch and wind gusts to 40 miles per hour possible. Let's go look at meso analysis real quick and see what's going on with our CAPE values. Make sure this is refreshed. Yeah, we still have over 3,500 joules per kilogram of CAPE in the Idaho Panhandle, where those strongest storms are. Seems like the storms forming in the Tri-Cities right now are still in pretty good CAPE. They're between 1,500 to 2,000 joules per kilogram of CAPE, which is more than sufficient for severe thunderstorms. It's more than enough, and then some. 3,500 in the Idaho Panhandle is unprecedented, though. That's why we still have these severe storms moving up towards Spokane right now. We did just get a new advisory for Walla Walla and Franklin counties for that storm, about to cross Highway 395 between Pasco and Mesa here in the next half hour or so. Looks like that other cell down near Kennewick also just got a statement put on it as well. By the looks of it. We'll wait for that to pop up. Just installed an upgraded rainwater catch and click attach. Rain, yes. Hail, hail, no. Really hope that works out for you. Looks like this is trying to expand into a line, for sure. I fully believe this will congeal into one individual line segment and start moving up the Columbia. Unless something freakish happens and it breaks up. There we go. They also put out an advisory for white swan for that thunderstorm as well. So this special weather statement is in effect for 7:30. This includes Kennewick and Richland and the outskirts of Benton City. Reducing pea-size hail and wind gusts to 50 miles per hour. And this one for White Swan, Yakima County. This one is set to expire at 7:45, with again pea-sized hail and wind gusts to 50 miles per hour. Both of these are moving northwest at about 20 to 25 miles per hour. Might be an outflow boundary right there. Yep, that looks like an outflow boundary, so we'll see if any storms fire up along this outflow boundary and start to latch to it. I think it's trying to do that right now just outside of Ritzville. It's trying to latch onto the outflow boundary and begin to build some storms up. But strong storms, possibly severe storms, moving into Spokane here in the next hour. Sunny in Bellevue. Report just came in. It looks like Michael Snyder has gone live with Pacific Northwest Weather Watch. So they are now doing their live storm chase. If you guys want to see that live storm chase, go to the Pacific Northwest Weather Watch YouTube channel. Sorry, guys. I need a little food, so. Hmm. So, probably getting some outflow winds from this outflow boundary around the Sprague area on I-90. So, just over the next couple of hours, please take heavy precautions if you're driving along I-90 or any of these highways in eastern Washington. Wait until after dark if you can. All right. I'm going to try to not get distracted by that stream. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning issued for Spokane County. This is moving up towards Spokane and Airway Heights. This also includes, or doesn't also include, but it's heading towards the Fairchild Air Force Base in Airway Heights. So, cities in this polygon include Rockford, Fairfield, Waverly, and Spangle. This is in effect until 8 p.m. Quarter size hail expected, as well as 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So, Spokane County, severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 8 o'clock. Yeah, those Cascade thunderstorms went kaput, for sure. That little cell over the Olympics kind of gave up as well. But again, I'll be watching that area very closely because models do show potential for some strong showers, maybe an isolated thunderstorm overnight for the Puget Sound area, but I'm still kind of doubting it. You consider Michael Snyder your friend, and if so, how often do you go storm chasing with him? Well, I've never met him. I'll be honest, I've never met Michael Snyder. But I'm probably going to be meeting him in August. I think us weather enthusiasts are going to be having a get-together potluck, so I might meet him in August, but... They just took a couple more counties out of the watch. So, you guys saw that disappear. They just took this area and this area out of the watch. And these counties here will expire in 45 minutes, unless it's canceled early. Hopefully we get enough rain to keep the lightning from starting a bunch of fires. I agree. So, new special weather statement for Walla Walla and Franklin counties. So that would be, I believe, for this one up here. This complex. Then another severe thunderstorm warning for Shoshone County in Idaho. Which must be this guy right here. Still, these storms right here are in the area of greatest instability. So these are going to be hanging on for some time. Hey there, Miss Courtney Olivia. Long time no see. I have a friend that lives in Yakima. How's it looking for her? I'm watching to see where these cells go. Because right now, they're on the way towards Yakima, but will they stay strong enough to bring strong to severe storms to Yakima is the question. So, these ones over the Tri-Cities right now, those are moving your way. But that'll, based on storm speed and how relatively slow it is, it may be a couple of hours. And yeah, they just put out a big polygon here for that special weather statement. But there's nobody in this. However, this complex is moving towards Connell right now. So again, if you're on US 395 between Pasco and Mesa, heads up. Strong to severe thunderstorm on your doorstep. Tiny cell clouds near Ladysmith now. Otherwise, the Yakima area, the closest storm you have right now is over White Swan. But it is weakening as it moves off to the northwest. So, we'll see if that decides to hang on or not. Okay, just got a severe thunderstorm warning for Lincoln County for this cell over Odessa. So that is now our second severe thunderstorm warning in Washington State so far this afternoon. So strong thunderstorm, strong to severe thunderstorm directly over Odessa right now. I believe this is moving off towards the northwest. So probably put the polygon somewhere in here, I'd imagine. Yep. Hit the nail right on the head. So, the Odessa area, Lincoln County, you're now under a severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to go for the next hour. So, until 8:15 p.m. tonight, this storm is capable of producing hail up to 1.5 inches in diameter and wind gusts to 60 miles per hour. Moving very slowly to the northwest, only 15 miles per hour. So, ping pong ball size hail possible for Odessa and surrounding areas. Gonna go check in on Mike's live stream real quick. Sorry guys, I'm just tuning in to Michael's live stream real quick. If you guys want to see his stream, Pacific Northwest Weather Watch on YouTube. You're currently in the severe thunderstorm warning in Odessa right now. They're probably going to drive into ping pong ball size hail here any moment. That's a gnarly complex about to move into Klickitat County, Washington. not want to be along I-84 right now in Arlington, for sure. That's a slow-moving complex producing very heavy rain, large hail, lightning, and strong to damaging winds. So just don't drive on I-84 between Hermiston and the Dalles right now. It's just not going to be a fun time. Sorry, guys. Almost done with my chips, I promise. Okay, so they just updated the severe thunderstorm warning for Lincoln County to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. They upped it to 1.75-inch hail, which is considered a considerable threat. Just going to tell Mike real quick. Need more information on Castlegar, BC. A huge storm just started developing in Idaho, and I have never seen the wind direction go southeast before. We'll look into that in just a moment. Castlegar. Okay, there you are. Yeah, I'd be on standby. You're not in a severe thunderstorm watch right now, but these storms are eventually going to be moving up towards your area. Maybe just west. Be more concerned about these thunderstorms over here moving up towards that area. But that's still going to be a few hours out. Maybe after dark. Alrighty. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Mullen Pass. Includes Silverton, Wallace, and Mullen. This is for the next 50 minutes, so this is until 8:15. 1-inch diameter hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible. Then severe thunderstorm warnings still in effect for Lincoln and Spokane counties as well. We just got a special weather statement for the southern part of the storm, for Grant and Adams counties. Wind gusts 40 miles per hour, hail up to nickel size as well. So 0.88-inch diameter hail and 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible for eastern Grant and northwestern Adams counties. That polygon will show up here in just a moment. Oh, it also includes Lincoln as well. Forgot to mention Lincoln. So, north central Adams, southwestern Lincoln, and eastern Grant. That will pop up here in just a moment. And there it is. Cloud top is already above me if you look at the satellite map. Oh, I believe you, because we have cloud tops extending all the way up to Bellingham from these eastern Washington storms right now. Watching the live stream on Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, I saw lightning. Yeah, there is lightning in the vicinity of Coeur d'Alene. Starting to see new development of storms. This infant of the major one around Sand Point. Probably talking about these cells right here, especially this one near Clark Fork. But these are starting to outrun the greatest instability. So there's some good news if you don't want severe storms. They're starting to outrun the instability axis a bit. In front, I meant. Okay. So it would help if I was on the right radar, right? Oh yeah, there we go. I see what you're talking about now. Yeah, that radar completely missed this one near Bonner's Ferry, so I see exactly what you mean now. So look at how potent this outflow boundary is between these two storms here. The fact that it shows up that clearly on radar is insanity. On standby to see if we get any new warnings. Okay, guys, I'm going to take a quick break and finish my chips so that I'm not eating the rest of the time. I realize it's not the most professional, but man's got to eat. So I'm going to go finish these off screen real quick, and then I'll be back momentarily. So just hang on tight, folks. Okay. Thank you guys for your patience. Took care of that. Got some water in me. I think we're good to go for a little bit longer. Seeing a bunch of cumulus towering clouds around Castlegar, BC, but no development on the radar yet. Eventually, I feel like it's coming. You can already see the blips near Bonner's Ferry moving up towards you right now. You lost 30 viewers. Yep, that's just how it goes. When you take a break, you lose viewership. You know, it's just part of the game. Man, look at that outflow boundary. That is crazy. That's probably kicking up some dust, too. So, Creston, Davenport, Reardon may have to watch out for some blowing dust with this outflow boundary coming through. And Harrington also. Next town in line is Harrington. I'm amazed these still haven't been severe warned. I personally think that National Weather Service Pendleton's being pretty conservative. I can tell these are starting to grow into one longer line segment, for sure. This is all going to grow upscale into one likely bowed out segment. But yeah, they upgraded this to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Max wind gust 60 miles per hour and 1.75-inch hail potentially for Odessa. This is moving north at only 15 miles per hour, so it just left downtown Odessa and it's moving up along. Don't even remember which highway this is, but either way, it's moving up towards Almira. And then a very strong storm right behind it. Wouldn't be surprised if this gets a severe warning. This is going to be going into Grant and Lincoln counties as well. So maybe severe thunderstorm warning coming soon for extreme northwestern Adams County, as well as Grant and Lincoln for this secondary cell right behind it. Yeah, this Douglas County cell is starting to lose strength. That'll expire in 24 minutes, but it could be canceled earlier as well. I don't really see a reason why they would extend this at the moment. This cell out near White Swan is on its last gasp. This advisory expires in 9 minutes. That should be allowed to expire without any reissuance. And then round number 2 coming up for these areas as this line begins to expand out towards the east a bit. The 37 degrees Celsius, that is literally body temperature. That is 98.6 degrees Fahrenheit. Really, it peaked at 90 at, yeah, you're right. 90 Fahrenheit, 98 Fahrenheit. That's incredible for out there. Incredible. Let's go check meso analysis one more time. Yeah, any instability that was west of the Cascades is gone. Let's check most unstable though. Yeah, there's basically zero instability west of the Cascades. So that's going to really throttle our thunderstorm chance tonight, anywhere west of the Cascades. So, Boise area, you're done. You got a little bit of instability left here in southeastern Oregon, but for the most part, southern Idaho and Oregon are done. And northeastern Oregon is going to be coming to a conclusion here very soon. As soon as this line of storms crosses the Columbia, that's going to be it for Oregon. You're going to be in the clear. Done. Still have really stout instability here, though, in the Idaho Panhandle. As a matter of fact, I think it's pretty close to 4,000 joules per kilogram right now. I can't tell if that's a 4 right there or if that's 3,500. But it's possible that there may be an area of 4,000 joules per kilogram of CAPE, which is astoundingly high. Watching that closely, but These storms are eventually going to begin to outrun the instability axis, and that is when they will dissipate. So this is the forecast for 6 hours out, for example. You see the shower complex has moved off in the BC, and the instability begins to decrease as you lose the daytime heating. Still around 2,000 joules per kilogram for the Missoula area, but the moisture will have already outran that by the time that happens. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Spokane County. And this includes the city of Spokane. So, heads up. Spokane, Cheney area, Airway Heights, Fairchild Air Force Base, this is moving towards you. So, city of Spokane, you are now in a severe thunderstorm warning for the next 36 minutes. This will expire at 8:15 p.m. 1-inch diameter hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible. How high is the Cape where I am? Is it going to be high? Let's see exactly where Castlegar is again. Castlegar is just north of Mendelene Falls, so you're going to be right around here. So, right now there's ample instability. You got around 2,000 to 2,500 joules per kilogram of Cape. But by the time this complex makes it up to you, you're not going to have much instability left because the sun would have already gone down. And that surface-based heating is going to be long gone. So your storm threat's going to crash off a cliff over the next couple of hours. If this storm complex was a little bit farther north, you'd have a better shot. But it's looking like your instability is going to run out before the moisture reaches you. Up in Castlegar, BC. Rabbits are still staying below ground. What do they know? Good question. What do they know? I do notice, though, that the frequency of severe thunderstorm warnings is going down noticeably. Looks like there's a very small chance this Douglas County cell may be trying to re-intensify, but it's struggling to right now. The sun's starting to go down. We're starting to lose our daytime heating, and the cloud cover's taken over. So once that instability runs out, these storms are about done. But that's still a couple hours away. So we have to watch what happens with the band over in Spokane, and we got to watch what happens down in the Tri-Cities area. Man, again, I-84 near Arlington. Tough to be on right now. And Washington Highway 14 in Roosevelt. Would not want to be driving out there right now. That's all I'm saying. Hey, Sonia, welcome back. Cat is very sick. Took her to the vet yesterday. She knows better. Needs to go to the emergency vet shortly in Linwood. Sonia, very sorry to hear about your cat, and it is okay. Don't worry. You're not missing very much anyways here on the streams. But, best of luck to you, and hopefully all goes well. Okay, we have new severe thunderstorm warning for Bonner and Shoshone counties in Idaho. This one right here, near Clark Fork. One-inch diameter hail, 60-mile-per-hour gusts. In effect till 8:30 tonight. This one's moving southwest at 10 miles per hour, so we're getting some deviant storms already here. Yeah, we're probably going to have these two cells merged down here, as a matter of fact. That could actually intensify this one down here if we get a cell merger. So I'm watching the Sandpoint area. Anywhere from Priest River over to Sand Point needs to be on the lookout about an hour down the stretch. Severe weather is likely imminent. Models are predicting a huge storm to form around midnight, right in front of the main one around Northport, northern Idaho, etc. We'll see. The models have been doing pretty good so far. For the most part, they've been doing all right. We have a storm without an advisory on it about to move into Prosser. Going to cross I-82 between Prosser and Benton City, moving slowly off to the northwest. So heads up, I-82 commuters. Again, between Prosser and Benton City. May want to hold off on your commute until these storms pass. Because after this band passes down here, then you're effectively in the clear. Had an ad pop up, so I didn't hear what you said. Could have sworn you were on YouTube Premium. But nonetheless, I was saying, sorry to hear about your cat. It's okay. Don't worry. You really haven't missed very much on the streams anyways. There really hasn't been much for streaming content. But yeah, like I said, best of luck to you and your cat, and hopefully all goes well in the future. Corey Medina on Facebook is asking, anything for the Olympia-Lacey area? Don't count on it. The air mass is already way too stable thanks to that marine push. Like, we're still at 78 at Boeing Field, so the marine push hasn't quite made it up to Seattle yet. But we're already down below 70 degrees for most of the South Sound and Southwest interior. An exception of Ton Field here, which is at 75 degrees, but the marine push hasn't hit that yet. Coming through Tacoma right now because the wind is kicking up and it's gusting to 24, so that's going to be the thunderstorm killer. So humid out here. Yeah, it's humid inside my room right now. You guys can probably see I'm literally reflecting light off of my head because of how much I'm sweating. I was on premium, but no funds in account. That's okay. Yeah. Maybe we'll see you around for the next stream, whenever that is. But either way, welcome back, even if it's for a short time. What's the largest hail on record in Washington? I don't know off the top of my head, but I'd like to say at least ping pong size. Maybe even golf ball size. Because right now, this storm here near Odessa is actually warned for golf ball size hail. I'd say anywhere between golf ball and tennis ball, but likely closer to golf ball size hail. Okay. They allowed these two advisories for Franklin and Walla Walla counties to expire. Now have a new widespread advisory for most of Franklin and a good chunk of Benton County, which is set to expire at 8:30. Hail up to hail up to nickel size, 0.88 inches in diameter, and wind gusts to 55 miles per hour. So this is borderline severe. I feel like eventually a severe warning will be coming for this, most likely. And if it does, it'll likely be for areas such as Hatton and Othello. Just depends on the timing when they, or if they issue that. Yeah, Spokane area. You got a few more minutes before it starts raining really hard. And probably going to get pretty gusty winds too. I'm not seeing any new observations from the airport sites yet. Like any strong winds, so. But yeah, downtown Spokane, you're in the severe thunderstorm warning until 8:15. So expect 1-inch diameter hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts over the next 30 minutes or so. Looks to me like this cell out here in... Okay, so They just upgraded the severe thunderstorm warning for Spokane to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. So this will be updating here very soon. But they're now predicting up to 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts for downtown Spokane in the next 30 minutes. Did you just do a y'all watch? I guess I did. Yeah, it's too bad Max and Ryan aren't streaming today, so I'm just kind of picking up the slack. Hello from not-so-sunny Spokane. Yeah, watch out. Washington can get pretty crazy storms in the state sometimes. I remember the bomb cyclone in 2024. Ian clocked a gust of over 74 miles per hour. Yep. Good, but not good times. Still a lot of cleanup efforts today from what people are telling me, so. Yeah, so watching out also for the cell over here in central Douglas County. This is starting to recycle a bit. Could put a new advisory on this when it expires in 11 minutes. And this likely won't go severe, but you'll still probably get a special weather statement for probably 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts and maybe half-inch hail at most. Remember the windstorms in 2015? I remember August 2015, that windstorm. It's the most damaging summer storm in Western Washington history. Just overall the most damaging windstorm in the summer ever in the state. We got a new advisory for Adams and Grant counties. So this is probably going to be for this guy right here. Would likely do a little polygon probably right here if I had to say, because it doesn't include Lincoln. It's Western, Adams, and Grant, so it's probably going to be something kind of skewy. Or up there, for example. We also got a new advisory downstream for this line of storms that just crossed US 395, currently over Mesa. So this includes Mattawa, Desert Air, Royal City, Potholes, Warden, Othello, and Lind. Heads up, this is a very long alert. This is going all the way to 9:15 p.m. with wind gusts to 40 miles per hour expected right now. I feel like judging on how potent this line segment is right now, though, I feel like that might be cutting it a little too short. Yeah, you know what? I may have to take back that that call for Central Douglas County. That's looking borderline severe already. It looks better on the Pendleton radar than it does the Spokane radar. Yeah, June 2021. Man, that heat wave was absolutely stupendous. This advisory's taking it sweet. Oh no, you know what? Actually, wow, that was a very poor call. This was actually that one that I thought was going to be right here. No, wow, that was bad. I'm almost embarrassed. No, that was this one. So, yeah, this is moving up towards the Moses Lake area. So Moses Lake, George, Quincy, Ephrata, Warden, Othello. Watch out for this, because it's coming for you, and it doesn't look like it's weakening anytime soon. There's some pretty strong winds showing up a few thousand feet above the ground. Not severe, at least according to the Pendleton radar, but definitely strong winds for sure. Check these cells over here in Spokane. Oh yeah, that's damaging for sure. That's not far above the ground either. Let's check the beam height. Around 2,000 feet, so yeah, there's likely damaging winds about to move into Spokane here shortly. Radar is showing wind gusts, nearly hurricane force wind gusts, about 2,000 feet above the ground, southeast of Spokane, impacting the towns of Waverly and Fairfield right now. This is also moving towards Spokane, so heads up. After this initial round, it's going to be coming through like one by one by one. This line segment is moving, like basically the entire thing is moving parallel to the flow of the storm. So it's just one long line that's going to be cascading through Spokane County like that. And see if they updated. Okay, so it's not, the severe warning for Spokane is not considerable, but the one behind it is. And yeah, it verifies with what we saw right here. So the warning for Spangle, Rockford, Fairfield, and Waverly is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, capable of producing wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour. But Spokane is just in a classic low-end severe thunderstorm warning. And they've dropped the estimated hail size for the Lincoln County storm down to 1.25 inches. Probably put out a new special weather statement for that cell in Douglas after it received some new life. This one might be rotating. How did I not look at that when I was on the Spokane radar? Hard to tell, but it looks like it's got a little rotation on the Pendleton radar. A little bit. Where the red meets the green right there. But it might be slightly contaminated too, so not really going to count on it. All right, someone in the town of Mitchell, Oregon, in Wheeler County reported quarter-size hail at 5:15. Someone posted on social media, supposedly. Okay, so this severe thunderstorm watch for Oregon is about to expire in 5 minutes. And then only the severe watch for eastern Washington, the Idaho Panhandle, and western Montana will remain. So Oregon's about to be done with their severe storm threat for the night. Yeah, so if you're in Yakima and Ellensburg, really anywhere from Moses Lake up to Ellensburg, this is all moving towards you. So just stay aware and don't let your guard down tonight. Still several hours of strong to severe storms likely for eastern Washington. Also, a flood advisory in effect for Spokane and Whitman counties. Urban and small stream flooding possible for these severe thunderstorms here. So this considerable severe thunderstorm warning expires in 3 minutes and will likely be replaced by another. Again, radar is indicating wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour for Waverly, Fairfield, Rockford, and Spangle. And then this will be moving towards Spokane next. But these storms out here towards the Cascade Crest. Well, not towards the Cascade Crest, but towards Lake Chelan are going to be moving into a broad radar hole. So it's going to be very hard to determine how strong they are. Unfortunately, I wish we had another radar in eastern Washington. Like Okanogan County would be a perfect place for our radar site. In my opinion. Yeah, so these storms are moving out of Oregon. So Oregon, looks like your threat is just about done. Once these storms down here cross the Columbia, then your severe threat is over. But the severe threat continues for western Montana, northern Idaho, and eastern Washington. Glad to see you back. Your new room setup looks great. It's still a shell of itself at the moment. Hope the new concert gig is going well. That fell through, unfortunately. So that did not end up working out. So I'm kind of just back to doing the streams and posting to my pages full time. You know, it's not making very much, but at least I'm in a better situation to where that's acceptable. How will the Clarkston, Washington area be affected? Clarkston's down here, right? So the storms actually might have skipped you. I mean, we did have some gusty winds come through earlier. When this band came through, they had a special weather statement talking about gusty outflow winds. But the severe storms actually skipped you on both sides. So I guess that just wasn't the place to be. So Clarkston, your threat's over. Mark says they're saying the storms are going towards Seattle later on now. Lightning and wind picking up around Coeur d'Alene and Post Falls. Thank you for the report. Yeah, a severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for that county, the southeastern portion of that county, but the cells are moving towards Coeur d'Alene right now. Slowly, but they're coming. Sorry to hear the new job didn't work out, but glad that you're back in a comfortable place. Thank you, Moski Movies, for the kind words. Yeah, I'm fortunate that I was able to seek refuge here with the family. For sure. Very understandable people. So, in the next hour or so, I-90 is not going to be fun. I-82 already is a disaster between Benton City and Toppenish. A brand new severe thunderstorm warning for several counties here in Washington. This is for Lincoln, Spokane, Stevens, and Whitman. It's a large warning. So Lincoln, Stevens, Spokane, and Whitman. Can't wait to see what this warning is going to look like. Probably going to be something like that. Well, look at that. Nailed it. They now have this entire complex in a severe thunderstorm warning. This is for the next hour. So hail up to penny size and wind gusts to 60 miles per hour possible. They've downgraded this severe thunderstorm warning to a typical run-of-the-mill severe warning. And this includes Spokane. This goes all the way out into Springdale here in Stevens County. It includes Welpinett, Ford, Deer Park, Elk, Chatteroy, Spokane, Spokane Valley, Airway Heights, Medical Lake, and Reardon. also includes Waverly, Fairfield, Rockford, Spangle, like the last alert, and Cheney as well. So Eastern Washington University are included in this. If you know anyone at Eastern right now, go ahead and give them a buzz. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect for the campus. We got a new mesoscale discussion talking about this watch. Let's go ahead, switch gears real quick, and pull up this discussion. Severe weather threat for severe thunderstorm watch number 249 continues. Potential for severe weather continues across the watch area. Through 9 p.m., the highest probability of severe weather occurrence is expected across portions of eastern Washington and the central and northern parts of the Idaho Panhandle. Hail up to 1.25 inches and locally severe wind gusts 60 to 70 miles per hour will be the primary hazards. Talking about a large cold pool, which is a lot of cold air that is inhibiting the thunderstorms. They're talking about recent radar trends suggest that the cold pool strength is much greater than the ambient low-level shear, the rotating winds towards the low levels, resulting in storms becoming undercut and gradually weakening. However, that process is yielding channels of stronger winds. They're being sampled by the Spokane radar, suggesting the potential for wind gusts upwards of 70 miles per hour possible. So downdraft Cape values are still exceeding 1,500 joules per kilogram, which means strong downdraft winds still possible for anywhere downstream of these storms in eastern Washington, especially the Spokane area, though. Just look at that nasty outflow boundary about to move into Davenport and Reardon. Probably going to get some blowing dust along US 2 as this crosses over. You look at the webcam of Coeur d'Alene Resort and Spa live cam, you can see it, Alexis says. Let's put that theory to the test. Might be onto something here. Let's watch it. Says, current weather, severe thunderstorms. 88 degrees, 8:05 p.m. Unfortunately, it's already in night vision, so no color. But the camera's rocking pretty good. Oh, look at that. Look at that. That's some crazy lightning going on. And heavy rain beginning to fall as well. I don't know how well you can see it, but Lake Coeur d'Alene has some white caps on it from the wind. Just added a new advisory for the severe thunderstorm. So Almira and Wilbur, watch out. Strong thunderstorm moving towards you. Let's see, Coeur d'Alene Resort, Lake Coeur d'Alene Resort's probably somewhere around there, right? If I had to guess. Thank you very much, Alexis Horan on YouTube, for the suggestion. And we caught a nasty cloud to cloud bolt there just a minute ago. There's a flash flood warning now for Spokane and Whitman counties. A new special weather statement for Klickitat and Klickitat and Benton counties. Actually, Klickitat, Yakima, and Benton. Or this complex moving up towards Yakima right now. So Until 8:30, pea-sized hail and 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts is possible. This includes Grandview, Sunnyside, Granger, Zilla, Toppenish, and Highway 97 all the way down into Goldendale. So, Oregon, your severe weather threat is officially over. You are in the clear. I would suspect they're probably going to start removing counties from Montana very shortly because it looks like the severe threat is coming to an end pretty quick for Montana. At least the southernmost counties are done. Oh boy, it's getting toasty in this room. A lot of shares on Facebook. That is good. Good to see the reach is getting out there, even though we're a Western Washington based forecasting group. Just decided I would test the waters and see how the Eastern Washington reach would be, and so far so good. Time for a water break. I'm going to turn the fan up too. Because medium is not doing it for me. Go check the fire map and see if anything new has popped up, which we do have new fires already. Not good. Including this one's already 10 acres. Resources are on scene of a 10 to 20 acre vegetation fire that is slow moving and light flashy fuels per incident command. That was 6:59. And then on this peninsula here, 1 acre fire reported at about 7:02, and it's not looking too hot there. Looks like this little 240 fire here in Richland was contained, so that's good. It's great news. It's a new fire start from earlier. This one's new. We have a new 0.2 acre fire up near Kettle Falls. Still watching this one out near Whidbey as well, but no new updates on that. Probably put out by now. We also have this woodpecker fire in Cowlitz County. Only 0.1 acres, no known containment, awaiting updates on that. And no new updates on the Country Meadows fire as well. But 60% contained. But 2 new notable fires down here in the Tri-Cities area. Ayers Fire, 10 acres, and Peninsula Fire, 1 acre. These are brand new after that storm complex moved through. Also, new fire reported down here near Ukiah, Oregon, or Ukiah. 0.1 acres in size, no containment. And 6:05 p.m., we have a new 0.1 acre fire just north of Bend, Oregon. So unfortunately, a few new fire starts with those thunderstorms that came through. Look at how utterly ridiculous this lightning strike map is. Like, again, there's so many lightning strikes, the site's actually lagging. And badly at that. You can definitely tell here in the lightning map, this is like 2 individual Boeing segments and then a few more discrete cells out ahead of it. I think models are doing a pretty darn good job showing this this line of storms here across Oregon and southern Washington. But watch out, because once these things cross the Cascades, they're going to run into a brick wall called the marine, called the marine push. And they're going to die out rather quick. At least that's the expectation. So, new flash flood warning, and I'm probably going to butcher a couple of these names, but for Toccoa, Latah, Waverly, and Fairfield here in eastern Washington. This is for the next 1 hour, 46 minutes, so this will expire at 10 p.m. Flash flooding possible in these cities. Severe thunderstorm warning for Spokane is about to expire. But it's been overtaken by this very large severe thunderstorm warning extending all the way up into Stevens County. Oh, this is for northern Whitman, majority of Spokane, southern Stevens, and northeastern Lincoln counties. Till 9 p.m. And the severe thunderstorm warning for Bonner and Shoshone counties was canceled. But seen a nice little blip out here near Bonner's Ferry. So watching that for any further development. But that'll be moving off into BC in no time. That's actually, it's not moving too slow. It's moving at least at 25 to 30 miles per hour. So it's got some speed to it. It's moving off towards Castlegar, like someone brought up before. Could have a new severe warning issued momentarily for this cell out near Kellogg, Idaho. Still looking very strong on radar. Two miles southwest of Tenst in Benewah County, Idaho. There was thunderstorm wind damage at 8:05. Tree damage, down trees blocking the road, torrential rain leading to blocked roads, and pea-sized hail. That was for Tenst in Idaho. This is right by De Smet down here. Had a wind gust of 58 miles per hour reported, rounded up to 59 miles per hour at the Dalles Airport. It's that right down there. I don't know if that's credible, but if we did just get a gust of that magnitude, then this will go severe warning for Klickitat County. Again, it could have just been a glitch. It's always possible because they're already on the backside of this line. But who knows, maybe we'll get a severe warning for this complex very soon for Klickitat and Yakima counties. Rockin' Desert Rose, Marcy Lynn, hello. I saw you moderating on DL Scales' chat. Welcome in. Glad to have you. Hello, Jordan is Sport. Welcome back. Are we expecting lightning in the Leavenworth area around 9 to 11 p.m.? I'd say that seems pretty realistic. I'm going to say closer to the latter, probably closer to 11. Because these storms still have quite some distance to cover. Let me actually go check on Michael's stream real quick. It's also possibly a landspout tornado earlier near Plush, Oregon. So if that is confirmed as a landspout, then that would be technically a tornado report, which means the 2% would have verified. This is the first comment in a while. Said, Michael's stream was dead air a few minutes ago. Yeah, I see people talking about the lag, so I guess their stream is cooked. Yeah, Michael's stream is cooked. At least for the moment. Thanks, Arizona, checking in. Heading there now from Arlington. All right, best of luck on your travels. Hopefully you make it in time. Michael's stream, yeah. Be safe all. Thank you, Rockin' Desert, Rose, Marcy Lynn. Or if I could just call you Marcy. Yeah, thank you for the kind wishes. Lightly toasted. Nest Ditto on Facebook says it was blowing crazy hard in Boise around 3 p.m. when my husband was on his way to work. Moses Lake waiting for it to come. And come it will. Because these storms are beginning to congeal into a longer line segment capable of producing damaging winds for areas northwest of the line right now. 1 mile west of Millwood, Spokane County. That is right here. We have a report of a 54 mile per hour wind gust at 8:15. And yep, 54 out of the east here at Feltz Field. Just east of Spokane as this severe storm moves pretty much directly over the downtown area. Not want to be driving on the I-90 right now in Airway Heights. Medical Lake, the Airway Heights in downtown Spokane. It's got to be rough. Just look at the evolution of this. Yeah, you can see how quickly these storms right here grew into a congealed segment. So these are starting to grow upscale pretty quick. This means we're having storm mergers go on in the mid to upper levels of the atmosphere and expanding into a line capable of damaging winds 60, possibly 70 miles per hour, and maybe some isolated large hail as well. So we'll see if they do any severe thunderstorm warnings upstream of this. Because parts of this area are covered by NWS Spokane, and parts of the area are also covered by the NWS office in Pendleton. I believe Kittitas, Yakima, Klickitat, and Benton are covered by Pendleton. And everything else is covered by Spokane. If memory serves me right. Kite time, at your own risk. But don't run to me if you get fried. Strong storm just west of Bonner's Ferry, moving towards the west-northwest. But it doesn't look like there's really any population out here, which is good. This is, however, moving towards Medellin Falls if it continues on its current track. Yeah, the main story outside of Spokane is all of this right here. This is by far the number one story, is what is this going to do? Since we're now in the home stretch of things. So Yakima, Moses Lake, Ellensburg, watch out because it's moving towards you next. Just kind of looking at a broad angle of what we're checking out right now. We have a new flash flood warning for Lincoln County here. So this includes Odessa. Flash flood warning in effect for the next 3 hours and 6 minutes. So this is in effect until 11:30 p.m. Then they canceled the severe thunderstorm warning for Whitman County, and they continued it for Lincoln, Spokane, and Stevens until 9 o'clock. So this part of the polygon is about to disappear. I really don't know how this isn't a severe storm. Right there, producing 70 dBz on reflectivity. That is intense. We haven't even checked out the wind profiles in some time either. According to the Pendleton radar site, we're gusting to about 56 miles per hour right now, and that is at a beam height of about 5,000 feet. So 5,000 feet above ground level, gusting to about 56 miles per hour. Which means less towards the surface. So it's probably gusting in the upper 40s to lower 50 mile per hour range right now, realistically speaking. I have a new special weather statement for Klickitat County. I believe this is going to include Goldendale. And this is for 50 mile per hour gusts and pea-size hail for Klickitat County. Spokane International Airport reported a gust of 58 miles per hour from the south at 8:22 p.m. But yeah, very small little special weather statement for Goldendale. I find it hard to believe it's only producing pea-sized hail with that much reflectivity. That's got to be producing at least penny size. But they're going to drop this special weather statement here soon. It would look to me like the Tri-Cities are in the clear, officially. So Oregon's done, Tri-Cities are done. The Palouse, Blue Mountains, you are done. So, right now, anywhere south in the east of this line, you're done. Your threat is over. Anywhere north and west of it in the yellow polygon here, but anywhere east of the Cascades and north of this blue line, you're still in it for the next few hours. All right, just a heads up for you guys. So once this complex moves out of Spokane, you are finished. You are in the clear. Yeah, it moved directly over the Spokane airport, so probably just got a wicked reading on that MEDAR site right there. But yeah, Spokane International just took a direct hit from a severe thunderstorm. The storms decrease as it gets dark, yes. Starting to lose daytime heating here. The sun is going down, and therefore the storms are going to stabilize and decrease in coverage. So by the time we get towards about 11 p.m. or midnight, these will be rain showers. Got another 58 mile per hour gust at Spokane Airport at 8:24 p.m. So 2 consecutive severe wind gusts, 2 minutes apart. See if anything crazy is going on the camera here. Thank you to my viewer Alexis here on YouTube for suggesting the Coeur d'Alene Golf and Spa Resort webcam. We actually caught a very nice cloud-to-cloud stroke earlier. It's going to be a good time for a water break also. There's a nice flash. Go look at some new models while we're at this, because I know we have a couple new her runs that came in. Showing some isolated rain showers. Some could be moderate to heavy in the morning, but it looks like at least the 1Z her has ditched that solution. So has the 2Z. So I guess the her HRRR model has corrected itself for the marine push and no longer wants to bring any thunderstorms to Western Washington overnight. Yeah, once it hits 11 p.m., watch how quickly this band dies out. See, as soon as it crosses over the Cascades, it runs into a brick wall known as the marine push. And then could wake up to some early morning rain showers, some of which could be heavy along the Cascade foothills and even some of the South Sound also. That should move out pretty quick and lighten up by the time we get to the afternoon time. But it's looking pretty wet and breezy tomorrow. Much cooler as well in the Puget Sound area. Took the showers away from the Nanaimo also, which is strange. Yeah, that's just the model correcting itself. This kind of shows what looks like a weak convergence band hanging out over the central Puget Sound all the way from Friday night into early Saturday morning. Then the weather turns nicer again for a bit. Yeah, so far the models are doing a pretty good job showing how this progresses. Not too shabby. So they've dropped a lot of these advisories. At Eagle Ridge in Spokane County, we have a report of a small ponderosa tree lost 10 inches in diameter from wind damage. So this severe warning expires in 28 minutes for Spokane. And there's Keith. Hello, welcome back, Keith. Listening to air traffic control in eastern Washington and Idaho. Sky's just starting to go dark and mild wind so far. Just saw lightning from Moses Lake. No, Ellensburg has webcams. I'd imagine Central Washington University probably has some webcams. Or maybe not. Never mind that. That site's broken. How is Pend Oreille County shaping up? Never going to believe this, but you might actually get missed. And I don't mean that literally. Because this severe storm's likely going to move into Stevens County. And these ones up here are probably going to stay east of Washington State. So you could just get some isolated strong showers at times, but the lightning's looking pretty sporadic between these two segments. They're talking about the storms and some diverting. I have a good hilltop view here in Spokane. Just got back in from watching the wall of weather roll in. Should I go to Wenatchee for a show, or is Leavenworth going to be good? I'd say if you can go out to Wenatchee, try to, because as it moves into Leavenworth, it's going to be weakening a bit. So if you can dart down to Wenatchee safely, then you've still got some time to do so. The storms are really not moving that fast. They're moving northwest at 30 miles per hour, so probably got about a little under 2 hours before they reach Wenatchee. And around 2.5 before they reach Leavenworth. So, still got some strong storms down here. Klickitat County, as well as across Grant and Adams counties. Also into Lincoln County still. It looks like the central part of this line segment is beginning to hit a more stable air mass. It's starting to die out a tad bit. But still, this is moving towards Yakima right now. So Wapato, Yakima, Union Gap, Sela, Glebe, Natchez. This is all coming for you. And Moses Lake, get ready. About to get hit by this head on. So anyone driving on I-90 from Ritzville to George, hold on to your horses for the next hour or so. The Mount Spokane live camera that has a solid view. Airlines talking about some planes being grounded at Eastern Washington and Idaho airports. I would believe it. I would certainly believe it. I'm not going to deny that claim. All right. Readjust my seating posture. Jordan says, yeah, shouldn't be an issue. Okay. Awesome. Yeah, this severe storm in Spokane is moving directly over the radar site now, so there's going to be a lot of radar obscurity until it passes the site. So this is moving up towards Ford and Springdale right now. Could also clip Welpinit a bit. Go do a quick check on our mesoanalysis. Yeah, surface-based CAPE is running out and quick. So right now, in the thunderstorm complex, we are down to 1,500 joules per kilogram of CAPE. Anywhere between 1,000 and 1,500, and we do have quite a bit of capping going on as well. Now that the sun's going down and the surface level temperatures are beginning to cool off a bit, that is allowing this cap to resituate itself. And that helps prevent rising motion and also could kill off thunderstorms in progress. That's what they call a cold pool, when you have this cool air build up underneath the thunderstorms and basically suffocate the warm air going into it. So these are going to be running into a wall here shortly. And the instability axis moves east of Moses Lake area by about midnight. And at that point, these showers are just going to start collapsing. Amazingly, there's still quite a bit of instability out in the Pacific Northwest and Big Sky country, but the moisture would have already outran the instability axis, so it wouldn't matter anyways. And we got a nice 998 millibar surface trough right there. You can actually see the boundary clear as day right there. These little little indentations in the isobars right there. See, effective wind shear, yep. Strongest wind shear was down here when the storms were in Oregon. That's why the tornado threat was much lower up here in eastern Washington and northern Idaho. These storms outran the shear axis a long time ago. Yeah, these would have been the best chances to get any tornadoes down here where the shear is over 50 knots, which is about 58 miles per hour. Very strong shear. Do notice we do have a very small area of elevated instability over the Eastern Olympics, parts of the North Sound, but I don't think it's going to amount to much. There's about 100 joules per kilogram of most unstable CAPE, which is basically elevated CAPE above the ground. It doesn't factor in surface temperatures. It's where in the atmosphere a parcel of air can still rise freely even if there's no sunlight. That means a parcel is cooler. No, the parcel is warmer than the ambient temperature. Basically, the theoretical temperature is warmer than the actual temperature, and the parcel can rise freely until it hits what's called the equilibrium layer. I can probably show that for you on a sounding as well. So we'll pick the Kitsap Peninsula. Not a good example. Okay, yeah, something kind of like this. This would be at midnight near Silverdale and Paulsbo, for example. So this LCL and LFC line, this is both where the cloud base condenses and where convection begins, where a parcel anywhere along the white dashed line here can move freely on its own without a forcing mechanism. That is over 2 kilometers above the ground, so that is really elevated. If this were down towards the 1 kilometer or lower level, it would be more surface-based instability. And then the equilibrium level, where the cloud tops max out and cannot rise anymore, is only at about 7 kilometers. So they're forecasting elevated low-topped cells if anything can get going for the Kitsap Peninsula at around midnight. Actually, there's a decent amount of CAPE. The most unstable parcel CAPE is 114 joules per kilogram, which isn't terrible by any means. And there's no capping either. The SIN-H is 0. But we still have some pretty meager lapse rates to work with. Low-level lapse rates are abysmal. Mid-level lapse rates are okay, but not great. So we could still see maybe an isolated strong shower pop up, and in a higher end case, maybe a clap of thunder or a flash of lightning overnight, somewhere along the Kitsap Peninsula. But I think the likelihood is dropping as we get closer in time. Models are starting to catch up, and they're starting to factor in this marine push. And it's not looking good for storm chances west of the Cascades overnight. So I just have to kind of put that disclaimer out there right now. They just put flood warnings for Spokane and area till midnight. Yeah, you're right. 8:39 flood advisory for Adams, Grant, and Lincoln counties. So anywhere in the green is in the flood advisory. That is actually until 10:45. So this is western Adams, extreme southwestern Lincoln, and southern and central Grant counties, including Moses Lake, Quincy, Ephrata, and Othello. Urban and small stream flooding possible in that green polygon through 1045. Take a look at our fire map, see if anything's popped up in the last 30 minutes or so since we checked. Do have a vegetation fire, supposedly, and they've actually... Ooh, that's not good. This is a wildfire emergency alert from Gilliam County Sheriff's Office. So they actually have a mandatory evacuation in effect for Airport Road east of Arlington to Highway 74 to I-84. I wish we had a better map to look at here. So Airport Road east of Arlington to Highway 74 to I-84. That's actually this entire area right here needs to evacuate immediately. Unfortunately, you guys can't hear that, but yeah, heads up if you know anybody around this area. I believe this was a lightning-induced fire, so from Airport Road, east of Arlington, to Highway 74 and I-84, need to evacuate immediately for this very large brush fire that started out. Started at 8:14. So in the last half hour. They said resources are on scene of an unknown size vegetation fire per video posted by the Gilliam County Sheriff's Office on Facebook. See if we can pull that up real quick. So that's the same video. Yeah, hopefully they release a better map on that soon. So, again, Airport Road east of Arlington to 74 and I-84. There is an active brush fire and you need to evacuate this area immediately. Do not know how much of Rhea Lane this includes, but it could be north of Rhea Lane up towards I-84. I need to see if we have satellite imagery, which we do. So this is in the wind farm. But there might be, yeah, there's a few properties out here that need to evacuate immediately. But this is a brush fire that started in the wind farm by the looks of it. So Airport Road over to Highway 74 and I-84 has a mandatory evacuation for this fire. Not good. Was not expecting that. And look at all the power outages too. Oh wow, this fire exploded. 6:59 p.m. this fire was 10 acres. It grew to 150 acres by 8:43. So the Ayers fire down here in Benton County is already 150 acres and seeing explosive growth in the last 2 hours. Not good at all. No new updates for the Peninsula fire, still at 1 acre. Probably not going to get any updates soon on the Country Meadows. Yeah, the two most concerning fires are this Ayers fire, which I don't know why it has notifications off, and this fire down here near Arlington as well. The good thing I checked the maps when I did, because not good. Not good at all. Look at how strong this complex got over Moses Lake. This is probably going to go severe here in the next few minutes. Because we have 71 plus dBz of reflectivity, which is insane. In several spots, too. 70 dBz, 71.5 dBz. And there we go. Yep, called it. We got the severe thunderstorm warning now. Was that a jinx or what? So, brand new severe thunderstorm warning in effect. And it has a considerable tag for gusts up to 70 miles per hour. For Adams, Grant, and Lincoln counties till 10 p.m. So, Adams, Grant, Lincoln. New severe thunderstorm warning in effect. For the next 71 minutes. Come on, Radar Scope. Come on. Take your sweet time. Someone was asking earlier about Lacey. There is basically a zero threat for Lacey tonight. Wow, Radar Scope is taking a sweet time to show the alert. Can't see you well from that radar. Yeah, I'm not sure where they're seeing the 70 mile per hour gusts. Oh, that's why, because it's not even that zone. Not where I expected it to be. I expected this area to have the severe warning, not that area. So, Moses Lake, you're now under a severe thunderstorm warning. Moses Lake and George. It also includes the outskirts of Ephrata and Quincy. Gusting 32 to 57 knots at Moses Lake. We just picked up a wind gust of 65 miles per hour out of the east-southeast. South-southeast. Just watched another storm chaser reporting rotation on the east side. Wonder if that was Michael. Did he get his stream back up? Nope. Stream is down. Yeah, Mike's stream is not doing too hot. Sure had some crazy structure on it, though. Yeah, if you were watching Pacific Northwest Weather Watch, that's probably the streamer in question. He's the only one I know that's live streaming in Washington at the moment. So, considerable damage threat for the next hour and 8 minutes. 3/4 inch diameter hail, about penny size, and 70 mile per hour wind gusts. Source is the public. So, till 10 p.m., located along a line extending from 13 miles north of Warden to 14 miles east of Vantage, moving northwest at only 15 miles per hour. Watch out, 70 mile per hour wind gusts impacting Moses Lake along I-90 right now. Will likely move directly into Moses Lake, where we already recorded 65 mile per hour wind gusts just moments ago. This is moving directly towards Ephrata and Soap Lake. Washington Weather Chasers. Is Ben live? No, Ben's not live. It's got to be Pacific Northwest Weather Watch then. Yeah, it's looking pretty crazy right now from that area. Their streams going in and out. Looks like the complex over by Yakima is starting to weaken a bit. Definitely not severe at this time for Yakima, so I think Yakima may have been spared from severe hail and wind gusts, possibly. Mark says they just issued severe thunderstorm for a lot of places till midnight. Watches. You're talking about this one, possibly? No, that one was there before. If you mean the Environment Canada one, that one expires at midnight for Kelowna and Vernon. Look at that. Shelton's already down to 59 with that marine push. And Port Angeles is down to 56. So this severe thunderstorm warning should be allowed to expire for Spokane. It will possibly be replaced by a special weather statement for Stevens County, further down the stretch. But right now, the main story is Moses Lake, where severe thunderstorms are crossing directly over the town right now. Strong thunderstorm will impact Boundary and Bonner counties. I think that's up here. Might be for this guy over Sandpoint. I'm going to guess this is Boundary County. This is Bonner. Or the other way around. Oh, Moses Lake just reported a gust of 69 miles per hour from the south-southeast at 8:52. 3 minutes ago, Moses Lake reported a gust of 69 miles per hour. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Oh, yeah. So it was Pacific Northwest Weather Watch. Ingles weather was live in Arlington. I unfortunately missed that stream, but yeah, I do know that Mark Ingles was live on Facebook for a bit. So we'll see if any new alerts get issued for Spokane, Stevens, and Lincoln counties as this complex begins to push off towards Chuella. Getting spicy on Banks Lake. Anna said you have it right. Okay, yeah, there we go. So this is producing borderline severe hail, just shy of severe limits. Michael's stream is more on and off, up right now. Okay. Yeah, they're likely in a cellular and Starlink dead zone, so. Oh yeah. I got some crazy blowing dust right now. They're in the middle of a dust storm, aka a haboob, right now. If you guys want to go see that stream, unfortunately I'm not able to show it on here, but it's Pacific Northwest Weather Watch on YouTube. Pacific Northwest Weather Watch. Crazy dust storm going on in eastern Washington right now. So this is for Sandpoint, and this goes out to, I don't know for sure what lake this is, but this includes Boundary and Bonner counties in the Idaho Panhandle. Ooh, they got a gustnado now, too. We have a new special weather statement. This is a surprise for Hood River and Skamania counties. So, Hood River and Skamania counties now have a special weather statement for a strong thunderstorm moving into the vicinity. Yeah, so Michael just intercepted a gustnado. And there we go. Wind gusts 40 miles per hour possible. Tracking a strong thunderstorm over Hood River moving west at 15 miles per hour. That's for this guy right here. All right. You guys seen enough on that for now. So this thunderstorm is moving west towards Stevenson and Cascade Locks right now. But with the marine push taking over, I feel like this isn't going to survive long once it crosses over the Columbia. We have a new flash flood warning for Bonner County, Idaho. So this severe thunderstorm warning has been allowed to expire for Spokane, Stevens, and Lincoln counties in eastern Washington. But if these winds are correct, then there's still very strong winds occurring not that far above the ground. Less than 1,000 feet. It's showing that might be contamination right there, but overall it's showing wind gusts around 60 miles per hour in several wide swaths going into Stevens County right now, Stevens and Lincoln County. So maybe they'll reissue this, or at least put out a high-end special weather statement, possibly. Just be on standby, see what the NWS in Spokane does. We have, again, a brand new flash flood warning for Bonner County in Idaho. And there it is, Sandpoint included. This is in effect until 11 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. This includes Pend Oreille, Sandpoint, and Dover. Officially expired. Is there any chance this could make it to Lewis County? Very little chances right now. Continuous lightning, I wish we could get over here. They are live on YouTube, and I wish we could get that storm on this side. I agree. I wish. Moses Lake has downed trees everywhere and power loss. Thank you, Amber Garrett, for your report. Yeah, with a gust of 69 miles per hour, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a lot of widespread power outages. And then Afreda is next in line. Storm could be rotating a little bit too. It's hard to tell from the radar angle. Ooh, we have a new huge severe thunderstorm warning for Adams, Chelan, Douglas, Grant, and Lincoln counties. So that is downstream of this complex. So this will likely include Wenatchee and Chelan as well. But hang on, we're about to get a new update here. Watch the screen carefully right here. It's probably going to be something massive like this. This is a considerable threat. Wind gusts to 70 miles per hour in hail of penny size, about 3/4 of an inch in diameter. Again, this is for Adams, Chelan. Oh, yep, there it is. Adams, Chelan, Douglas, Grant, and Lincoln. So this goes all the way up to Cooley Dam. So this includes Electric City, Elmira, Heartline, Coley City, Mansfield, Entiat, Waterville, Sunny Slope, Wenatchee, Kashmir, Rock Island, Quincy, Afreda, Soap Lake, Wilson Creek, and Krupp. You're now in a considerable tag severe thunderstorm warning until 10:15 p.m. Quite a population in here, especially Wenatchee. So this is going to be moving up towards Lake Chelan. If you know anyone in Chelan or Manson, go ahead and give them a buzz. Tell them that there's severe weather about an hour away or so. Yep, they have officially let this severe thunderstorm warning run its course. So I feel like if we're still getting this wind at around 1,000 feet, they should probably issue a new special weather statement for Stevens and Lincoln counties in the next few minutes. Maybe even Ferry County, as this is moving up towards Ferry County. Looking down south a bit, the band is weakening rapidly as it moves up towards Yakima, but there is an area of enhanced reflectivity just southwest of Yakima that could produce medium-sized hail around anywhere between pea to penny size, maybe, and some locally strong wind gusts 40 to 50 miles per hour possible. That is moving up towards Glebe and Natchez. Still have this special weather statement in effect for 10 more minutes for Glenwood and Trout Lake in Yakima and Klickitat counties. And then this kind of surprise special weather statement for Skamania County in Washington and Hood River County in Oregon. For the next 40 minutes, wind gusts to 40 miles per hour with a west-moving thunderstorm. This is moving towards Cascade Locks and North Bonneville, Stevenson as well. As a reminder, too, this severe thunderstorm watch remains in effect until midnight. So we're still far from being done for this event. Far from it. We have new special weather statement for Boundary County through 10 p.m. for a strong thunderstorm. Boundary County, Idaho. Gonna guess it's for this guy right up here. Going to be like this, or it's going to be something like this. We have a new flood advisory for Spokane County as well until 11 p.m. Urban and small stream flooding very likely. All right, Kim Leonard, hello, welcome in. Glad to see another familiar face. Waiting for this alert to pop up on the screen. There we go. It was the ladder. I got the ladder right. Yeah, new significant weather advisory, special weather statement for Boundary County, including Bonners Ferry and the Boundary County Airport as well. 2 strong thunderstorms, one of which could go severe. Moving towards Creston, BC and surrounding areas. Slowly. Keith says he's seeing a lot of planes do fly-arounds. Yeah, I believe it. And they did just issue a new special weather statement for Spokane, Stevens, and Lincoln counties. For the next 38 minutes, wind gusts 40 miles per hour and hail up to pea size. As a heads up, we still have a flash flood warning in effect for Lincoln County, including Odessa, until 11:30 p.m. And we have severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Moses Lake and George for the next 52 minutes. And then severe thunderstorm warning extended into eastern Chelan, Douglas, and Grant counties with a considerable tag on it. Wind gusts to 70 miles per hour possible. This is in effect until 10:15 p.m. This includes Wenatchee as well. Yeah, look at that. Gust of 69 at Moses Lake Airport. Insane. We have an area Can't tell if it's rotation or just a wind surge, but the special weather statement out here towards Harrington looks like they could possibly expand the severe storm warning a bit farther east into Lincoln County if they wanted to, and possibly into Ferry County. So watch this guy for at least a special weather statement, maybe a severe thunderstorm warning. Must be very bumpy flying over the storm. I wouldn't like it. Yeah, I did not see any SIGMETs issued for the airspace, so. But they are doing fly-arounds for this complex of storms. I know that 100% for sure. I just don't know if there's any turbulence advisories in effect. Entirely possible, though. All right, let's see. We still have 99 people hanging on YouTube. Awesome. Facebook's just been hanging on for dear life. Only 6 viewers on Facebook. Oof, that's rough. Okay, Keith says there is a SIGMET in effect for thunderstorms. All right, sweet. Thank you, Keith, for the clarification. What does this look like on Spokane radar? Yeah, it looks less impressive on Spokane radar, so they'll likely just extend this as a special weather statement up towards Wilbur and Creston. Because this expires in 4 minutes, so I feel like they're probably just going to extend this weather statement a little bit farther north into Lincoln County and call it Christmas. Still very strong winds being picked up, hardly even 1,000 feet above the ground in Lincoln, Spokane, and Stevens counties. And then strong winds directly over Pend Oreille right now, moving towards this lake. Is that Lake Pend Oreille, or is Lake? I think that might be Lake Pend Oreille, or maybe this is Lake Pend Oreille right here. Kind of having a misfire in my brain right now, but either way, it's moving towards the lake up here. And this will eventually be moving towards Medellin Falls here in Pend Oreille County, Washington. So, Medellin Falls, be on the lookout for about an hour to an hour and a half down the stretch for this strong to severe thunderstorm. We're just watching this band very closely here as it moves into Douglas and eventually Chelan counties in the next hour or less. Yeah, Keith, I actually saw that observation earlier, so the station either stopped responding or lost power. Because this was from a while back. Been a while since we've done the call sign as well. Got 112 people in the YouTube chat room. Welcome in, everyone. This is Anthony here, Puget Sound Storm Watch. And we are actually watching storms east of the Puget Sound this time around. It's an uncommon day in the Pacific Northwest when you get widespread severe weather like this. So it's a good time to branch out and expand your horizons. So it's exactly what I'm doing. Doing extended special live coverage for Eastern Washington and Eastern Oregon, but the threat is done for Eastern Oregon and Southern Idaho. You guys are all in the clear. So, again, as a refresher, everyone south and east of this line is done for the night. Your severe weather is finished. Dunzo. History. You're anywhere north and west of this line, up to the Cascades, really anywhere here, it's still fair game for the next few hours. is very much still fair game. So, leading edge of thunderstorms is now moving into Ephrata and Soap Lake. We'll probably see this MEDAR station for Ephrata Airport kick up quite a bit over the next few observation. And lots of lightning, prolific lightning. Okay, this special weather statement is about to expire in 1 minute. Let's see if they reissue it. Okay, so new severe thunderstorm warning, and it looks like we called it. I believe this just got severe warned, which it did. Another prediction nailed. And this is also a considerable threat, wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour. This is for Ferry, Lincoln, Okanagan, Spokane, and Stevens counties. This just barely includes Okanagan County. Like a sliver of it. So once again, very extreme southeastern Okanagan, southern Ferry, southern Stevens, northwestern Spokane, and central and northern Lincoln counties. Now under a considerable threat severe thunderstorm warning for the next hour and 30 minutes. So 10:45 p.m. This includes Davenport, Wilbur, Creston, Lincoln, Welpinit, Ford, Springdale, Valley, and Clark. This also is just outside of Chewella. So this is now the main shebang for the rest of the night. What's the speed of the storm? Pretty slow, actually. The storms are only moving around 30 miles per hour. This one's moving at 40, but yeah, this one is apparently moving at 25. So this end is moving at 25. This one's moving at 40. So 40 is actually pretty decent. So this one's going to be approaching Wenatchee and Chelan fairly quickly, within the hour, very likely. And don't be surprised if we get any severe warning expansions for cities like Chelan, Brewster, Bridgeport, and Kettle Falls, for example. Because we still have a while to go before this outruns the instability axis. Still quite some time. Going to be a long night for some of these people up here in north central Washington. Lost several 50-foot tall birch trees in desert air behind my house. Fell into the orchard behind us. Boy, they will be surprised tomorrow. That's incredible. That is absolutely incredible. Hopefully not too much damage, though. And I'm just running 2 lights right now in the whole room, and it is getting steamy in here. About time to break out the AC finally. Yeah, they very wisely included both of these complexes. Because still likely severe wind gusts in Stevens and Lincoln counties from this portion of the storms earlier that moved through. And also on the northern periphery of this line segment coming through central Lincoln County. So, huge applause to NWS Spokane for absolutely nailing this severe line of storms. We'll be going to the Canadian border, then to Penticton also. It'll be going over the Canadian border, and that's why they have a severe thunderstorm watch in effect until, I believe that's midnight. So be watching this area, but they'll start to weaken rapidly once they cross. I'm going to say once they cross central and northern Okanagan County, they should begin to weaken pretty dramatically. Drink water. Thanks for the heads up. Yeah, they just canceled Adams and Lincoln County in the severe thunderstorm warning. This is for the western portion of this. I think, did they cancel this one maybe? Because the storm complex should be out of Moses Lake anyway, so I think they just canceled this severe warning here. Yeah, canceled for Grant and Adams, but no, canceled for Adams and Lincoln, but continued for Grant. Unless they are going to chop off this part of the severe warning right here and just get rid of this. Or they're going to get rid of this. Actually, it's going to be the latter on this one because that's a completely different warning. Yeah, there we go. It was the latter option. So they've taken Moses Lake out of the severe thunderstorm warning, but they're continuing the portion between Ephrata and Moses Lake. And this includes George as well. This expires in the next 39 minutes. So at 10 o'clock, this will expire. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 10:15 for eastern Chelan, Douglas, northern Grant, extreme northwestern Adams, and western Lincoln counties in central Washington. And then until 10:45 p.m. for Lincoln, extreme southeastern Okanagan, southern Ferry, southern Stevens, and northwestern Spokane counties. For anyone who may have missed it earlier. Craziness. All right, gonna take a break real quick. And by break, I mean we're going to transition. Okay, got an update from Watch Duty. So we actually have to break into this first. A couple of updates for you. They finally made this so that it's not a disabled alert. This is a full-fledged fire. Update as of 7 minutes ago. Several fire trucks and water tenders monitoring this fire, the Ayers Fire in Benton County. This is off of Mules Road and Ayers Road, 150 acres with no containment. Actually, scratch that. There is a containment line around the fire. Crews are patrolling the fire line and will be mopping it up throughout the night. It says estimated acreage is between 100 and 150 acres, but difficult to tell due to thick smoke. And then, good thing, they canceled the level 3 evacuation alert for Arlington, Oregon. So, no more evacuation. It looks like the fire should hopefully be under control. Huge shout out to the Gilliam County Sheriff's Office for the very quick communication. says 35 minutes ago, firefighters have been successful in preventing the forward movement of the fire. But Highway 74 is closed from mile marker 2 to mile marker 6 here at Rhea Lane. Yeah, a few smaller fire starts around the area today. Sadly. Okay, while I have all of you guys here with me, real quickly, if you guys want to help donate to make live streams like this possible in the future, this would be the best place to do it. ko-fi.com/Puget Sound Stormwatch. The link is in the lower right corner of the stream, where the little coffee cup is, or it's also pinned in the YouTube and Facebook comments if you guys would like to help donate. That would be the best way to do so. With that, I gotta say, thank you guys so much again for your generosity. So, severe storms are about to cross into Douglas County. We have a gust of 43 miles per hour out of the southeast at the Ephrata Airport. Of storms again over Odessa for the second time tonight, extending all the way on this line over to Davenport. And in a separate area of severe thunderstorms moving into southern Stevens County right now. These are going to be moving up towards Kettle Falls as the night goes on. Kettle Falls, Republic, Tonasket, Omak, Okanagan, Concanoli area. Heads up. It's coming your way. From 7:15 to 8 p.m., a station in Tekoa, Whitman County, reported rain of 2 inches in 45 minutes. Got a new special weather statement for Yakima County now. Believe it's for this complex right here. Strong thunderstorm in progress in central Yakima County. 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts and pea-sized hail approximately 1/4 inch in diameter expected. This is through 10 p.m., so the next 35 minutes. I believe this does include Yakima, or just west of Yakima. Did chat freeze up? Haven't been seeing any updates. Nope, just people aren't chit-chatting right now. Okay, so it's west of Yakima. So this is moving up towards the Cascade Crest. Interested to see what the mountains will do to this. If we'll get a little bit of orographic lift to help enhance it, or if it decides to die out and pitter-patter on itself. Nando goes hard, just got on the stream. Any updates for Milton? No updates at this time. The severe weather, really any weather at all, is expected to stay east of the Cascades tonight. Although there is a chance that we could get a couple of showers in the luckiest of opportunities, maybe a small thunderstorm over Kitsap County in the middle of the night, around 1 a.m. But that is looking more and more unlikely as we get closer. As the marine push is in full swing now. We're down to 59 here in Tacoma. We're down to 56 in Shelton. And 55 in Chehalis. We're still dropping. We're all the way down to 54 in Hoquiam, 52 in Quileute. I mean, that marine push is in full swing. That's not going to help matters at all. Leon, hello there again. Here in Auburn, Davis Station at 64.3, dew of 55, light winds. Yeah, 55 dew point. That is no sweat. It's funny because it's all the sweat. But you know what I mean? It's humid. It's humid. I'm just gonna say it's very humid. Okay, it's pronounced Tico. Thank you for the correction. Appreciate that. So it's Tico. Tico. You see the marine push in Ladysmith now. Yeah, you got these northwesterly winds coming down the Strait of Georgia. Pretty strong gusty winds along the northern side of Vancouver Island. So, yeah, your marine push is in full swing. See here, Oak Harbor's down to 56. San Juan Island's down to 56. Port Angeles is down to 53, down to 52 here at, I forget what this is called. Something Rock, I think, but that station's down all the way there. You see, we're still kind of hanging on to the heat around the Seattle area and in the foothills too. We're still at 64 here in South Hill. We're at 64 at SeaTac, 68 still at Boeing Field. So there's some areas where the marine push hasn't really scoured out the warm air yet. Let's go check out what this Oregon cell is doing here. This will expire in 15 minutes. It does look like we have some cells trying to expand out towards central Skamania County that we'll have to watch closely. But I think once these interact with the marine layer, it's going to be game over. Ooh. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Chelan, Douglas, Grant, and Okanagan counties till 11. So this is, yep, the expansion now. So this does include Chelan. This includes Brewster, Bridgeport, Okanagan, Omak, Tonasket, Concanoli, and Winthrop. This also goes all the way out to Stehekin as well. So this includes all of Lake Chelan, all of it. And also Grand Coulee Dam as well. Wind gusts of 60 miles per hour have been observed, and hail up to nickel size, 0.88 inches in diameter. This is in effect until 11 p.m. tonight. You know anyone in Okanagan, in northern Chelan, and northern Douglas counties, go ahead and give them the buzz. Hello, Brian Rock Rail fan. Welcome in. Great to see you again. Buzzweather.com. That's a good question. Weather.com is just a separate algorithm. Not always the most reliable. I'd go with weather.gov over weather.com, personally. Weather.gov is much more reliable. Let's see what NWS Portland does with this. Will they let it ride, or will they put a special weather statement out? Or Skamania County. We have new special weather statement for Boundary and Bonner counties in Idaho and Pend Oreille County in Washington. And there it is. That was quick. Yeah, strong winds being produced by these. This is for the next hour. Wind gusts 50 miles per hour possible. Movement was north at 40 miles per hour. And so this is little sliver of Pend Oreille County. And then northern, what is this? This is northern Bonner County, and then all of Boundary County. Well, most of Boundary County. So these two advisories should be expiring very quickly. Or not. NWS radar, best radar. Truth. Very windy. What is the maximum gust for Coopville if you can look? Sure, we can take a quick little sneak peek at that real quick on observations. Look at some of these max gusts out here. 69 here at Moses Lake. 68 in Pullman. That number, Rattlesnake Mountain. 73 supposedly at Cowich Mountain. That's probably higher elevation. But for Coopville, see, we supposedly gusted to 54. It's Race Rocks. That's what it is, Race Rocks. And then Coopville, that surrounding area only recorded about 28 miles per hour. But supposedly 40 at Point Wilson. Supposedly. Okay, we had a few counties dropped from the severe thunderstorm watch. So Benawah, Latah, Lewis, Nez Perce, and Shoshone counties in Idaho have been canceled. Surprised they haven't canceled anything in Montana yet. Because the severe threat appears to be over there. That is, unless it's going to be canceled by the Missoula station. Because I believe this is all NWS Missoula out here. You'll probably see these all just kind of fall off at once. So a lot of this area just got canceled. Keith is going to be putting out daily fire weather briefings on his Facebook page. So if you guys want to go see that, go look up K-Dog Weather. K-DAWG Weather. Go ahead and support my friend Keith Capolero. Yeah, maximum gusts for Coopville. I don't know if I followed up on that. Only around 30 miles per hour right now. Not super strong. But a preliminary 40 mile per hour gust at Point Wilson, which is pretty close to you. So there's that. See, I don't see any new fire updates, so I suppose that's good news there. We do have a new fire at 751. It is right along the Prineville Reservoir, supposedly 0.1 acres. New fire reported up there. We have a milepost 24 fire along Oregon Highway 42. This was reported at 302, and it's only 0.01 acres. Very small fire. Go get an updated mesoanalysis. Yeah, that surface trough is beginning to weaken. It's already broadened to 1,000 millibars, so. And the 500 millibar short waves are beginning to weaken. Still have a bit of diffluent air aloft, which is helping give us our lift, but we're running out of instability. It's because the sun's going down. And pretty much all of the instability has left Washington now ahead of schedule. Unless it's glitching. Weird. But right now it's saying that all of the instability is currently over much of western Montana, and that much of the instability is finished here in eastern Washington. As soon as it hit the crest, it will die down. Yeah, that's what forecasts are showing. As soon as it hits the crest, it's game over. Still quite a bit of elevated cape though, so I do feel like that any storms that remain after the sun goes down are going to be mainly elevated, which means it'll be primarily damaging wind threat downstream. We got new special weather statement for Kittitas and Yakima counties, issued by NWS Pendleton. I would imagine it's for this one near Teton. Likely going to see something similar to that. Let's wait for it. Wait for it. Any second now. Anytime now. Come on. You saw we're up to 2,270 subscribers on YouTube, which means we have gained around 80 subs already during this stream. Thank you guys for your subscriptions. I appreciate it. Maybe we can get to 2,300 tonight before it's all said and done. See, the stream has been going for 5.5 hours. Just like good old times. Trey on Twitch, I live in Washington. Will I be safe? Yakima specifically. Once this passes over Yakima, then your storm threat is done. The strongest storms right now are to your northwest and your northeast. But some lightning in the area, just a heads up. But after that passes through, then your storm threat is over. So through 10:15, we have a special weather statement. And yep, hit the nail right on the head again. So this includes Thorpe now. This is I-90 along Thorpe between Cle Elum and Ellensburg. Strong thunderstorm approaching. Good news, the flash flood warning for Benewah County, Idaho has been canceled. Still got quite a bit going on here. Yeah, I think they're just going to let this one ride because, yeah, the marine push is destroying the storm complex, as expected. When will it be over? If you're talking about all of this overall, then it's going to be over around midnight. Midnight to 1 a.m. It should be done with. Pretty much the severe threat is little to none. Anywhere south of Yakima and east of Spokane. But if you're in this region here, then it's still likely game on. I'll be watching closely to see if these go severe. But if I had to guess, based on what I'm seeing wind-wise right now, it's not looking like it. So they'll probably just let these ride as special weather statements. As these cells slowly move up towards the Cascade Crest. I do want to advise you that if these storms maintain their course and their strength, Cle Elum, Roslyn, Ronald, and Salmon Lasac will have to watch out. And also Easton should probably be on standby. Just in case. Still have quite a bit of sporadic storm activity going on here in Lincoln County. And we're seeing some stronger winds move out of the warning box now, so they might expand this warning further into Okanagan, Ferry, and Stevens counties, perhaps. Or they could just do a little small special weather statement for that approximate area right there. If they already put out a severe thunderstorm warning for this area and the storms aren't even halfway through the polygon, then I suspect they'll probably do something similar for this area here soon. Okay, so I somewhat called it. Looks like they put out a special weather statement for this band here. Predict the special weather statement. Yep, you called it, Keith. You called it. About to get exciting here in Wenatchee. Oh yeah, hang on to your horses. Yeah, special weather statement is for Stevens, Ferry, and Okanagan, and also Pend Oreille counties. It's likely going to be one huge congealed special weather statement right there. Or something like this, where it cuts into the severe thunderstorm warning a bit. Okay, I was close. I was close. So, special weather statement in effect for the next hour. So this is until 10:45 p.m. Wind gusts 40 miles per hour possible. This is eastern Okanagan, north and central Ferry, north and central Stevens, and northern Pend Oreille counties here in Washington. It includes Republic, Kettle Falls, Northport, and Medellin Falls. So they expect the severe threat to diminish for this northeastern edge of the line as it moves into northeastern Washington. Okay, so the special weather statement just expired for Hood River and Skamania counties. So that should be the last statement issued by NWS Portland. Unless something somehow flares up here, but surface temperatures are already down in the 50s and 60s, so I do not suspect that. Alright, yep, they canceled a huge swath of the severe thunderstorm watch. So, they canceled the watch for the Missoula area, all of these counties in North Idaho, and a good chunk of southeastern Washington. So, Adams, Whitman, Asotin, Columbia. Let me make sure I'm getting all my counties right here. No, actually, Garfield, Columbia, Franklin, Walla Walla, and Benton counties are all clear. Again, that is Benton, Adams, Franklin, Walla Walla, Columbia, Garfield, Asotin, and Whitman counties in Washington. You are all clear. All right, Keith, have a great night. Take care. So, severe thunderstorm watch remains in effect until midnight for Klickitat, Yakima, Kittitas, Chelan, Okanagan, the Douglas, Grant, Lincoln, Spokane, Pend Oreille, Stevens, and Ferry counties in Washington. So anywhere in this dark yellow box, you're still in a severe thunderstorm watch for the next 2 hours and 13 minutes. Yeah, you can already tell this cluster is losing steam up here. It's becoming much more disorganized. It's like these ones are losing steam too. Yeah, the instability is running out quickly for these areas. Doesn't look like these storms are going to hold together much longer as they go into the next severe warning box. Wonder if they'll even allow this to continue unless they cancel it early. But these storms are rapidly beginning to lose strength as the instability axis weakens a lot. Let's see. I mean, yeah, Wenatchee area. Hunker down because it's on the way. It's en route. Again, severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect for Wenatchee until 10:15 with a considerable damage tag, which means 70+ mile per hour gusts expected. As for Wenatchee and surrounding areas to the east and northwest. Still have 83 people in the YouTube chat. 4 people hanging around on Facebook. In case you missed it or tuned in late, my name is Anthony. I'm the host and founder of Puget Sound Stormwatch. Thank you guys for tuning in to live coverage for Eastern Washington severe storms. A rarity on this channel. This is a once in probably 4 to 5 month event at most. Like, widespread severe outbreaks like this don't happen very often in the Pacific Northwest. So when they do, it's pretty significant. And not a lot of people cover it either, at least on live coverage. So I decided I would jump in and help get the word out. So far, it's been highly beneficial. No regrets. See if Michael's still live. Michael is live still. Looks like they're in George, Washington. So they're right in here. Incredible. 9:14 p.m. The Ephrata Municipal Airport recorded a gust of 71 miles per hour. 71.4. Crazy. Yeah, they're having a lot of fun out there right now on the east side. A flood advisory has been allowed to expire for Spokane and Whitman counties. I guess for now, they're going to let this severe thunderstorm warning ride, even though it looks like the storms are beginning to weaken as they outrun the instability axis. In this case, can't outrun it if there is no more instability axis. All right, Brian Rock Rail fan, have a great night, sir. Thanks for tuning in. Like, why is this severe thunderstorm warning even still in effect? Storms are long gone now. So this station right here in Ephrata reported a gust of 71 miles per hour. 71.4 from the south at 9:14. It's a little bit hard to tell how windy it is because the storms are moving into a big radar hole. And so, due to terrain, it's really hard to tell exactly how strong the winds are. There's a lot of terrain contamination. We do have this strong storm moving close to Chelan. It's basically moving right towards Chelan and Chelan Falls. Slowly. But yeah, Chelan Falls area, be on standby. Because this storm's coming your way. It's producing a lot of lightning. Yep. 1 mile east of Ephrata. Wow, 948. Had a wind gust of 71 miles per hour as well. So maybe we're not out of the woods yet. That's why it's super hard to tell at this range exactly how strong the wind is on radar, because so far away from the radar sites and the beam angles are so much higher. Like, let me show you what I mean. The beam height for Ephrata is around 9,000 feet. So it's looking 9,000 feet into the air at the storm. And it can't see it any lower due to the radar beam angle. Oh, it has no ability to tell what the surface level winds are like. That's where the observations come in very handy. When radar can't see it, the observation sites can. We got strong to severe storm approaching Chelan Falls in Manson area. And then the main complex is becoming a bit sloppy, but it's still likely producing damaging winds in this immediate area of central Douglas County. So, not quite finished yet. I do believe they'll start canceling these counties down here very soon. In the next hour, I'd like to say they'll probably cancel Klickitat and Yakima counties at least. Northwest Fury fan says, thank you for your coverage. Much appreciated. Thank you for tuning in. Really appreciate it. Yeah, there's not much going on the west side. It's just turned into stratiform rain here in Oregon and southwest Washington. Yeah, this is turning to slop fast. Yakima Airport, we did get a gust of 40 out of the southwest, though. Melatonin kicking in. Remember to drink. Night, night. Thank you, Kim, for the kind words. We'll see you for the next stream. Thank you for tuning in. We'll probably be calling it a night here in the next hour or so. Still got a little bit of bark left in me. Bark and bite. Besides, we still have 83 viewers in the YouTube chat. So, hey there, Ashley. Hello. Nice to see you. Thank you for tuning in. Good evening to you as well. Yeah, this special weather statement expires in 2 minutes. They should allow that to expire. And this one expires in 17 minutes, and I think that one will also be allowed to expire. Lightning frequency is also beginning to decrease as time goes on, which is an indication that these storms are moving into much more stable air. Stable air is kryptonite for thunderstorms. Yeah, so far, model's doing a great job showing the progression of this line of storms. Really great job. Aaron says, thank you for your stream today and this evening. You are the PNW version of Ryan Hall Max Velocity. Thank you for the kind words. Actually, not the first time I've heard that. But glad to be here at your service. Although I primarily do forecasting on the west side of the mountains, this was a special exemption. Because we don't get outbreaks like this in the Pacific Northwest that frequently. Maybe twice a year at most. Chevy Chuckle says, it's been an excellent stream, great analysis. Thank you so much. Trying my best and always trying to learn more. We do still have a few flash flood warnings in effect. Okay, Electric City had a gust of 60 miles per hour from the south-southwest at 9:55. So that is a severe wind gust recorded in Electric City, which is up here. I believe it was at this airport station right here. So this site in Electric City just recorded a gust of 60 miles per hour. So still have damaging outflow winds coming from this line. Even though it's weakening on reflectivity, we're still getting very strong wind gusts at the surface. This is why the surface observation stations, aka MEDARs, are critical to short-term forecasting. So Chelan Falls, Manson area, not quite in the clear yet. And then storms in the Wenatchee vicinity now. So Wenatchee, Sunny Slope, Kashmir area, even Leavenworth. Should watch out for lightning in the vicinity very soon. And possible damaging outflow winds as well. Leon says, I'm curious when we get the next big regional windstorm. Inauguration day got me being interested in the weather. Mine was the Hanukkah Eve windstorm, 2006. I was 7 years old. So the next big windstorm will likely not be till at least September. But our windstorm season is usually between October and February, typically. So we're still a few months away from having to worry about that. Of course, 2015 was an exception when we got a windstorm in August. That just basically never happens. You guys remember the big windstorm on August 29th, 2015? Then you know exactly what I'm talking about. The most damaging summer windstorm in at least Washington history. Maybe even Pacific Northwest history. Wow, look at that. Thank you, Aaron Johnson, for your generous donation of 10 gifted memberships on YouTube. Thank you so much, Aaron, for your generosity. So, congratulations to everyone that received a 1-month free trial gifted membership. You get a nice little fancy badge next to your name, and your name is highlighted green. Further down the stretch, I do want to eventually provide members only content to you guys. I'm not sure exactly how I'm going to do that yet, but I do have a few ideas. Just stay tuned for that in the short term. I eventually want to start the weather briefings again as well, but there is also a kind of a saturated market with the Pacific Northwest Weather Watch and the Western Washington Weather YouTube channels doing the daily or semi-daily briefings already. So I don't want to oversaturate the market, if you know what I mean. You see what they said about forest fires about BC? I did not. What did they say? Fingers crossed we don't have any fires from this large storm. Unfortunately, we've already had a few fire starts. Let me show you what I mean here real quick. And let me refresh, make sure we have the most recent information. Ooh, we just got a brand new one as well. Brand new. Country Lane Fire. This is just outside of Yakima city limits, I believe. This is just southwest of Glebe. Resources are on scene with an unknown size vegetation fire with structures threatened per first arriving unit about 20 minutes ago. So this is just south of Zimmerman Road along Country Lane. Just outside of Yakima here. Brush fire threatening structures in the area. Several houses here on that little ridge. Likely lightning induced since that thunderstorm went through there very recently. Good news is they put this fire out quick. This fire exploded. It grew from about 10 acres up to 150 acres, and then they got it contained. So they're doing mop-up and patrols right now, but they got this 150-acre fire down here in eastern Benton County contained in a good amount of time. We do still have this peninsula fire burning here in Walla Walla County, which is only 1 acre at the moment. Yeah, we got several new small fires popping up. These are showing power outages as well. So, several power outages here in Stevens County. We have this Iverson fire just north of the very small town of Valley, west of Highway 395 and Washington 231 here. It's about a 100-foot by 100-foot fire on a hillside per the first arriving unit about 17 minutes ago. We went over these fires earlier, all likely lightning induced. And we have this fire that actually had some evacuations earlier in Arlington, Oregon, but those evacuations have been lifted. For some reason, your coverage is blurry. Well, my streaming bitrate's good, so it might be on your end. Maybe try refreshing the stream real fast, see if that improves it. Ooh, Nike Strike fire. That's also brand new. There a lot of small fires. We just had a pretty decent fire literally like within a half mile of here about a week and a half ago or so. This is the new Nike Strike fire along Washington 24 in southern Grant County. This is, but actually, hold that thought. Got up to 0.1 acres and was quickly contained. So it's now fully contained. Good news. Yeah, lot of new little fire starts, likely produced by lightning today, sadly. Hello there, Jess Finesse. You missed all the action. Yeah, we're finally over the apex. We're starting to wind down. We do still have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect in eastern Washington, and the watch is in effect until midnight. So still lots of time for this to progress. Ooh, there's a wind advisory in effect. From 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. tomorrow, there's a wind advisory in effect. This is completely different from the thunderstorms. Pull this up real fast. This is down there in Thorpe and Ellensburg. So again, this is not related to the thunderstorms, but this does include Vantage, Ellensburg, and Thorpe. Wind advisory in effect from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. tomorrow. Winds out of the northwest 25 to 35 miles per hour with gusts to 50 possible. This is for the Kittitas Valley. So that'll likely be because of a weak frontal system passing through if I had to take a gander at it. Okay, good news. They just updated it. A Country Lane fire has been stopped at approximately 150 by 150 feet. And it is being mopped up. So it is fully contained and will likely be deactivated here shortly. Great news and awesome quick response from Yakima's fire department. Yeah, visible satellite. Not a shot right now. It's like a long wave infrared. That'll show the bigger story. Like, this is basically just one huge thunderstorm cloud extending for over 100 miles. Ooh, that's a surprise. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Ferry, Okanagan, Pondray, and Stevens counties. Not expecting that. They just upgraded this special weather statement to a severe thunderstorm warning. And they allowed this one to expire. But they took the considerable tag away, which is good. So, only calling for wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour and hail up to 3/4 of an inch in diameter. The considerable severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect for the next 5 minutes. For Grant, Lincoln, Douglas, and Chelan counties. Right down here. And then this severe thunderstorm warning continues for the next 50 minutes for Chelan, Okanagan, and Douglas counties, and parts of Grant County as well. But yeah, brand new severe thunderstorm warning for this complex, and very well justified too. Based on what I'm seeing here on radar, very strong pockets of wind in eastern Ferry and western Stevens counties right now. So, damaging storms coming into Republic and Kettle Falls right now. I figured there's a good chance that's probably the last severe warning that will be issued for tonight. That is my hunch right now. Since the storms after this are going to be reaching the border, there's a very small chance we get a severe thunderstorm warning to fill this void. Possibly including Oroville. I feel like that was possibly the last severe warning we'll see for the night. That is the hope, at least. The flash flood warning for Lincoln County has been canceled, so there we go. No more flash flood warning there. Only have a flash flood warning here for Bonner County in Idaho until 11 o'clock, and then it will be allowed to expire. You see the advisories are falling off the map as well. Got a very large advisory here in Montana for the next 19 minutes. Wind gusts to 50 miles per hour for a huge swath. A thunderstorm east of Whitefish. We have this special weather statement here in Boundary, Bonner, and Pondray counties. We have what's left of the special weather statement for Okanagan, Ferry, Stevens, and Pondray counties. Then we have this special weather statement, which is about to expire for Yakima and Kittitas counties. We just hit 2,280 subs on YouTube. Thank you guys so much for that. Only 20 subs away from 2,300. Can we make it happen tonight? Longtail says, watching a United flight inbound to Spokane on flight radar, circling the Spokane airport. Probably a wise idea right now. However, thankfully the threat is quickly passing. So Spokane should be in the clear now. I think they should be canceling the severe watch for Klickitat and Yakima and possibly Kittitas counties here very shortly, because the storms are exiting the watch area. They should allow those to be canceled very soon. There's a few cells trying to make it to the west side. Who knows? We may have something to talk about here in eastern Lewis County. It's not much, but we'll see. I want to check WeatherBug to see if it's producing any lightning over there. Hang on. Again, so many lightning strikes that were lagging the site. Bear with me. Spokane flight diverted to Missoula. Crazy. Grand Coulee Dam Airport recorded a gust of 60 miles per hour at 9:55. Severe wind gust. So closest lightning strike is between Chinook and Cayuse Passes right now. So no lightning in Lewis County at the moment. But that would be an interesting development if we got a thunderstorm to form in the foothills of Lewis County. I'd say Greenwater area, watch out for a chance of some strong showers coming in. It's likely not going to yield much, but there is a very small chance of hearing thunder in Greenwater over the next hour or so. Same with Packwood, Randall, and Ashford. Small chance, but not zero. I'm in Auburn waiting for some flashes over Enumclaw East. We'll definitely report if seen. Sounds good. Gonna take a short break real quick, actually, to take some medication. So, be right back. I'm gonna plug in my phone as well. So, BRB folks, gonna run some ads here on YouTube real fast. Okay. Nice while lasted. Okay, the severe warning just expired for Ephrata, Quincy, Soap Lake, Coulee City, Wenatchee, Sunny Slope, Kashmir, and Waterville. So that alert has expired officially. Let's see. Watch duty is showing a lot of power outages near Yakima, Spokane. Any lightning going to happen on the west side of the Cascades? Unlikely, but I'm not going to rule it out completely. The chance is small right now. Hood River, the Dalles looks like they are getting hammered. Yeah, but it's just a steady downpour of rain. It looks like the lightning is mostly done. And the damaging wind threat is minimal at this point. There's much more stable air over here, and as it crosses on the west side of the Cascades, it's going to run into the marine the marine layer, and that's going to kill it off quickly. Anything that does try to get going is going to be put in its place rather quick. Okay, I like what I see here, though. You have a nice little blip here that just crossed into Pierce County. The Cascades of Pierce County. I like what I see there. Let's go single screen because the damaging wind threat is slowly decaying. So we're going to go full screen here. This is moving northwest and could possibly clip Greenwater a bit just to the east. Slowly, too. It's only moving around 10 to 15 miles per hour. But if there's any chance of lightning right now, it'll be from this little cell. It'll be from this one, moving up towards North Bend, or it'll be from this down here, moving up towards Ashford and eventually towards the foothills of Pierce County. So these are the best chances of any short-term lightning potential west of the Cascades. We're down to 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. So this one's in effect until 11. This one's in effect till 11:15. Both of them for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So currently storming pretty good in Chelan right now as far as I can see. And it looks like it, but it's weakening quick. This is going to be moving up Lake Chelan towards the Stehekin area. And still a pretty robust storm moving up towards Omak and Okanagan. And then that's a new little blip right there we'll have to keep an eye on as well. This is moving up towards Tenasket right now. Scott says, that's what I was thinking too. Yeah, I'm going to have to keep my eyes peeled on the lightning monitor, see if anything crosses into Pierce County. Pierce or Lewis counties. But right now, that's not the case. Closest lightning strike is still east of the crest. If there's anywhere to watch closely, it's going to be right up in here. Yeah, it's right about there. Looks like this little band right here is weakening, so this is becoming less of a lightning threat as time goes on. Ashley says, yeah, I'm good on storms. No storms, please. Roy does not need storms. I think if there's any good short-term lightning threat, it's this one right here. "12 miles northeast of Keller in Berry County, Washington. Wind gusts of 58 miles per hour around 9:50 p.m. 58 miles per hour counts as a severe wind gust. Lori on Facebook says, super great coverage. Thank you. Yeah, thank you as well. Appreciate you for tuning in. The Facebook stream did awful. Still doing awful, but the YouTube stream is blowing it out of the water. So appreciate you guys for your support, even if it's not in the Puget Sound. Just trying something a little different today. The opportunity was presented and I took advantage of it. So far, it's paying off. Just watching to see if we get a stray lightning strike here near Greenwater. Blue Devil Bruce has been watching all day from Yakima. Thank you for the support as well. Eventually hope to start doing long form content again in the form of briefings. I'm not sure how I'm going to do it. I think it'll be more useful during fire season so I can talk about active wildfires around the region and give daily updates on those. That's probably where the niche is going to be, is talking about wildfire updates. Nothing yet. Waiting anxiously. Will it spit out a bolt? Misty Bikini. Very, very windy in Cathlamet. Now it's calm. Yeah, that was the marine push moving through. The wind that kicked up out of the west, that's your marine push. So that's what cooled us off today. It's nature's air conditioning. We go and look at temperatures around the area right now. We're down to 54 at Hoquiam, 55 at Shelton. We're still hanging on at 64 in Seattle, 58 here in Tacoma, 57 Olympia, and still hanging on into the 60s in the interior, away from the water. 60 in Everett, all the way down to 52 in Port Angeles. And 52 at Quileute as well. Well, unfortunately, it looked like that little blip there weakened considerably just in the last scan, but new area of interest possibly right here. That's going to be moving likely between Greenwater and Enumclaw, but will it hold? That is the question. Will it hold together? I have my doubts. But we will see. Yeah, if anything pops up closer than that green dot, then we're in business. We do have a large special weather statement for Montana here. It's like the two northwesternmost counties for strong thunderstorms. Wind gusts to 50 miles per hour and pea-sized hail for these areas. Outside of that, in Washington State, we are down to one last special weather statement and two severe thunderstorm warnings. Technically two statements because this one does cut into Pend Oreille County, but it does also expire at 10:30. Then this one expires at 10:45, and then we're just left with the two severe thunderstorm warnings. And then I think we've concluded it after that. Love the content. Thanks for doing what you do. I always check in when there is a chance of any weather phenomena. Just west of Seattle and Kitsap Peninsula, Manchester area. A weather site for the Chief Joseph Dam near Bridgeport in Douglas County reported a wind gust of 63 miles per hour at 10 o'clock. Another very much severe wind gust out there. So that is right around this area, about 10 o'clock. Camper was rocking. Mount Rainier induced convergence would be wild, but in this setup, Yeah, I feel better about that if we still had our diurnal heating helping us out. Besides, I don't know if I've ever seen an instance of convergence from around the mountain before. But I guess there's a first for everything. Yeah, for the west side of the Cascades, even if it's up in the foothills and the crest, this is the best area of interest for seeing any lightning tonight, as of right now in the short term. This complex is moving towards Greenwater right now. Ooh, we're close. Pretty darn close. It looks like we just got a lightning strike over Chinook Pass. just east of Chinook Pass. That's probably from this cell right here. So it crosses that county line there, then we might be talking. Yeah, it does look like that cell near Chinook Pass is still very much an active thunderstorm. The brand new strike on the Yakima County side of Highway 410. All right, current time is 10:30 p.m. It is late. It is after hours, but we still have 70 people watching on YouTube, which is incredible. Absolutely incredible. Okay, they've updated this from the Peninsula fire to the T-Vine fire. And they increased the acreage by 50%. So it's now a 1.5 acre fire burning on the small little peninsula just southeast of Burbank, Washington in Walla Walla County. Then we have a new 97A fire. This is brand new, hot off the press. 3-acre wind-driven vegetation fire that is spreading upslope per incident command. Winds are gusting up to 60 miles per hour. So brand new fire just outside of Chelan here, unfortunately. And again, it's being wind-driven up this hill by the looks of it. So, you know, Chelan Falls area, we'll have to, well, not Chelan Falls, but, you know, just the Chelan area, we'll have to watch this very closely. Chelan, Manson, should probably keep your eyes peeled. Brand new 3-acre fire with no containment. This is as of 10:15. Very likely a lightning ignited fire, like a lot of these. Other than that, I'm not seeing any new significant updates. You think there will be any thunderstorms in Monroe and Snohomish tonight and overnight? Unlikely. You'd have to have a lot of things go your way. Okay, flood advisory for Spokane County is canceled. The total count here in Washington State, we're down to 1 special weather statement and 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. I have a flash flood warning in Idaho, and we are down to our last special weather statement in Montana. Severe thunderstorm watch still remains in effect until midnight. Just a heads up. So green water. Might want to keep your eyes peeled to your southeast. Yeah, yep, they just canceled some more counties for the watch. So it's canceled for Bonner and Kootenai, or Kootenai, however you pronounce it, in Idaho. And Grant, Lincoln, and Spokane. No longer in the severe thunderstorm watch. So, and Grant, Lincoln, Spokane, no longer in the watch. That leaves Klickitat, Yakima, Kittitas, Chelan, Douglas, Okanagan, Ferry, Stevens, and Ponderay in the watch until midnight here in Washington State. I believe that just leaves Boundary County in Idaho left over. Yeah, we're definitely about done with this. We're just watching the lightning strike monitor closely, see if we get anything west of the crest. Our best shot is going to be this right here once it crosses over the county line. Then we effectively, by definition, have Western Washington thunderstorms, and you could say this stream was justified for Western Washington to a degree. Yeah, looks like this is right now our best short-term lightning threat, or the Cascades and surrounding foothills west of the crest. So heads up, Greenwater area. There's a shot. There is a chance. Her seems to be backing off also. Again, wanted a light show, but I want wildfires less. Thank you for your coverage. Thank you, Leon, for tuning in. Appreciate it. If you guys are going to wrap up for tonight. Oh, I think that was just east of the crest right there. That's the newest, closest lightning strike to Western Washington right there. That might have just barely been in Western Washington. It's close. It's probably like right on the crest, like literally right on it. So it's near Pyramid Peak. Just east of 410. The question is it on the east side or the west side? It's very hard to tell. I have a hunch it might have just barely been on the east side. Ben's Girl says, I posted 2 photos of the 50-foot birch trees that fell into the orchard behind our property on my Facebook post. I will definitely have to check those out. The new lightning strike directly on Chinook Pass. For now, I'm just going to say that was in eastern Washington. It's literally, it's too close to tell, honestly. It's too close to tell on here. No, actually, you know what? I think that was technically in Western Washington. Kind of going back and forth here, and it looks like it was just west of the crest, so I believe we technically have a Western Washington thunderstorm in progress, just southeast of Greenwater. Let's see if Windy picked it up. You see the lightning strike that just popped up west of Wenatchee? Yeah, it's not showing it, unfortunately, here on Windy. Man, just look at that cloud cover. Incredible cloud cover. Yeah, I think that looked like it was west of the crest. It's close, but it looks like it's just west of the crest. So we do have a thunderstorm along the west slopes of the Cascades right now. Just north of Chinook Pass and just southeast of Greenwater. Then let's go back to our eastern Washington coverage and start to wrap things up. We have 35 minutes left on this severe thunderstorm warning, and then we have 20 minutes left on this one. Oh, the storm is currently northwest of Chelan right now, and it's getting very sloppy along this boundary here. Wind has picked up a lot in Frederickson. I'd imagine that's the marine push still working its way through. Misty Bikini says, thank you for your awesome coverage. Thank you for being a great viewer, as always. I do have the updated watch, so we just have these two counties, I believe, in Montana, Boundary County in Idaho, and we have Ponderay, Stevens, Ferry, Okanagan, Chelan, Douglas, Kittitas, Yakima, and Klickitat counties in eastern Washington. Severe thunderstorm watch remains in effect until midnight. Jay Olson says we are getting rocked with lightning and wind 18 miles north of Kettle Falls. Yep, checks out. Certainly checks out. Men's Girl, desert air south of Mattawa. Gust was 47 miles per hour. Winds went from north to southwest and went 0 to 47 and took the trees out. Tons of lightning 2.5 hours later, still gusting to 35. Kettle Falls is my favorite part of Washington, Misty Bikini said. I've never been. I have to explore a lot of Washington state still, especially the east side. I've only been over there maybe a handful of times in my life. 2 handfuls. Like, probably not even 10 times. Yeah, these cells are weakening pretty quick as they cross the Cascade, so I think we were lucky to squeeze that one little lightning strike out. No hail, very little rain, going to be bad for fires. David Carrillo Larson, wind, lightning, and thunder are extreme in Ephrata, Washington. Let's see, is Ephrata about done? Yeah, Ephrata's on the backside, so it's going to be wrapping up very quick. These are pushing north and west of you pretty fast. So the severe threat for Ephrata is effectively done. Okay, no new lightning strikes in that complex yet. We do have lightning strikes in Ellensburg city limits. In the last half hour at least. The strongest storm, probably the 2 strongest storms, no, the 3 strongest storms, going to be up here in Ferry County, over here near Chelan, and down just west of Wenatchee there along Blewett Pass. That taco truck in Ephrata, so delicious. I know Washington very well. Too well. Thought everything would be done by now. Nope. The severe watch is in effect until midnight, so we're not quite done yet. Can't stress that enough. We're not quite done yet. However, good chance is if you're north of this line right now, north and west, then it's not over yet. But anywhere south and east of this line, you're done. You're safe. Oh, we're getting close to our goal, guys. Our goal is to hit 2,300 subs tonight. We need 10 or less. By less, I mean my subscriber counter rounds to the nearest 10. So it could be at 2290, 2291, 2292. I don't know for sure. Just rounded to the nearest 10. But we're at least 2,290 subs right now. Can we get to 2,300 before the stream's over? What is this? What is going on here? Is this where it begins? Oh, you guys see that? We got blips. We got blips here in Western Washington. Gotta watch those closely now. This may shift from an Eastern Washington to a Western Washington stream at 11 o'clock at night. Blip alert. Yep. Anyone watches Ryan Hall, y'all, he actually has a song about blips. Even one here over the, I think this is, that's not possession sound. I think this is possession sound. This is just east of Whidbey Island and just north of Camano Island. Also have a small blip here too. Looks like it will go towards Seattle and weaken a bit, says Mark. Yeah, I don't think this is going to do much, but I'll watch it closely in case it amplifies a little bit. If it has a little bit more reflectivity, then maybe it'll be a, little bit more to watch closely. Anna says, thanks for the stream. First time for me here. I'll be back. Good night. Thank you for tuning in, Anna. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And welcome in all of our new subscribers. We have officially gained 100 new subscribers from this stream. Incredible. Yeah, like Misty Bikini says, thank you, Anna. Please come back. I'll be right here waiting for the next live stream, whenever that may be. Go check Facebook real quick. Facebook, we have 2 people watching. But on YouTube, we have a whopping 62 people watching. And we're at 191 likes. I wonder if we can get to 200 likes as well. Can you go back and cover Eastern side? Yes, absolutely. Gladly. So currently, the severe thunderstorm watch remains in effect until midnight for Klickitat, Yakima, Kittitas, Chelan, Douglas, Okanagan, Ferry, Stevens, and Pend Oreille counties in eastern Washington. We have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. This one expires in 12 minutes. This is for extreme northern Grant, Douglas, Chelan, and Okanagan counties. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and nickel-sized hail possible. And then we have the severe thunderstorm warning in effect till 11:15. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail possible for eastern Okanagan, Ferry, Stevens, and northern Pend Oreille counties. So I think this was our last severe thunderstorm warning likely to be issued for tonight, because we are officially over the hump. We are just about done. Yeah, strongest storms right now are in Ferry County. Looks like eastern Okanagan County, and what's left of these cells over in Chelan County. but these are beginning to weaken quite drastically. Overall, again, anywhere that is south and east of this line, you are done. You are in the clear. Why are some of the models showing it won't weaken as it goes north? Because the models probably suck. Because all of the good models are showing it to be weakening quickly as it moves into Canada. Now I'm kind of eyeballing these a little closer. See if we can get anything going in Western Washington, perhaps. Models hinted at a chance at this, but then they started pulling back later in the afternoon. I wonder if they'll pull a full 180 and go back to showing thunderstorms here over this area. But due to how cool the air mass is, they're likely going to be elevated, which means they could also be dry, potentially. Just have to keep our eyes peeled on this over the next few minutes and see if anything really starts to pop up. I think the strongest storm is probably down here west of Wenatchee right now, producing lots of lightning and heavy rain. However, it's no longer severe. Sure thing, you're welcome. Ryan Hall, y'all, really only covers east of the Rockies, so thankful for your coverage. Yeah, thank you, Kara Basket, for tuning in. Yeah, I figured since it was not like a tornado outbreak that Ryan Hall and Max Velocity would not cover it. So that's one reason why I stepped in to do live coverage. Little shower near Manchester looked okay for a scan, and then it went flat again. I think as these roll off land and go over water, they're probably going to collapse. We have small little blips here east of Whidbey Island, right on the edge of Point Wilson, I think that is, Point Wilson. And right over Highway 104 between Port Ludlow and Discovery Bay. These are all moving east by the looks of it. All right, they canceled Klickitat and Yakima counties in the watch. Wisely so. So that leaves Kittitas, Chelan, Douglas, Okanagan, Ferry, Stevens, and Pend Oreille counties in Washington in the severe watch for the next 69 minutes. Yes, that is awesome. We appreciate you. Nicely done. North Stevens County, we're still getting big winds and less lightning now, some rain. Yeah, this warning is going to expire here shortly in about 23 minutes. And this one to the west expires in 7 minutes. And then I believe that will be the last of it for tonight. Yes, you're right, Mark Skelton. Radar is showing something small just west of Everett. Yeah, it's showing multiple little areas of interest here. But my hypothesis is that as they move over the water, it's going to starve them of any fuel. They're likely going to collapse unless they're elevated. If the convection is elevated, then that doesn't really matter. Wicked Hookery from Wenatchee saying lots of lightning all around us. Just strongest of the blips right now on the west side is directly over Highway 104, just southeast of Discovery Bay and west of Port Ludlow. Moving off towards Port Ludlow at this time. But I don't think it's going to amount to much. From what I can see. Okay, anytime now, these two counties will be cut off from the watch. Is it trying to do it again over the Cascade Crest? It's going to try to pull a last minute show as soon as it crosses into King County, isn't it? One of them is coming up east side of Vancouver Island, small in the morning, says Mark. We have another little blip about the crossing of King County here. Wonder if it's going to do anything. Looks like we actually have a new blip that formed near the Trident base. Yeah, look at that. It wasn't there, and then it was. And something else up here too, a little minor disturbance. And we got a couple new showers here near Coopville, and then a brand new shower developing just west of Silverdale too. Yep, there we go. So they dropped Yakima and Klickitat counties from the watch. Then 4 more minutes, this severe thunderstorm warning will expire. .55, still have 53 of you guys on YouTube. And 2 of you guys on Facebook. I think most of the Facebook audience is probably upset that I was covering the east side and not the west side. Because I had a pretty random comment earlier. Someone said, isn't this the Puget Sound comic period Stormwatch? I just thought, you know what? I tried to communicate it as best as possible that this was going to be a special live stream for the east side. And that's why I was posting about conditions on the east side, just because of how uncommon the setup is. So I thought if I could team up with other people in Washington State and get the word out across the Pacific Northwest in general, then we can have saturated coverage and make sure no one misses a warning or a watch and so on. The more the merrier. Thanks for all your attention to the east side tonight. Spokane got a big show. Thank you, Jeremy, for hopping on. There's one by Oak Harbor, a small one now. If it's one of these, I see what you're saying. Waiting for a new scan to see what's going on, but these are probably going to stay pretty benign in nature. I don't see these really blowing up much. No new lightning strikes for that complex. But we have a grand total of 1 lightning strike in Western Washington today that I can verify. Unless we had anything sneak up on us in the North Cascades when I wasn't looking. But at least during the stream, this is the first lightning strike in Western Washington, and the only one so far. Let's paint it up on the wall and make a banner for it. Still watching these areas closely for maybe 1 or 2 lightning strikes in the short term. These are once again moving up towards I-90, Tanner Riverbend area. Latest radar is showing them gone in 2 hours from the radar soon. They have something near Victoria as well. Got another blip right behind it. Just south of Brennan, we got Maybe a little bit of elevated convection, perhaps. The west side is a failed state and cities. Let's not get any more political than that, please. Thank you. Okay, so they updated the severe thunderstorm warning for this area, and as you guys can see, they cut off a good portion of it. And this warning is now expired as of 11 p.m. So this is the last warning. This is northeastern Okanagan, northern Ferry, and northern Stevens counties. Pend Oreille was removed from it, and this warning will drop off any second. Mark says that is the front going north. I don't know. I haven't really seen the definitive frontal boundary from this, to be honest. I think it's more of just a convergence band coming together. Yeah, officially expired. That means this area should be in the clear. Let's go double check. Yep, basically no more instability, so a lot of the lightning's also going to come to an end here shortly. Spokane's in the clear. Anywhere south and east of this line as a review is in the clear. You're done for today. Then, yeah, just Northport and Republic are the only really notable cities left in the severe thunderstorm warning. The severe thunderstorm watch technically remains in effect until midnight. They just expired the severe thunderstorm warning. Here for Chelan, Douglas, Grant, and Okanagan counties, so this is Dunzo. That just leaves us with one. Ooh, I think we just got our second lightning strike west of the Cascades by the looks of it. Few of them, actually. Yeah, looks like it. I think we just got several new lightning strikes over the crest. It's close, but I think that's the case. So, anyone has a clear view tonight looking east from the Puget Sound area down towards Greenwater, tell me if you guys can see any lightning right now. Yep, so there's only one left. The last severe thunderstorm warning, and this expires in 13 minutes, 12 minutes now. After that, this event is pretty much coming to a close. Once the severe thunderstorm watch expires at midnight, this event is done officially. A little radar blip here just south of Coupeville. Still seeing that radar blip over Victoria. Some activity near Port Ludlow. A few little pop-up showers along the Hood Canal. And yeah, these showers are weakening as you move over the Puget Sound. Noticeably. Do like how this cell looks just east of Greenwater, though. That just popped up. Directly east of Greenwater now. That could produce lightning in the short term. It's right about here. We'll watch that closely. See if anything comes from it. But yeah, I'm going to say Eastern Washington viewers, for anyone still tuned in from Eastern Washington, it should be okay for you guys to go to sleep now. So if you guys want to hop off, please feel free. It was great spending time with you Eastsiders and people in Oregon as well, talking about weather outside of Western Washington. A little bit different. For sure not used to it because I'm so used to forecasting for Western Washington. Seems like forecasting for Eastern Washington is so much easier because you don't have to worry about the Pacific Ocean. Yes, you have mountains, but still, it's better than an ocean that moderates all of your weather. So, there's that. It was definitely fun. I enjoyed every hour of it. Hopefully, there's not too much damage or any major wildfire started up. Hopefully, everything gets taken care of as soon as possible. It does remind me, though, maybe before we start to wind things down a little bit, go and check on wildfires. And oh, wow, you guys see that? Brand new 20-acre fire just popped up. Resources are on scene of a 20 to 30 acre vegetation fire, wind driven and moving east. It's not good. That's moving right towards Brewster. Not good. Hopefully they can contain it to the hillside. Because the fact it's already 20 acres and it just started is not good for Brewster. Lots of us have family in Spokane or Eastern Washington, so it's nice to keep up. It's an excellent point you make there. Yeah, I'm nervous about this Kieran fire. We have Mountain Vista fire, another new fire reported at 9:24 p.m. near Basin City, just northwest of Mesa, and south of Othello. So something else to watch there, but I'm hoping it gets put out quick. One of the other radars not showing the cells near Victoria. Yeah, this is going to be the one to watch because if it's being wind driven and moving east, it's moving directly into the town of Brewster. Not good if that's the case. Really, really not good. Let's see. Are these going to do anything? And are these going to do anything? They're doing okay over the Hood Canal, but once they cross into the Puget Sound, they turn to mud. That's telling me that these cells aren't really elevated. They're more surface-based. Since they're more surface-based, once they run into this cool air, they immediately collapse on themselves. Can't sustain an updraft if the temperature is warmer than the parcel temperature. Interestingly enough, we actually have a few more viewers coming in after I said we can wind down for Eastern Washington. And the severe thunderstorm warning has been allowed to expire early up here. So that means we are officially done with severe thunderstorm warnings. There are no active severe thunderstorms in the Pacific Northwest. The US part of it, at least. Up here in BC, we still have severe thunderstorm warnings. And we also have a severe thunderstorm warning here in southern Alberta. But other than that, in the United States Pacific Northwest, that was your last severe thunderstorm warning for the night, most likely. Which is great news. Great, great, great news. Okay, so they're ordering evacuations in the Karen Road area. Caron. So they're ordering some evacuations along this road up to Henny Lane. This is just west of Brewster. Additionally, 2 strike teams have been requested. So, watching carefully for Brewster to see if anything pops up. Man, I would not want to evacuate that town at this time of night, especially after storms just came through. The one for Kelowna and the Okanagan Valley, BC, is only watches. Yes, but I'm talking about this warning right here, though. North of Bonner's Ferry. This one is a warning. That's a watch, no active warnings, but this one's a warning. This expires at 11:45. Cell near Brennan's trying to get its act together. Will it do something? This one over the Trident base also looking okay. They're not great. Like they're not producing lightning or anything, but maybe a small hail shower if we're lucky. Oop, just got a lightning strike on the west side. I just got it on my notifications. So lightning strike just outside of Greenwater there. So if it wasn't for sure before, it's for sure now. Lightning on the west side. So Greenwater probably just got woken up by some thunder. Guys, my sleep schedule is going to be so messed up tomorrow. It's not even going to be funny. I'm probably going to be crashed for most of the morning tomorrow. Let me check my time because I think Facebook caps live streams at 8 hours, but it's not going to matter anyways. There's basically no one watching on Facebook. It's all YouTube. Also, I'd like your guys' feedback on potentially streaming on Twitch during these events. Maybe that would do some numbers, perhaps? Heard a lot of good things about Twitch. I know that Ryan Hall streams on Twitch. I'm thinking maybe the Puget Sound area will be a little too localized and people will get the wrong idea. They'll think I'm covering the whole US, maybe. But I'm open to taking feedback on what you guys think about potentially streaming on Twitch in the future. Like, it would be a cross stream to Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch at the same time. Mark says it would be good. Appreciate your feedback. Man, look at these power outages in Ferry and Stevens County. From the thunderstorms. Yeah, there's a lot of new fire starts. Luckily, most of them have been put out already or are very small, but several new likely lightning-induced fire starts here in eastern Washington and eastern Oregon. Misty Bikini says she likes Twitch. I would definitely have to experiment with it a bit. For sure, before we do anything like concrete. Been thinking about it, but I'm not 100% sold on streaming on Twitch yet. Oh, there we go. We got something going now near Brennan. Actually got quite a bit going here now. This must be elevated then. Because it's 57 with a 48-degree dew point, which is not great for surface-based storms. This is probably some elevated instability coming through right now. Let's go check missile analysis. Yeah, it is. In that area, we have about 100 joules per kilogram of most unstable CAPE right now. We do have some elevated instability, but it's just east of this. The fact that we're getting these to fire off right on the boundary there is pretty interesting. Yep. Severe thunderstorm warnings gone, and that's it for the warnings. Now, we just got that watch until 12 a.m., but I'd imagine they'd probably think about canceling it early. A mod for a few gaming channels over on Twitch, better experience on the laptop versus phone. Take a look at your YouTube and see how are people watching. Yeah, I pay close attention to my YouTube metrics, and a good majority of it is on mobile, especially on Facebook as well. Facebook is a huge mobile audience, and people really go for the short form content. As far as I've noticed, it's the live streams and the short form content. Long form content doesn't do very well, at least in my experience. I guess it's about time to shift gears to the west side and see what goes on with this. But yeah, we have 100 joules per kilogram of elevated CAPE, so definitely enough to fire off maybe 1 or 2 lightning strikes if we're lucky. All right, let's see. We have 37, 33 now, still hanging on YouTube. Appreciate you guys' vigilance. Can't believe it's almost midnight already. Haven't done a stream this late in a very long time, probably since December, right? Five away for 200 likes. You're correct. I don't know if we're going to meet that goal tonight, but I'm really hoping we meet the 2,300 sub goal. I think this cell riding up the hook now right now has the best chance to maybe pop out a stray lightning strike. The small chance, but it's not zero. Watching it closely the next few scans. If it weakens, pretty much game right there. But if it strengthens a little bit, then we may be onto something. So watching for the Brennan area right now. Seeing what this cell does. I think it's moving parallel to the Hood Canal, if I'm not mistaken. It is. We still have quite a bit of elevated cape out here in the northeastern Washington area, central northeastern Washington, but the moisture is quickly outrunning that axis, so not going to matter anyways. Surface-based cape is all the way down to 500 joules per kilogram. So, in case you want to know why the storms died out, that's exactly why. And they outran the shear axis as well, so becoming much more disorganized as a result. Mixed layer cape, not too much better. Downdraft cape, we still have... Okay, yeah, we still have quite a bit of downdraft cape here, so could get maybe a quick little strong burst of wind once this crosses into BC, but that's really about it. For the most part, this is done. Finished. I guess if you guys want to start taking off right now, please feel free. We don't have any urgent updates for you guys. We do have new immediate evacuations for the Brewster area, though. So, pump the brakes on that real quick. Level 1 advisory for Brewster. Several fires in the Brewster area, so this may be a complex. Level 3 evacs have been requested for the area of Mathau Avenue. Mathau. Not sure exactly how to pronounce that. Where's that? Mathau Avenue, 6th Street, and Hospital Way. Is this 6th Street right here? What? No, okay, so this is Hospital Way right here. Okay, so it's this area right here. So there's some immediate evacuations for Mathau Avenue, North 6th Street, and the Hospital Way, as well as some level 1 evacuations in the city of Brewster. So level 1, be ready, Brewster. Level 3, area near Paradise Hill Road, Upper Ridge Road, and Riverview Heights Road, as well as the Hospital Way 6th Street area. The Upper Ridge is Metho. Okay. Mark, have a good night. Thank you for tuning in. So, Metho. Okay. Thank you for the correction. So, Riverview Heights Road. We have Upper Ridge Road. Yeah, Paradise Hill Road and Riverview Heights Road. So, pretty much this entire area needs to get out. Pronunciation no joke meant LOL. Yeah, just very unfortunate developing situation in Brewster right now with those fires. Waiting for an update on the 97A fire as well near Chelan. Doesn't say exactly where the wind direction is, but I'm assuming it's probably pushing towards the east now, if this is pushing towards the east. It's Metau or Methau? Metau? That's one city I could never really pronounce right. It took me a while to get Winthrop right. Metau. Scary since there's an ER and a hospital there. Hope everyone is okay. Yeah, I do believe this includes the Three Rivers Hospital, unfortunately. At least the neighborhood just west of it. So, Metau Avenue, North 6th Street, and Hospital Way. Yeah, so Metau. Okay. Good, we got it now. Metau. Metau. Gotcha. Yeah, developing situation here. Evacuations along this hillside and level 1 get ready evacuations for Brewster. So this does not mean actively evacuate. It just means be ready. Just be ready for an update. And if it goes to a level 2 get set, that's when you start packing your things and having your important mementos on you. You know, keep things like a birth certificate, social security card, all of the important stuff. Have that readily available. Have your car gassed up. Make sure you're ready to go. As soon as that level 3 comes out, if it does, get out. Yeah, I do think this includes the Three Rivers Hospital, sadly, which is really not good. Notices have been made to Methow Avenue, 6th Street, and Hospital Way per law enforcement radio traffic. Unfortunate situation evolving there in Brewster. Outside of that, no real significant fires that I can see. All right, let's see. How many people do we have? We have 38 on YouTube still, and we have just one person on Facebook. Need to drink some water. My mouth is bone dry. I'll very likely be posting an update sometime tomorrow morning or afternoon on the wildfire situation in Washington. So just a heads up, if you guys follow me on Facebook or Patreon, that's likely where I'll post it. And also possibly X and Blue Sky. I'll probably just cross post the Patreon post to X and Blue Sky also, like I normally do. Traditionally. Yeah, think the lightning's about done along the Cascades, as far as I can see. But what is going on here near Port Ludlow? Whatever this is, it's growing upscale pretty quick. So Port Ludlow, Hansville, might be some small hail coming towards you right now. Also, slightly possible that you may have a thunderclap wake you up at the worst possible time. Not saying it's going to happen, but models have been suggesting it. Possibly. Just imagine we're on here right now on the stream, and then lightning just goes off here over Jefferson and Kitsap counties. That would be peak. Whatever this is right now is about to cross Highway 104 near Port Ludlow. So, Eastern Washington, it looks like your threat is over. Although the watch still technically remains in effect until midnight, all severe thunderstorm warnings have been allowed to expire, and all storms have weakened well below severe limits. Two likes away from our 200 like goal. We need 2 likes. Can you guys make it happen for me before the night's over? There's 30 of you guys watching on YouTube right now, and I bet 2 of you have not liked the stream yet. 31 of you guys now. Jeez, I can't believe how glossy my forehead looks. Okay, we got 1 more like. Just had someone else hop in the chat. We have 32. Can we get that one like to get to 200? Just need one. And we did it. Thank you guys so much. There's one of our 2 goals. Now, can we get to 2,300 subs before the stream's over? Let me check exactly where we're at right now. I know we're in the 2290 range. Just got to double check this real quick. We actually just hit it. It hasn't updated on my counter yet, but we were at 2,300 subs. Dead on. So we beat both of our goals at the same time. Thank you guys so much. I really, really, really appreciate it. You guys have no idea. It's a huge achievement for the Puget Sound Stormwatch YouTube channel. We were at 2,192 subscribers when the stream started, and we just hit 2,300. 108 subs during this one stream. Incredible. Can't thank you guys enough. Been a roller coaster recently, but this is really helping give me the motivation to, you know, get over the hill, get over the hump. Means a lot, folks. Really does. So I need a new radar scan here for this area of Jefferson County. Wonder if this will go off and give us a lightning strike before the stream ends. I think that would be the trifecta. And it got a little bit weaker. Go figure. So maybe we'll get lucky, maybe we won't. But this is really all we're watching at the moment is what is this going to do? This complex is moving towards Port Ludlow and off towards Whidbey Island. Kara Basket says, thank you. Yeah, thank you as well. Welcome to any new subs and, ooh, some blips down here too. Yeah, welcome to any new subscribers and followers. And of course, all of our new memberships that we got. Thanks to a very generous 10 gifted donations earlier. 10 gifted memberships, I should say. A little bit of instability. It's not much, but it's a little bit to at least fire off some showers. And so Brennan area again. Still some more trying to form back here. Port Orchard out towards Manchester. Kind of a weak to moderate shower over you right now. Moving east. I might get clipped by the shower over Gig Harbor. And this one's moving off towards Lakewood and Steilacoom at the moment. Yeah, those showers producing lightning over the Cascades turn to slop. So I think that's about it for that for the night. Still getting quite a bit of lightning out here with the more individual cell structures and a few within the embedded line segment, but much, much less than earlier. Significantly less. Wonder what's going to happen in Port Ludlow here in the next 10 minutes or less. No lightning yet on the detector, so if anything happens, it's likely going to happen by surprise. But if I still have anyone that's awake that's watching from this general area here, Port Ludlow, Port Gamble, Hansville area, if you guys hear a rumble of thunder, feel free, let me know as soon as possible. So, town of Naples in Boundary County, Idaho. Wind damage reported at 11:32 p.m. Trees through houses, fires, power outages, and highways blocked due to downed trees and power lines. So a lot of damage in Boundary County, Idaho. Quite a bit of it. Not good. Not good for them at all. Okay, good. Looks like this fire is mostly contained. 10 minutes ago, resources no longer see any flames following rain falling on the fire. Resources are now being released. Excellent news for the Chelan area. Super gusty in Lakewood area the past 5 minutes or so and cold. Feels like the temp plummeted. Yeah, that could be an indication that something's coming. Again, it's not going to be anywhere near what we saw on the east side, but a little rain and maybe a couple of hail pellets can't hurt, right? Unless we're able to somehow squeak out some lightning from this. Well, up here, that is. Down here, you're not going to get any of that. So check missile analysis one more time and see where the most unstable air mass is right now. It's mainly over the Puget Sound and points east up into the foothills. A very small area. These showers out down here near Lakewood are outside of the instability. Like, it's really putrid down here. Less than 100 joules per kilogram, which is nothing. Been going for 7.5 hours. Incredible. Started this stream just after 4 o'clock. Right. I'm amazed. Not much going on right now. We still have 34 people in the chat. Does look like the showers are picking up in coverage down here in the South Sound, though. But I still don't think they're going to do much. Probably just going to be a quick little pitter patter of rain and maybe a little hail or snow pellets mixed in, maybe. But the air mass over us isn't super cold, so highly doubt we're going to see any more than like some small hail from these showers down here. I'm mostly just expecting some moderate rain at most, light to moderate rain. Nothing major at all. The cells moving towards Port Ludlow right now are weakening a little bit. In the last scan, they've definitely dropped off quite a bit. PNW Ferry Nerd says, just now leaving Cleellum, I was in Yakima around 8 o'clock when it first started there, and there was a heavy rotating cell. Farm Dig says, South Olympia near Little Rock is really windy right now. Carabasket says, yay, I'm going to bed then. Yeah, sounds good. Thank you, Carabasket, for tuning in. Have a great night. We'll see you for the next stream. Sea-Tax cool down to 59. It says they expired the severe thunderstorm watch for Kittitas County. That means this is slowly going to start falling off the map. And I think, depending on what happens here over the sound, if nothing happens here and this watch expires first, that's when we'll be ending the stream. But unless something starts going ape out here, and we're going to hold off until midnight to end the stream. Beyond the glitch, I agree. I need a blip to turn into a storm. That would be like the icing on the cake for today. We can get one lightning strike out of any of these guys. Today would be a peak experience. Yeah, I bet a lot of the wind down here is probably still from that marine push coming in. We're still gusting to 20 here in Hoquiam, and we're down to 53. We're gusting a little bit out of the southwest here at Chehalis too at 14 miles per hour. 55 degrees. Could just, again, be some of that remnant marine push coming through. Or how many people are going to come in and be like, wow, this dude's still alive? Seriously? Ooh, geez, we made a killing today. It was a very productive day online. Someone said my cabin in Northeast Washington just got smashed by the storms knocking trees on it. That's insane. Just crazy. Whew, man, it's still toasty in this room. Yeah, if nothing happens here in the next 20 minutes, then we're going to be ending the stream at midnight. Well, for the time being, if there's anything else you guys want to ask or talk about, please feel free to make any suggestion. Just to pass the time. I'm in Tacoma and from the Midwest. Wish I had the opportunity to have gone to Eastern Washington, but didn't. You know, that's perfectly all right. There's nothing to be ashamed about. Everyone's situation is different. If I had a more reliable vehicle and a more reliable pocket of money, I definitely would have made the trip out east for sure. But I decided to stay back home and do a live stream and get the broadcast out to as many people as possible. That ended up being the right decision. So, zero complaints there. Zero. So many tabs open, I gotta remember where I was. Now, we haven't gotten any lightning out of this, and all of the lightning along the Cascade Crest is basically done. We got a pretty nice blip moving over Key Peninsula here soon, though. Could be interesting, and a little tiny blip near Grapeview as well. Imagine if we had a midnight miracle around here. Models were showing some of this activity around this time. Anytime between really now and 1 a.m. before these things start to die out. So far, it's doing okay. It's doing all right from what the models are showing, but it's struggling with the intensity a bit. The coverage is pretty much dead on. It's showing the showers exactly where the models had them, but nowhere near as strong. Just jumped in. Really windy here in South Olympia near Little Rock, someone just said. Unfortunately, Facebook didn't refresh in time, so I might have missed you. Sarah Feld tuning in from Little Rock. Thank you for your report if you're still in here. Otherwise, it is what it is. Saturday looking good for storms in our area. And yes, great job. Shared your stream with my friend. Thank you for doing that. Saturday, I haven't checked out Saturday, but I think it's going to be pretty stable around here. So look at our 0Z cams and see what they show, because they're in range now. See, the NAM's doing an all right job showing this. Doing all right. It's not picking up the activity down here in the South Sound, but it's picking up the Hood Canal activity pretty well. We have what looks like a very weak convergence feature over the Central and South Sound tomorrow. So it'll probably be a little bit wet for some areas. And then Saturday really begins to dry out. And likely a nice weekend coming up as well. Let's see what the ensembles have to show for atmospheric heights. Basically, we're looking at the anomaly of heights at 18,000 feet to determine the next weather pattern. As you guys can see, by Monday and Tuesday, we have the ridge back, the high pressure, the blocking pattern for the Pacific Northwest. This will likely keep the systems at bay and out of the area, with possible moderate heat risk on Tuesday, from what I've heard. But Tuesday, we could even have some of our first 90s in the area of the year. And the potential for that trough to swing in, and that's an interesting trajectory. That could bring a pretty nice frontal system through and maybe some wind with it, but definitely cooler temperatures and clouds at the very least. This would be the following Saturday, though, so we're way out in fantasy land right now. Yeah, looks like confidence is pretty high because the AI forecast system agrees with the traditional European. That this ridge is going to set up over the area Monday and the Tuesday. And then we could swing a trough through, which will turn the flow on shore Wednesday morning. And interestingly enough, yeah, we're next Saturday now, and Euro AI also brings a pretty deep upper level trough through too. See, what does this show for temperatures of 5,000 feet, 850 millibars? Overall, leaning cooler, probably much cooler in the mountains. We have some anomalies of -6 degrees Celsius. Let's look at average temperatures. Oh yeah, that would be a pretty cool day. Likely not even breaking 60 around some areas, if that were to verify. We go out to Sunday, we really heat up down here. We're back in the 70s, likely in the southwest interior. And then look at this. Monday at 5 p.m., we have 80s all around the southwest interior. And we have 80s to even 90s in the Willamette Valley. I wouldn't be surprised if we have widespread 80s and maybe even some 90s on Monday. But Tuesday's even crazier. Look, Tuesday, when you have white, that is darn near 90 degrees. Even showing the Cascade foothills away from the water getting up to 90 degrees too. Even areas along the water aren't going to get too much relief. It's likely going to be in the low to mid 70s on Tuesday throughout the day. And only Wednesday does the pattern begin to break down and that trough swings through. You see how quickly we cool off. We cool off 20 plus degrees over a 24-hour period. So that's just ensemble guidance. That's just giving you an idea of what to expect temperature-wise in the near future. Oh yeah, there's the update. 2,300 YouTube subscribers. Thank you guys so much for that. Means a ton. So how are we going to celebrate? Go check Eastern Washington one more time before the severe watch expires. Yeah, nothing. It's all gone to junk. Right on time. I'm gonna go grab a Gatorade real quick because of how dry my mouth is. Be right back. Alrighty. Okay, from Brewster. Thunderstorm wind damage at 11 p.m. Trees down, damaged homes, some fire starts that were 75 to 100 acres. Radar analysis showed the strongest winds over the area around 11 p.m. So, pretty brutal situation evolving in Brewster right now. Do we have any updates on that fire? Yeah, the recent update's only 20 acres, but it's likely much more than that. At least based off what the National Weather Service is saying, it's probably easily 5 times that size, which is not good. Really feel for the people of Brewster. I think that was one of the towns that nearly burned down in the Carlton complex fire, I believe, several years ago. Probably like 2015, I believe, when we had the Carlton complex. Basically took out Concanoli and a few surrounding towns. If you guys know what I mean. I don't know if you guys remember, but I definitely remember it. It devastated Okanagan County. And I'm not seeing any new signs of fires in the last amount of time that I updated. Okay, so they just officially expired the severe thunderstorm watch for all zones. So that is it. This event is history, officially. Coming from the Midwest originally too, and I miss storms so much. Definitely gotta actually go chase next time the storms get this close. Yeah, do it while you can. That's my advice. Do it while you can, for sure. If you can, then do it. Weather in Seattle is kind of too lo-fi for me. It's slightly maddening. Welcome to the club, my friend. Hopefully you enjoy your stay. Because if not, then it's going to be a long one. All right, let's check missile analysis one more time. See if this unstable cape is moving out of the area or not. It's still there. A whopping 100 joules per kilogram, but it's still there, even if it's very little. Technically, these showers are moving into an area with favorable instability, but I don't think they're gonna do much, if anything, tonight. See what happens when this crosses into the Key Peninsula. A couple of blips up here directly to my northwest over Gig Harbor. Make sure I'm on the most recent scan, which I am. A few showers coming across central Kitsap, including over Bremerton across the Vashon Island, moving towards SeaTac in Seattle. Chase Joplin, and you were in Greensburg, Kansas. Is that right? Leon says, our calm weather makes events like this more exciting. I enjoy the random wind, thunder, snow event. Agreed. Yeah, I don't think this is going to do very much, so we're going to wind down at around midnight. Really, once this yellow disappears from the screen, that's going to do it. For sure. So if anyone wants to chime in for 5 minutes of discussion before we wrap things up, please feel free. Still got 31 of you guys on YouTube and 2 of you guys on Facebook. Oh, Facebook stream did awful. Only 29 reactions, 71 comments, and 26 peak viewers. Facebook stream was a royal bust. But man, am I glad I streamed to YouTube too. The cell between McNeil and Anderson Islands. It's popping up a little bit. A little popcorn over Nisqually too. It ain't much, but it's honest work. And a few little orange areas near Bremerton and up towards Kitsap Lake also. It's really going to wait till the very last minute to do something, isn't it? Oh yeah, beyond the glitch. That sounds legit, so I believe you. It's crazy. You got to chase Greensburg and Joplin. I don't think there's a lot of people out there that can say that they've done that. Blowing up again in northern Stevens County, Jay Olson says. Is it? I'm not seeing any indications on radar that the reflectivity is increasing. If anything, we really just got this lone cell out in the middle of nowhere, Okanagan County, and that's about it. There's lightning in the area still. Yes, there's just enough instability for lightning, but for severe weather, we're done. It's in the books. How's Port Townsend looking? Hello there, Connor. Connor Neely. Watching this complex of showers moving just east of Port Townsend right now, but I think Port Townsend for the moment should stay pretty dry. I was hoping maybe we could get a stray lightning strike out of it before the night was over, but I don't think that's going to happen. Well, we've been hit super hard. There was so much hail. A huge cell in front of Castlegar. Ooh, excuse me. Sorry about that. Any lightning potential here? Very low at the moment. There's some instability, but not really enough to fire off any lightning. It's marginal at best. Even that's being pretty generous. hoping we get updates on this Kieran fire very soon, because that's threatening the town of Brewster right now. We have a couple new fires that popped up also in the last few minutes. Here in northeastern Washington, we have the 9 Mile fire in the Suncrest neighborhood, Stevens County, reported at 10 p.m., 0.1 acres in size. We've got the Hag Road fire up near Kettle Falls on the Berry County side of things, reported at 10:26, unknown acreage. So a couple new fire starts, and almost certainly due to lightning. Also have a few new ones here tonight in Idaho, including the Bull Run fire and the Slippy fire. And the most urgent one for sure is this Karen fire, where there's level 3 evacuations for parts of Brewster. We have lightning and my Kestrel Red 58 mile per hour gusts. Gotta love the Western Washington one strike wonder. Not showing on your map for some reason. There's been over maybe 500 since the last hour. Northport School has a fire, is that right? Northport's completely out of power. One last check. If there's no lightning, then the stream is donezo. And guess what? There's no lightning. So with that being said, we're wrapping it up, folks. It is midnight, and who knows what tomorrow, or should I say today, is going to entail. So Aaron Johnson, the MVP of the stream, sending 10 gifted memberships. Thank you so much again. Appreciate your stream this evening. Been on the road since 9 a.m. and listened to the stream and use your info to make a decision on where to go next. Got a great lightning show. Excellent news. For everyone else who is still tuned in, all 26 of you on YouTube, and now 0 of you guys on Facebook. Facebook, everyone left. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Got up to 2,300 subscribers on YouTube, and we were at 205 likes on this stream. So we met multiple goals tonight, and I couldn't have done it without you guys. Tried things out a bit differently, doing Eastern Washington weather coverage instead of Western Washington, and it definitely paid off for sure. But don't expect this to be a regular thing for the east side. This was just like a once, like maybe a 2 or 3 time per year kind of storm event over there. So I decided to jump in and take advantage of it. Thank you, Leon, for your $5 super chat. A tip for the great coverage. Thanks again. Sure thing. Thank you for stopping by and hanging out. Jay says, Washington State Patrol message of multiple trees down on Highway 25, Stevens County. Yeah, I'm watching the storm reports come in from the National Weather Service in Spokane also, and it's pretty crazy what's going on over there. We do still have some lightning, but it's a shell of what it was earlier. He says, appreciate your coverage. Yeah, appreciate you for tuning in. Thank you for the updates as well. In the short term, making short-term forecasts, the observations come in very handy. So really do appreciate that. Facebook, we have one person tuning in. To that one person, thank you for coming back. But we are going to begin to wrap things up. Anyone would like to send a last-minute donation before we wrap things up, this would be the way to do it. ko-fi.com/Puget Sound Stormwatch. I made sure to pin the links on Facebook and YouTube if you guys want to go and send a coffee for a tip. This is, again, the best way to help donate. So, okay, we have an update on this fire. Riverview fire is 30 acres apparently. Fire has been knocked down due to precipitation in the area and is 30 acres in size in grass and shrubs per radio traffic. This fire is now known as the Riverview Fire, and the location has been moved 1 mile east, which sadly means it's in Brewster city limits. Not good. Really, really not good. Hopefully they get it mopped up by the time sunrise comes around. And it looks like they've dropped, if I'm not mistaken, it looks like they've dropped the evacuation for the hospital area. It doesn't show up in the level 3 anymore. It shows up down here, but it doesn't show up in the official level 3. But Brewster is still in the level 1 get ready evacuation notice. We had quite a few lightning ignited fires, some of which got pretty decently large. We had the 3 acre 97A fire, the 0.52 Country Lane fire. We have a fire burning right now, the T-Vine fire, 1.5 acres. The Ayers fire got up to 150 acres. And I just got cut off for some reason. All right, YouTube, are we still streaming? My Facebook stream just got cut off. So that's perfect. I think it just hit the 8-hour marker and it just cut it off. Let me see, YouTube, I think we're still going. But yeah, Facebook's done. It's cooked. Hey, yeah. Okay, Facebook stream was a bust anyways, but okay, good. We're still good. Awesome. Yeah, it said my OBS software disconnected, and then I looked at the time and I realized that we hit the 8-hour marker on Facebook. So once it hits 8 hours on Facebook, that's it. YouTube is 12 hours. And trust me, I've pushed that and gone 2 hours after that one time. That crazy, I think it was a windstorm stream the week before Christmas. I think that might have been it. Eight hours is the marathon for streaming. Yes, and I'm paying the price right now. Not only are my buttocks shot, but so is my voice box. And Gatorade is not doing much to help. Man, where are the Altoids when you need them? All right, so that is it. One last check at the radar, see if there's anything crazy going on. There's not. A couple of little blips here, but nothing major. So, and the yellow is gone. So this event is officially in the books. Appreciate all of you guys for tuning in tonight. It means a lot, and I hope to see all of you guys in the near future. With that being said, this was Anthony with Puget Sound Stormwatch here on YouTube. Saying have a great night all. Take care. Have a wonderful day today. And I hope to see you guys for the next stream.